Chapter 1613. Soon, Xiaochen was less than 1,000 steps away from the nearest starry sea fluorescent tree, which was commonly known as the Tree of Life. At this distance, Xiaochen looked extremely insignificant compared to the Tree of Life. The tree in front of Xiaochen was not a tree at all. It was more like a small mountain. Instead, the huge black star sawtooth sharks appeared more normal. Xiaochen himself seemed to have shrunk by 100 times. After resting for a while, just as Xiaochen was about to continue forward, he stopped. A black star sawtooth shark swam by slowly, scaring Xiaochen into not daring to move. After the black star sawtooth shark went far away, Xiaochen slowly arrived below the Tree of Life. When he raised his head slightly, Xiaochen immediately felt dizzy. This tree was really too tall and too big. To extract the juice from the tree, one had to cut a hole in the tree horizontally. Then one just had to insert a diversion tube. Without thinking too much, Xiaochen took out a dagger and infused it with veritable essence energy. Then he inserted it forcefully and slowly cut a hole. Immediately, pale white juice seeped out of the cut, looking very eye-catching in the seawater. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. It did not seem as difficult as he imagined. Xiaochen took out the diversion tube and inserted it. After fixing it in place, he aimed it at a jade bottle. He had refined this jade bottle before. It did not look big, but in reality, it was a storage bottle similar to a universe ring. Soon juice flowed out of the diversion tube. As it moved slowly, it contained a strong aura of life force, looking very intoxicating. However, soon Xiaochen frowned. How can it be like this? The white juice started to turn turbid. Many impurities were mixed into it, making it look very unsightly. Xiaochen immediately gave up and sealed the cut tightly. Then he revealed a doubtful expression. In reality, the value of this turbid life juice source was already pretty good. In the Starry Sea, the life juice source circulating in the market was of such quality. Even so, it was still very valuable and rare. However, it was not that miraculous. Clearly, it was not what Xiaochen wanted. Xiaochen did not give up. He climbed up the Tree of Life and extracted sap from a higher place. The result was the same without exception. Then he cautiously walked around the other trees of life in the vicinity, but nothing changed. Standing on a branch of a Tree of Life, Xiaochen looked into the depths of the black star sawtooth sharks, deep in thought. He couldn't understand what was going on. Right at this moment, 3 black star sawtooth sharks passed by. Xiaochen moved like a fish. With a flick of his tail, he hid among the leaves. He only revealed himself after the 3 black star sawtooth sharks swam past. What's that? He saw that the 3 black star sawtooth sharks had the corpses of oceanic ferocious beasts in their mouths, but they did not eat them. Strange, could it be that he was full? But there was no way to preserve corpses in the sea. Once dead, the corpses of most oceanic ferocious beasts would not be able to resist the corrosion of the Starry Sea. Just like the black star sawtooth shark earlier, its corpse quickly corroded after it died. Let's go over and take a look. The puzzled Xiaochen thought for a moment before silently following behind, swimming over. Although the black star sawtooth sharks were huge, their mental energy was extremely strong. If Xiaochen was not careful, he might be discovered. Not daring to get too close, Xiaochen could only follow from afar. After a while, he saw an unimaginable scene. The roots of a Tree of Life were filled with ferocious beast corpses. The corpses rotted, turning into nourishment for the Tree of Life to absorb. The Tree of Life before Xiaochen did not have any obvious changes to its size. However, its color was several times brighter, and the fluorescence of its leaves was even more intense and piercing. A group of black star sawtooth sharks surrounded that Tree of Life, crying out softly like they were praying. The sound waves caused the Tree of Life to sway. The leaves swayed, and drops of silver sap fell from the sea like motes of light. Then, those black star sawtooth sharks opened their mouths and swallowed the silver juice mixed with seawater. No wonder the black star sawtooth sharks were born with the strength of a primal core cultivator. Eating the life juice source was like eating snacks, continuously strengthening their bloodline. It would be strange if their descendants were not strong. However, such a method was outdated and wasteful. It did not bring out the life juice source's effects to the greatest. He simply swallowed it savagely without refining it at all. Suddenly, Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He understood. Only these trees of life that had received special care could obtain pure life juice source. That must be the case. The color of this life juice source is much denser than outside. Furthermore, it is pure silver. However, with so many black star sawtooth sharks guarding it, Xiaochen did not dare to act rashly. Wait. Xiaochen's mental state was very good. He did not let his emotions get flustered as he waited calmly. Finally, the opportunity came. After 15 minutes, these black star sawtooth sharks left in satisfaction, leaving only one black star sawtooth shark guarding it. Xiaoqun looked around and somewhat understood. The structure of this black star sawtooth shark tribe was made up of small groups of black star sawtooth sharks. Every similar group of sharks should be guarding a tree of life that could release pure life juice source. With this thought, Xiaoqun rejoiced in his heart. This time he had struck it big. With a casual look, Xiaoqun discovered at least 20 such groups. The amount of life juice that he could obtain would be extremely horrifying. After calming down, Xiaoqun executed the fish dragon art and silently swam over. Bang! Suddenly, without any warning, a huge force assaulted Xiaoqun. A heavy object struck Xiaoqun, and his internal organs immediately churned. Intense pain spread throughout his entire body and he flew back. I was discovered? Horror immediately spread in Xiaoqun's heart, causing it to beat faster. Xiaoqun, who had already thought of a way out, prepared to flee immediately. However, from a distance, he discovered that the black star sawtooth shark only flipped around casually. Then it found a comfortable spot and landed against a tree trunk. Xiaoqun heaved a sigh of relief. That had truly frightened him earlier. He had been dancing on the edge of a knife. He was not a match for any mature black star sawtooth shark, what more a large tribe with thousands of them. Xiaoqun's expression turned even more cautious. It was just a casual flip, but one tail swing already contained such great force. Xiaoqun wondered how horrifying it would be when it got angry. This time Xiaoqun was even more careful. Finally, he successfully approached that special tree of life. Then he quickly swam upstream, putting some distance between him and the black star sawtooth sharks under the tree trunk. As Xiaoqun swam upwards, he suddenly discovered that at some point in time, the surrounding leaves were covered in dense silver life juice source granules. As he swam upwards, Xiaoqun suddenly discovered that at some point in time, the surrounding leaves were densely packed with silver life juice source granules. Because no one had extracted the high-quality tree of life juice source, it had already seeped out. Those black star sawtooth sharks were praying below to shake the leaves and make the life juice source granules fall by themselves. What a waste! Xiaoqun shook his head and smiled. However, this was a good waste benefiting him. Actually, Xiaoqun did not know that this fluorescent tree was a divine item in the black star sawtooth shark tribe. It could not even be touched. Xiaoqun made a cut with his dagger and juice immediately seeped out. Then he quickly took out a jade bottle and caught it. This time, the silver juice continuously flowed into the jade bottle. Xiaoqun quickly took out a jade bottle and caught it. In just a short while, the juice had filled up by several dozen kilograms. Furthermore, it was still flowing in, causing Xiaoqun to rejoice. After 250 kilograms, the speed at which the juice flowed out slowed down. Furthermore, a turbid substance appeared. Xiaoqun understood something. It looked like this tree of life might look huge, but it actually did not have much pure juice. It required a period of accumulation. After the pure juice flowed out, it would turn into a turbid liquid. However, this was enough. However, there were still 20-odd such special trees of life waiting for him. After Xiaoqun sealed the cut, he immediately changed targets to save time. The drain on his veritable essence energy was somewhat horrifying. There was a limit to what he could do at the bottom of the sea, so he needed to move quickly. Slowly, Xiaoqun discovered that he really did not have enough time. When Xiaoqun collected 10 such trees of life, he discovered that his veritable essence energy was insufficient. He could stay at the bottom of the sea for only 1 hour. Am I going to leave just like that? Xiaoqun's harvest was already very large. Based on his initial estimates, he had obtained at least 2.5 tons of silver life juice source. Furthermore, none of it contained any impurities. However, Xiaoqun looked towards the center of the black star sawtooth shark nest. There was an exceptionally different tree of life there. Even more black star sawtooth sharks surrounded the tree of life. That was the tree of life that belonged to the tribe leader. Chapter 16:14. After collecting so much life juice source, Xiaoqun already had a good understanding of the black star sawtooth shark tribe's composition. The topmost chief had the best tree of life. Below him were the 20-odd black star sawtooth sharks, which were similar to sect elders, who had slightly inferior trees of life. Needless to say, the sap released by the High Chieftain's tree of life had to be the best of the best. In fact, it might even be several levels higher than that. It was extremely tempting. With only 1 hour left, there were still 10 silver trees of life. Clearly, he would not be able to collect them. At most, he would be able to collect one before leaving. Should he use this final bit of time to save for the silver tree of life or take a risk? He could not make up his mind. 3 seconds later, Xiaoqun made up his mind. He would play it safe and leave directly. Today's harvest was already great enough. 2,500 kilograms of silver life juice source did not contain any impurities. However, just as Xiaochen was about to leave, the nearby seawater suddenly surged intensely. A strong, suffocating aura came from below the largest tree of life. This startled Xiaochen. He tightly grabbed onto the branches of the tree, not daring to leak out any aura. This aura felt completely unblockable. Xiaochen closed his eyes and entered a state of suspended animation. After a long time, when he felt that aura leave, Xiaochen woke up automatically. When he opened his eyes, he saw a black star sawtooth shark several kilometers long swimming slowly in the distance. While it looked like it was moving forward slowly, it was actually moving extremely fast, quickly distancing itself from the black star sawtooth shark's nest. Why did the chief leave? Just as Xiaochen was about to give up, the black star sawtooth shark chief, who was strong enough to casually kill him, suddenly left the nest. Although Xiaochen did not understand why it was normal, could not possibly stay there and not move. Xiaochen checked his veritable essence energy. The veritable essence energy shield, which could last for 1 hour, could only last for 15 minutes now. There was still a slight chance. However, should he gamble? Gamble. The blood flowing in Xiaochen's body gave him the courage to never lack. Once he made up his mind, he didn't want to waste any more time. He silently executed the fish dragon art. Before those huge black star sawtooth sharks, Xiaochen was as unremarkable as you. As he swam, the ripples in the water were almost negligible. For Xiaochen to be able to move freely among the black star sawtooth sharks without being discovered, aside from being cautious, he also had the Buddhist pendant to conceal his life aura. The most crucial thing was the fish dragon art. This movement technique was very helpful to Xiaochen in the water. If it were anyone else trying to move as fast as Xiaochen in the water, the black star sawtooth shark would definitely notice the commotion. To others, Xiaochen's actions were something that even a peak major primal core cultivator would not dare to imagine. Hot blood coursed through his veins. It had been a long time since Xiaochen had experienced this kind of thrilling adventure where he danced on the edge of life and death. Amidst the nervousness and caution, there was also a little excitement. I arrived. Without using much time, Xiaochen successfully avoided the black star sawtooth sharks guarding below and arrived at the largest tree of life. Xiaochen gently pushed off the tree branch and continuously leaped up. When he found a height far away from the black star sawtooth sharks below, he stopped. At this moment, Xiaochen was extremely nervous. However, he still maintained his calm as he methodically took out his dagger. Dang! A soft clang rang out. To Xiaochen's surprise, he did not manage to stab the dagger in. How troublesome! This scene was within Xiaochen's expectations. However, the hope that he had harbored at first was now dashed. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and touched the tree bark. He felt confident that if he infused his great Tao energy into it, he should be able to cut it open. However, he was currently in the center of the black star sawtooth shark's nest. If he used his great Tao energy at this moment, he would definitely expose himself and take the initiative to seek death. Time slowly passed. The time left for Xiaochen decreased. He did not have much veritable essence energy left in his dantian. Don't panic. At this moment, Xiaochen's extraordinary mental state was perfectly displayed. He closed his eyes and entered deep thought. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind like sparks flying. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, his hands quickly formed hand seals. Magic energy burned in his sea of consciousness as he executed the life bestowal spell in an instant. Whoosh! A Jiao snake suddenly appeared in the seawater, perfectly imitating Senior Jiao Snake's aura. The instant it appeared, it attracted the attention of all the black star sawtooth sharks. Rumble. Suddenly, a foreign ferocious beast appeared in the nest. How could this be? No sea creature would allow such a situation to happen. Loud rumbling rang out continuously. The sediment at the bottom of the sea, as well as all sorts of remains, surged up with the huge waves. All the black star sawtooth sharks rushed towards that Jiao snake, roaring ferociously as all sorts of auras surged out. As of this moment, the situation in the seawater was extremely complicated. Right now there was only 1 second. Xiaochen brought out his great Tao energy and infused it into the dagger. Kasie. It entered. Just as Xiaochen expected, he infused his great Tao energy and easily stabbed the dagger in, creating a cut. Chi. Immediately, golden juice flowed out of the tree. It's golden. Xiaochen revealed joy on his face. Indeed, the quality was much higher. The Jiao snake puppet did not last for long. The moment it appeared, it was instantly killed. However, after the chaos passed, Xiao Qin successfully scattered his great Tao energy, dodging this calamity. Alright, that's enough. I can't be greedy anymore. After collecting only 5 kilograms, Xiao Qin rationally chose to give up. At this moment he could leave calmly. 5 kilograms of the highest quality life origin source was already heaven-defying in value. One had to stop while one was ahead. In the midst of a fervent adventure, one had to maintain their final bit of rationality. Boom. However, just as Xiao Qin put away the jade bottle and was about to leave, the aura that made him feel suffocated and forced him to fake his death appeared again. It was the chief of the Black Star Sawtooth Sharks. The earlier commotion made the Sawtooth Shark King, who had gone out, return. Whoosh. Xiao Qin immediately paled. How can I leave? If I leave at this moment, I will definitely be discovered by that Sawtooth Shark King. Xiao Qin already felt the other party's gaze fixed on the Tree of Life. However, as the target was too large, it did not discover Xiao Qin for now. However, once it moved, it would be hard to say. A huge pressure bore down on Xiao Qin. The seawater pushed forward in the direction that the Sawtooth Shark King came from. Bang! Xiao Qin lost control of his body, and the seawater pushed him against the tree. It's here. The Sawtooth Shark King looked like it was moving slowly. However, in reality, it moved extraordinarily fast, arriving below the Tree of Life in a few breaths. Then it swept its gaze towards the Tree of Life. The target was too small. The Sawtooth Shark King did not immediately discover Xiao Qin, who was blocked by the tree branches. However, the Sawtooth Shark King still did not feel assured. Its strong mental energy turned into visible yellow light waves radiating out in all directions in the water. It didn't take long for the chief of the Sawtooth Sharks to inspect the entire nest. The water stopped squirming. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was above the Sawtooth Shark King. Whoosh! After the yellow light covered the entire nest, it suddenly shrank, wrapping around the bottom of the Tree of Life and continuing to spread upwards. We are in big trouble. Xiao Qin's expression changed dramatically. The light that represented the Sawtooth Shark King's mental energy kept rising, like a death knell. At the moment of life and death, Xiao Qin moved at lightning speed. He stabbed the dagger in the tree and quickly drew a circle. Then he thrust the 5 fingers of his left hand deep into the center of the circle. Intense pain came. Xiao Qin felt many wood shavings stabbing into his fingertips. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and the intense pain was unbearable. A look of determination flashed on Xiao Qin's face. At this moment he thought about many things. Why did he put in so much effort? Why was he willing to risk his life? Many scenes flashed in his mind. During the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, his old friends who died one by one, the many lucky survivors of the Dragon's Gate, the anticipation of the old dragon horse in the Blue Dragon Palace, and Lu Ryue, who was definitely waiting for him. I have to become stronger. Kasie. Xiao Qin forcefully pulled out the entire piece of wood. It was a conical piece of wood. Without thinking too much, Xiao Qin entered the tree hole in a flash. Then he used his dagger to cut off the tip of the conical piece of wood before filling it in. After Xiao Qin did all this smoothly, the yellow light soon covered the entire area. Then, it continued to spread upwards. I was not discovered. Chapter 16:15. The yellow light extended to the top of the tree and then to the roots. The Sawtooth Shark Chief relaxed and stopped checking. Originally, he had only done this for the sake of caution. Anyone who dared to come to the Sawtooth Shark nest and steal the life source would die even if a Cloud Sea powerhouse came. Furthermore, this place was not that easy to come to. It would be extremely difficult for a strong Cloud Sea powerhouse to hide their aura. However, after running back and forth, the Sawtooth Shark Chief was no longer in the mood to go out to hunt for food. Instead, it lay down under the tree and rested. The tree hole was pitch dark. Xiao Qin did not even dare to breathe loudly. Xiao Qin had luckily escaped the Sawtooth Shark Chief's pursuit. However, he could not relax as his veritable essence energy was nearly drained. In the final strike, Xiao Qin had relied on the strength of his physical body to stab his fingers into the tree. However, he had exhausted most of his vital chi in that instant. If not for his vital chi merging with his veritable essence energy, he would not have been able to stab his fingers in. Even so, he was still in incredible pain, tired and fatigued. The tree hole was not very large. In the darkness, Xiao Qin squatted down. Furthermore, he had to seal the hole in place. This position was extremely uncomfortable. While it looked like he was safe, in reality he was trapped here. His veritable essence energy and vital chi were all drained. Not to mention making a move, just the starry seawater would corrode his physical body. Xiao Qin could only slowly recover and wait for the Sawtooth Shark Chief to come out again before leaving. What is this? Why is it so sticky? Suddenly Xiao Qin felt a rather viscous liquid dripping down from his head. Unknowingly, a thick layer of it had accumulated under his feet. When he stepped on it he could clearly feel it. Xiao Qin reached out and touched some of it. Then he brought it before his eyes. It was juice, the highest quality golden life source juice. What a waste. Xiao Qin opened his right hand, and a suction came from his palm. All the golden life source juice in the tree hole was sucked in. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well refine all this golden life juice source. He wanted to see what miraculous effects the highest quality life juice source had. As the golden life juice source seeped into his palm, it melted into his blood and flowed through his entire body. Xiao Qin instantly felt refreshed. The wounds and pain on his fingers healed quickly. A warm current flowed through Xiao Qin's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. His dispirited and weak spirit was swept away, and he was immediately filled with vigor. This greatly startled Xiao Qin, somewhat surprised. He had not expected the highest quality golden juice source to have such an immediate effect. Interesting. Xiao Qin's lips curled up in a smile. The natural life juice source in this narrow space gave him an excellent space to recover. Closing his eyes, Xiao Qin temporarily forgot about everything and devoted himself to refining the life juice source. As the golden juice seeped out, Xiao Qin slowly refined and absorbed it. The warmth in his body grew stronger and stronger. Finally, his entire body felt hot and scalding. After a while, all the bones and flesh in Xiao Qin's body, including his limbs and internal organs, seemed to endure the pressure of a great desolate Yin life form. Even though Xiao Qin already cultivated the early-stage Blue Dragon War body, he felt intense pain and pressure. However, at the same time he also felt his physique slowly being cleansed, undergoing a sublimation. The blood in Xiao Qin's body surged even more intensely. He felt very hungry. The blue dragon bloodline in his blood was like a huge, greedy dragon. Xiao Qin's appetite was huge, continuously absorbing the golden juice source. However, it was still not enough. The scarlet dragon seal in his dantian, which had not moved for a long time, actually started pulsing at this moment. It was like the heart of a huge dragon, thumping non-stop. The whirlpool that Xiao Qin created with his veritable essence energy in his palm suddenly spun rapidly. A surge of energy rushed out of his bloodline uncontrollably. That was because it despised Xiao Qin for absorbing too slowly, so it could not resist taking action. Whoosh, whoosh. The golden juice source, which had fallen naturally, flowed down rapidly under the suction of this horrifying whirlpool. Soon the hole was filled with the golden juice source. Xiao Qin's entire body was submerged in it. The speed at which his bloodline absorbed the golden juice source also increased. At this moment Xiao Qin could no longer control it. Half a day passed. Xiao Qin felt that his physique had undergone a clear metamorphosis and improvement. Every inch of his flesh, blood, and bones contained strong energy and life force. His 5 senses and 6 senses were even sharper. Compared to before, his entire body felt like it had undergone a complete transformation, becoming brand new. More importantly, the blue dragon bloodline in his blood became even purer and denser under the refinement of this life juice source. Xiao Qin still did not understand the benefits of this. However, he had a vague feeling that it would bring him a huge pleasant surprise in the future. At this moment, the berserk energy in his bloodline had already stabilized. It seemed to have reached a certain saturation point. Limited by Xiao Qin's cultivation, he could no longer continue absorbing the golden life juice source. If this continued, Xiao Qin could not guarantee that his physical body would not explode on its own. Xiao Qin had already returned to his peak state. Although his cultivation had not increased, Xiao Qin knew that he had undergone a complete transformation. He had completely stabilized his cultivation at the half-step primal core realm. Furthermore, breaking through the bottleneck of the primal core realm was just a matter of time. Many people would be stuck at the bottleneck of the primal core realm for 10 years, 100 years, or even their entire lives. However, this fortuitous encounter allowed Xiao Qin to advance to the primal core realm much earlier. Furthermore, his foundation became even firmer, completely eliminating the hidden dangers of Xiao Qin absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and the 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy. My bloodline seems to have an innate, irresistible attraction to this life juice source. Now that the danger was temporarily resolved, Xiao Qin thought about something else. Although he could no longer absorb the life juice source now, this golden life juice source was invaluable. He should collect as much as he could. With this thought, Xiao Qin repeated the same trick, taking the initiative to drive the power of his bloodline and form a whirlpool in his palm. Immediately, the golden life juice source spewed out again from above and below. Indeed it works. Xiaoqun revealed joy on his face. He took out a jade bottle with a large storage space with his left hand and happily collected it. This golden tree of life had an exceptionally large amount of pure life juice source. For the other silver trees of life, Xiaoqun could collect at most 400 kilograms of it before it became impure. However, now that Xiaoqun had collected close to 500 kilograms, there was still no impure liquid. Rumble? However, just at this moment something strange happened. Xiaoqun felt the trunk of the tree of life shake violently. The entire tree of life shook endlessly, kicking up horrifying undercurrents that shook the sawtooth sharks in the nest uncontrollably. Cassie! Cassie! The roots of the tree of life rose from the seabed one by one. The 3-kilometer-tall tree of life started running in the water. It turned out that this tree of life was already somewhat psychic. It could feel its blood rapidly withering, but it did not know what was happening. Its instinctive reaction was to leave this place. Xiaoqun's body shook endlessly, unable to maintain his balance. He wanted to go out, but when he sensed it with his spiritual sense, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to think about it. Crazed black star sawtooth sharks surrounded the tree of life in all directions, not understanding what was going on. The tree of life was the divine item of their race. This was especially so for this golden tree of life. It was a god among gods, something that they worshipped. In ancient times, many savage races had a stubborn pursuit of faith. Now, this tribe of black star sawtooth sharks was like that savage race, all going crazy. They surrounded the tree of life, roaring in panic. However, they did not know what was going on. They did not dare to rush forward, afraid of injuring the tree of life. They could only surround it and swim forward as it did. Xiaoqun, who was in the tree of life, was somewhat stupefied. He had not expected the matter to blow up so much. If it went out now, it would probably be torn apart by this group of enraged black star sawtooth sharks, not even leaving scraps behind. I have to get the tree of life to float up. Only then will I have a chance of survival. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaoqun's eyes. In for a penny, in for a pound. He continued to frantically collect life juice source. After killing this tree of life, it would naturally float up. Chapter 16:16. After making up his mind to take a risk, Xiaoqun stopped thinking about anything else. Xiaoqun quickly collected the golden life juice source. His surroundings did not change much. The group of black star sawtooth sharks seemed to have gone crazy, surrounding the tree of life and roaring continuously. As if his stamina couldn't be depleted at all, the clan head in the lead looked extremely anxious. It could sense that the tree of life's aura was weakening bit by bit, and it couldn't help but grow even more anxious. Since ancient times, the tree of life had been a godlike existence to their tribe. If it were to suddenly collapse, it would be like how some humans lost their faith. The consequences would be unpredictable. There were several times that he wanted to pull the tree of life back, but out of respect for it, he didn't dare to touch it. He could only follow behind it. The script was similar to what Xiaoqun expected. As more and more of the life juice source was absorbed, the life juice source disappeared. That gigantic tree of life slowly floated up from the bottom of the starry sea. When it finally emerged from the water, the group of black star sawtooth sharks also surfaced. The several hundred black star sawtooth sharks went berserk, creating huge waves on the starry sea. It looked like a terrifying storm. Xiaoqun, who was in the tree, had already collected 1,000 kilograms of life juice source. However, when he looked at his surroundings, he could not bring himself to smile. In such a situation, the moment Xiaoqun poked his head out, he would immediately be torn apart and eaten by this group of black star sawtooth sharks. There would be no second path for them to take if they were to die without leaving even their dregs. What should I do? The life juice source in the tree hole was no longer pure. Xiaoqun stopped collecting it, his expression clearly troubled. In this kind of situation he really had no idea at all. He couldn't show his head at all. He could only wait for the tree of life to die completely. Then he would see if these black star sawtooth sharks would leave. However, even if the tree died, this group of black star sawtooth sharks would probably not leave. They would think of a way to drag the tree back to their nest. Moreover, if the tree of life died and its bark's defenses weakened, the starry sea would corrode it, exposing him. No matter how he thought about it, the current situation did not seem optimistic. Suddenly Xiaoqun felt a disturbance. The life aura of the tree of life, which had been dropping all this time, suddenly stopped and started to slowly rise. Xiaoqun quickly released his spiritual sense and saw that the tree of life floating on the sea had tens of thousands of complicated roots and branches. Like tentacles, they all pierced into the body of the black star sawtooth shark chief, absorbing its flesh and blood to replenish itself. Surprisingly, the chief of the Black Star Sawtooth Shark tribe, an existence with heaven-defying strength, did not resist. This scene shocked Xiaochen for a moment. In the blink of an eye he understood. These trees of life grew by relying on the prey that the Black Star Sawtooth Sharks brought. Relying on absorbing the flesh and blood of the chief of the Sawtooth Sharks to sustain his life, it made sense. However, this group of Black Star Sawtooth Sharks were normally savage and ferocious. Unexpectedly, they would go crazy for the so-called divine item. In Xiaochen's opinion, it was more or less not worth it. Of course, all of this wasn't the main point. The main point was that his current situation didn't look optimistic. Half a day later, the aura of the Black Star Sawtooth Shark chief had already weakened significantly. However, its aura still gave off waves of horrifying might. On the contrary, the Tree of Life had completely stabilized, and its life aura was rising bit by bit. Over the Starry Sea, a flat, sea-blue merchant ship traveled on the sea and arrived in this region. Black Star Sawtooth Sharks? Heavens! A tribe of Black Star Sawtooth Sharks. Quickly go around. Go around. Several dozen figures appeared on the ship. None of them had low cultivations. With one glance, it was clear that they were not the ship's guards. However, with just one glance they quickly hid in the ship. If it were a regular stormy land they could barge their way through. However, there was a group of Black Star Sawtooth Sharks in there. They could only spend some time going around. Following that, some adventuring cultivators and ships passed by this turbulent sea region. When they saw the Black Star Sawtooth Sharks they did not bother to look. Instead they chose to stay far away. However, in this vast grave sea clearly, not everyone feared the Black Star Sawtooth Sharks. There would always be experts. The sky turned dark. A boundless aura tore through the air and pushed back the countless waves under the tremendous aura. Translator, Zephizi editor. Dioquin. As this aura descended, it forcefully suppressed the vast waves that the Black Star Sawtooth Sharks kicked up. Then this aura merged with the surface of the sea. Immediately no more waves appeared. The wind was calm and no waves could be seen. The torrential rain stopped, and the vast sea could be seen clearly. Xiaochen, who was in the tree hole, felt slightly shocked. A late-stage major primal core expert. However, this late-stage major primal core expert was several times stronger than the elders of the Purple Sun City's 3 major sections. This puzzled Xiaochen somewhat. After thinking for a while he understood. The grave sea's spiritual energy was very dense, and the space was of a higher level. The gravity there was also several times that of the outside world. Cultivators who grew up in such an environment were definitely stronger than those in the outside world. It was just like how the Sky Dome Realm's martial sages were like paper before the Kunlun Realm's martial sages. This also proved why an initial stage black-clad Arhat of the Black Lotus Church could kill the 3 elders without being able to retaliate, even though he was only an initial stage black-clad Arhat. Fluorescent tree? Master, is it really the legendary Tree of Life of the Sea? However, doesn't this tree live at the bottom of the sea? A gray-haired old man in a long gray robe passed by this sea area with 2 young men. Without the obstruction of the storm and waves, they could easily see the gargantuan Tree of Life surrounded by the Black Star Sawtooth Sharks. The gray-robed old man entered deep thought, finding it strange as well. He smiled and said, "This fortuitous encounter is really a coincidence. This Tree of Life has lived for at least 10,000 years. The life juice source in its body is probably of the highest quality. However, even if it is not of the highest quality, it is still rare to see." Life juice source? A clear light flashed in the eyes of the 2 youths. The person on the left seemed to have heard of life juice source before. "I heard that when one bathes in this life juice source, it can allow the body to undergo a rebirth. If it is a heaven-defying outstanding talent with a great desolate Aeon bloodline, it would be a tonic among tonics. Its effects would be several times greater." "That's right." The gray-robed old man smiled and said, "Although the 2 of you do not have a great desolate Aeon bloodline, this life juice source will still be of great benefit to you. Even to me it will be extremely beneficial. If the 2 of you can have this life juice source, not to mention anything else, you will be able to achieve a physical body comparable to a primal core venerates within 2 years. Furthermore, the firmer your foundation, the greater your chances of breaking through. Your future accomplishments go without saying." Upon hearing this, the 2 youths appeared somewhat excited. The 2 of them were peak young essence cultivators. It was hard to say when they would reach the half-step primal core stage. With this life juice source, Xiaochen's future became bright. However, the gray-robed old man's next words immediately chilled the hearts of the 2. "However, it is just wishful thinking. The black star sawtooth shark in the middle is as strong as a cloud sea cultivator. The hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks around it are not easy to deal with either. This fortuitous encounter was indeed extremely rare. However, it was still lacking. The two youths revealed extremely dispirited expressions. They even felt like dying. On the other hand, the gray-robed old man revealed a calm expression, very accepting of this. As one grew older, one had seen many things and experienced many things. The gray-robed old man had once seen an ancient sex Tao tool in a forbidden remnant. Many experts had rushed up and died in it. Sometimes, many things were not necessarily yours just because you saw them. That's not right. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man's expression changed slightly. He focused his mental energy in his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, his gaze landed on the black star sawtooth shark chief. The gray-robed old man discovered that the roots of the tree of life were all stabbed into the black star sawtooth shark chief's body. So, that's how it is. A dying tree of life and a cloud sea black star sawtooth shark that only looks impressive. The gray-robed old man revealed a smile. Just as he was about to leave, he changed his mind. A look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Master, what's wrong? The two disciples noticed that something was wrong. The gray-robed old man smiled mysteriously. This fortuitous encounter might really be a fortuitous encounter. I'll send a message to inform my two junior brothers to come over. Chapter 16-17. Inside the tree hole, Xiaochen entered deep thought. After listening to the old man's words, Xiaochen tried to think of a countermeasure. This was an opportunity. However, if he did not grasp it well, he would still end up the same. However, one would die in the mouths of the black star sawtooth sharks, and the other would die in the hands of a sect expert. Actually, there was no difference. The latter might be more miserable, but the former would at least give him a quick death. Xiaochen waited and saw how the old man dealt with this group of black star sawtooth sharks first. Even if the black star sawtooth shark chief only looked impressive, the hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks would not be easy to deal with. Every mature black star sawtooth shark was as strong as an early-stage major primal core realm cultivator. Some were even late-stage major primal core realm cultivators. They were not much weaker than the gray-clad old man. Xiaochen noticed that this old man and two youths were not on a ship. Instead, they were on an oceanic ferocious beast. Based on the appearance of that ferocious beast, it seemed to be a tortoise beast similar to the black tortoise. Clearly it had been tamed. 4 hours later, 2 red dots appeared in the sky. When the red dots got closer, Xiaochen discovered that they were 2 gigantic seabirds with ferocious gazes. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaochen, who was in the tree hole, felt slightly shocked. The sect that the gray-clad old man came from should have a special method to tame ferocious beasts, or a sect that focused on taming ferocious beasts. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 ferocious seabirds stopped on the surface of the sea. As they flapped their wings, they instantly kicked up 1-kilometer-tall waves. A strong wind blew on the surface of the sea, giving off a strange roar. Xiaochen did not recognize these seabirds. They had hook-like claws that flickered with a cold light. Their wings were like sharp scimitars. When they spread their wings, they were like unsheathed blades. The feathers on their bodies were like steel, giving off a metallic luster. Senior brother, what is so urgent that the 2 of us brought the 2 remaining cold steel eagles of the sect over? We put in a lot of effort to convince the sect master. On the seabird, there were 2 old men dressed in similar clothes to the old man, but they seemed to be slightly younger, who spoke. The gray-clad old man smiled and spread out his aura again. Then he forcefully quelled the storm caused by the black star sawtooth sharks. Black star sawtooth sharks. That is, fluorescent tree, the ocean tree of life. The eyes of the 2 old men on the cold steel eagles immediately lit up. They instantly understood what the gray-clad old man meant. The gigantic tree of life was thousands of meters long, floating above the sea. Xiaochen hid very well in the insignificant tree hole. As Xiaochen looked at the 2 cold steel eagles, he felt somewhat doubtful. Could 2 cold steel eagles deal with a group of black star sawtooth sharks? However, in the next moment his doubts were solved. He now knew that the seabirds that could fly in the starry sea were all overlords of the sea. The black star sawtooth shark was so strong that regular late-stage major primal core venerates would not be willing to touch it. But in this world there would always be a natural enemy. That was right. This was the infamous ferocious beast of the grave sea, the cold steel eagle. Its feathers were as sharp as cold steel and its body was like steel. It did not fear the corrosion of the starry sea. One of its tail feathers was said to be invaluable, hard to find. The 2 old men jumped onto the back of the tortoise beast and played a small flute. The melodious and pleasing flute music immediately spread in all directions, echoing over the sea, sounding exceptionally pleasing to the ear. When the flute music rang out, the two cold steel eagles immediately entered a state of combat. The cold steel eagles spread their wings and attacked. Every time the cold steel eagles landed, their claws would leave 6 bloody and miserable wounds on the black star sawtooth shark's body. The cold steel eagle's sharp metal beaks could easily peck through the black star sawtooth shark's skin. More importantly, these cold steel eagles were ice-attributed. When their wounds froze, they could not recover. The cold steel eagles moved as fast as lightning. The black star sawtooth sharks could not catch them at all. Soon, the black star sawtooth sharks howled miserably. Blood quickly dyed the seawater red, and a heavy baleful aura spread in the air. As for the chief of the black star sawtooth sharks, which could pose the greatest threat to the cold steel eagles, it was on its last breath. The tree of life had already sucked away all of its life force, leaving only an empty shell. This was simply a tragedy. The strong black star sawtooth sharks could not retaliate at all, and they all dove into the water. Even so, the black star sawtooth sharks could not truly escape. These cold steel eagles had the ability to dive into the water temporarily. The two cold steel eagles worked together to grab a black star sawtooth shark into the air. The cold steel eagles plunged their metal hooks deep into its flesh and bones. Then the two cold steel eagles flew to the side, and a bloody scene appeared. The black star sawtooth shark was torn apart on the spot, and its blood splattered into the air. This cruel scene was something that even Xiaoqin could not bear to watch. The remaining black star sawtooth sharks no longer dared to show themselves, all diving into the seawater. Suddenly the flute music rose in pitch. The two cold steel eagles folded their wings, and their feathers shot into the water, carrying cold chi. Blood spread out and waves roared at the bottom of the sea. The black star sawtooth shark tribe was utterly terrified, and they fled frantically. The two cold steel eagles achieved a complete victory. After personally witnessing this scene, Xiaoqin understood something. In the future, if he saw any seabirds that could fly in the starry sea, he would have to make a detour. These were the natural overlords of the sea, the starry heavens eagles. The tortoise beast carried the 5 people in the seawater, smiling as it swam towards the huge sea. Xiaoqin, who was in the tree hole, immediately fell into danger. Originally, Xiaoqin was thinking of taking advantage of the chaos to escape while the other party fought the black star sawtooth sharks. However, the earlier battle was one-sided. There was no chance at all. If the other party knew that Xiaoqin emptied out the life source in the tree, he would not be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. The 5 people on the tortoise beast chatted and laughed. Xiaoqin, who was in the tree hole, could even hear some of their conversation. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. When the tortoise beast was only 5 steps away from the tree of life, Xiaoqin braced himself and came out of the tree hole. He revealed a joyful smile as though he had been pardoned. He performed a cupped fist salute and said excitedly, "Junior Xiaoqin thanks seniors for saving my life." Whoosh! The sudden appearance of Xiaoqin startled the 5. Who could have thought that there would be someone among the hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks? However, when the gray-clad old man saw that Xiaoqin was just a half-step primal core cultivator, he immediately revealed a cold smile. "But why are you in this fluorescent tree?" The gray-clad old man demanded softly as he looked coldly at Xiaoqin, radiating might without being angry. Xiaoqin calmed himself and explained unhurriedly, "This junior ship capsized due to the wind and waves. Everyone got separated. I was lucky and ran into this strange tree. However, the black star sawtooth sharks soon surrounded me. Fortunately, seniors made a move and saved me." The gray-clad old man smiled and said, "Your explanation is reasonable and not flustered. You did not dodge my gaze either. It does not look like you are lying. However, do you think that I will believe you?" "I will not." When Xiaoqin heard this, he smiled helplessly. The gray-clad old man was an experienced veteran. It would be impossible for Xiaoqin to use his acting skills to bluff his way out of this. However, it was good that Xiaoqin took the initiative to come out. If he had turned to flee earlier, he would have died at the hands of the 3 late-stage major primal core venerates. When the gray-clad old man saw Xiaoqin's calm appearance, he smiled and said, "Based on your air, you are not a bad person. My beast-governing sect is a righteous sect and will not kill people randomly. Hand over your storage ring and come back with us to the School of Imperial Beasts. After we investigate your identity, we will naturally let you live if you are not someone of the evil path." The gray-clad old man's words were flawless. He handled the situation very well. After living for so long, the gray-clad old man knew that some people could not be killed. He trusted his judgment. This white-clad youth before him had an extraordinary air and did not panic in the face of danger. He was definitely not an ordinary person. If the gray-clad old man could avoid killing, it would be best not to do so. By taking away the other party's storage ring, he would already be able to maximize his benefits. If the other party's seniors wanted to blame him, Xiaochen would be able to advance or retreat freely, preventing the other party from finding an excuse to make things difficult for him. Sorry, this junior cannot accept this condition. Xiaochen immediately rejected. Then he gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. As the three major primal core venerates watched Xiaochen leave, they shook their heads slightly, revealing mocking expressions on their faces. Despite being in the starry sea and having two cold steel eagles by his side, he still dared to flee into the air. That was true, he was very cool. When the flute music rang out, the two cold steel eagles raised their heads slightly, locking their cold eyes on Xiaochen. Then they cried out and spread their wings to take flight. The others climbed up the tree of life and no longer looked at Xiaochen. He was already a dead man. Chapter 16:18. This trip, from collecting the life juice source to now, had been full of twists and turns. However, he did not expect that in the end he would still end up like this. He was truly somewhat unwilling. Little Goldie. Compared to torturing the black star sawtooth shark, this scene looked even more miserable. It was like two ferocious tigers toying with a lamb. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Don't be careless. Be careful not to capsize in a simple task. It was not in vain that he had persevered until now. In life there were many things that seemed impossible, but after persevering to the end, one would realize that there was still a way out. After 100 moves, dozens of saber wounds appeared on Xiaochen's body, and blood oozed out of them. Yes. If Xiaochen could successfully kill this sawtooth shark, not to mention the life juice source, just the sawtooth shark's corpse would be a huge windfall. He had long since become a ghost under the claws of the two cold steel eagles. Whoosh. For the first time, the two cold steel eagles chasing Xiaochen paused for a moment. They spread their wings and glided, doing their best to look into the distance. Two sonic booms came from behind him. Those were the tail feathers of the cold steel eagles. They emitted a biting cold chi as they whizzed over. Noticing this detail, Xiaochen's pupils constricted. He focused his gaze and seemed to have comprehended something. However, they did not dare to take the risk of flying over the water, so they let Xiaochen and Little Yellow Feather come over to support Xiaochen first. This white-robed bladesman has a strong will. To think that he is still struggling. Kacha kacha, the two cold steel eagles spread their wings. Their sharp wings were like giant blades. In the seawater, Xiaochen used his body as a saber, and the two huge sabers crisscrossed and weaved nimbly. Under such circumstances, he would not even have the time to use his trump cards. It was possible that he would be cut in half by one of the cold steel eagles before he could even use any of his trump cards. However, in this vast starry sea, Xiaochen did not know where the tree of life had taken him. The chances of the black cutlass rushing over were slim. When Xiaochen landed on the surface of the sea, he instantly caught up. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he drew his lunar shadow saber. He knew that there was always a way out. Not even for a moment. Immediately, Xiaochen felt the gravity disappear and all sorts of discomfort disappeared. Little Yellow Feather was like an insulator. The gravity in the starry sea was 10 times that of the outside world. Xiaochen's speed and agility were restricted. What kind of bird is this? I have never seen it before. However, it can actually fly freely in the starry sea. Far away, the two cold steel eagles and Xiaochen vanished from the sight of the gray-clad old man and the others. Thank you, little guy. Hurry up and go back. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Seizing this opportunity, he hurriedly healed the various injuries on his body, restoring his physical strength and quintessential essence. If there were only one cold steel eagle, Xiaochen would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Sua's captain medallion was connected to the black cutlass. Xiao Sua's group could use the pirate ship to sense his general location. As for the cold steel eagle's feathers, they were like steel. Only a few scars were left behind, and they were quickly recovering. Never give up. No one knew what would happen until the very last moment. The three elders of the school of imperial beasts flew up at the same time and charged at the chief of the sawtooth sharks. This was not a miracle. It was just a possibility brought about by persistence. That was all. The saber and the wings of the two cold steel eagles exchanged 100 moves in an instant. It gave off a clear and melodious clanging sound, like two weapons clashing against each other. The flute music suddenly stopped. The two old men behind said, "Senior brother, we are already out of range. The flute music can no longer control the cold steel eagles." But that white-robed youth seems to still have one breath left and is still holding on. If not for the high-grade life juice source which allowed Xiao Chen's physical body to undergo a complete transformation and his physique to be reborn, his combat prowess would have increased significantly. However, there was no time for Xiao Chen to think too much. The two cold steel eagles charged over again. Its body was very nimble in the grave sea, where the gravity was 10 times that of the outside world. It was like it was born here. After Xiao Chen's injuries appeared, they continued to worsen. The recovery ability of the Blue Dragon bloodline was very strong. However, it could not withstand this non-stop chase and fight without any time to rest. Who knew Little Yellow Feather did not listen to the old man. It continued to remain in the air, glaring at the two cold steel eagles. The gray-clad old man said with a grave expression, "Naturally, he is not as strong as the Black Star Sawtooth Shark. However, his saber techniques are indeed excellent. This youth is not simple." With such an obstruction, the cold steel eagles caught up to Xiao Chen, who had been in the lead. Ao Jiao's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, stunning him. The two cold steel eagles crisscrossed, looking like complicated and sharp scissors. They formed a dazzling saber light that looked like it would envelop Xiao Chen soon. While the cold steel eagles hesitated, Xiao Chen quickly ran with all his might. Then he somersaulted in the air and landed on Little Yellow Feather. Before the cold steel eagles could catch their breath, the two cold steel eagles followed Xiao Chen amid the flute music. Just as Xiao Chen was about to despair, a golden figure suddenly appeared in the sky in front. The current situation was not optimistic. Without a miracle, death was only a matter of time. The gray-clad old man shook his head. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on the Black Star Sawtooth Shark Chief at the roots of the Tree of Life. "Junior brothers, let's attack together and help it end this." Xiao Chen prayed that the Black Cutlass pirate ship was not too far away and could rush over to provide reinforcements. By relying on the Yazi Beast Demon Soul, he should have a chance to escape. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen recalled that Little Yellow Feather was on the Black Cutlass pirate ship. In that case, the Black Cutlass pirate ship should be nearby. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon tail whip. In an instant, the fish turned into a dragon, materializing the stance of a blue dragon emerging from the sea. To the cold steel eagles, that figure was practically insignificant. Xiao Chen could see Huan Shui getting chopped into countless pieces by the saber. Xiao Chen did not believe in miracles. He only believed in himself. Even if he persisted until the end and still ended up dead, he would still use his full power. Splash! Xiao Chen dove into the water, narrowly dodging the two tail feathers containing boundless killing intent. From the very start, the two cold steel eagles had chased Xiao Chen to the point of suffocation. As the gray-clad old man's two junior brothers said, Xiao Chen was indeed on his last breath. Or rather, he had been on his last breath for a long time. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. The two cold steel eagles did not hesitate to follow Xiao Chen into the water. Splash! Xiao Chen, who had stored up energy, soared out of the sea, reaching several kilometers high. After seeing the cold steel eagles torture the Black Star Sawtooth Shark tribe, Xiao Chen no longer had any desire to fight. He could only do one thing: run. Are you kidding me? Any one of these two cold steel eagles is a major primal core cultivator. When the two work together, their combat prowess will increase explosively. Never mind. There is no need to care about him. Even if I do not control him, it is only a matter of time before the two cold steel eagles kill him. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of joy and could not help laughing softly. Furthermore, the tyrant of the sea, the cold steel eagles, lived in the starry sea. They were naturally agile and as fast as lightning. Dang, dang, dang. When the two cold steel eagles saw Little Yellow Feather appear, they felt an innate fear. At the same time, doubts appeared in their minds. The moment Xiao Chen's figure moved, he knew that he could not escape this calamity. Z. When the tail feathers entered the water, cold chi quickly spread out on the surface of the seawater before turning into a thin layer of ice. Relying on the Blue Dragon War Body's strong physical body and the advantage of the Fish Dragon Arts movement technique, Xiao Chen retreated as he fought. Little Yellow Feather was like a golden flaming meteor. Its speed was even faster than the two cold steel eagles. The aura of a divine beast swept toward Qin Nan along with a scorching heat wave. A sorrowful scene immediately appeared in the vast sea. The two gargantuan cold steel eagles and Xiao Chen, who was several times smaller than them, chased each other in an intense battle. Xiao Chen, Little Yellow Feather, said that it wanted to help you vent your anger and teach these two silly birds a lesson. I really did not raise you for so many years in vain. The two young disciples were slightly startled, showing confused expressions. Ignoring the influence of the starry sea's gravity, the two cold steel eagles instantly charged over, stabbing at Xiao Chen's back as melodious flute music rang out. What I find strange is why he is not dead yet. Could it be that he is even stronger than the black star sawtooth shark? When the 5 people on the Tree of Life saw the scene in the distance, they were shocked as well, temporarily forgetting about their proper business. Chapter 16-19. Sweat trickled down Xiao Chen's forehead. He felt that the sunlight was ridiculously hot, so he raised his head and looked at the sun in the sky. He did not remember Little Yellow Feather being so capable in the past. Xiao Chen felt astonished in his heart. Little Yellow Feather's growth had surpassed his expectations without anyone noticing. Immediately, the sound waves turned into a line extending forward, reaching the ears of the cold steel eagles that were already far away. Damn it! That white-clad youth took all the life juice source. Why does the sun feel so strange today? As the golden light shone, Little Yellow Feather's body blazed with a fierce flame. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw Little Yellow Feather enter its combat state since its rebirth. That's not right. This is just ordinary tree resin. In the entire battle, Little Yellow Feather had only done one thing: get beaten up. The two cold steel eagles looked at Xiao Chen begrudgingly and nodded their heads 3 times. Then they spread their wings and lowered their heads, crouching at Xiao Chen's feet. After that, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that after Little Yellow Feather entered its combat state, the two cold steel eagles actually flapped their wings and retreated. A drop of water fell into the sea, and the surface of the sea became like cotton candy, sinking deeply. In the next moment, the seawater rebounded, kicking up a huge wave. Xiao Chen cautiously pushed off with his feet and landed before the two cold steel eagles. They looked like 2 small buildings standing in front of him. However, aside from that, there was nothing else. Everything was turbid tree resin. Master, there is a tree hole here. Xiao Chen carefully opened his eyes and saw the sun in the sky. This region was incredibly bright, and the sunlight that fell was exceptionally piercing. Whoosh. However, everything had a weakness. Little Yellow Feather was a golden crow holy beast, born in the sun. It was born as a fire holy beast. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the ancestor of playing with fire. Xiao Chen had no choice but to leave this place and watch from afar. Suddenly, 2 mournful cries rang out in the air. Then Little Yellow Feather clawed the air and kicked one of the cold steel eagles into the sea not far from Xiao Chen. A turbid liquid immediately flowed out. The 3 old men frowned at the same time. Fortunately, his injuries weren't too serious. After circulating his energy, he was able to recover. It was this layer of ice that made the cold steel eagle's feathers as sharp, hard, and cold as profound artifacts. At this point, Xiao Chen truly believed Little Yellow Feather's words. He could not help but reveal a smile. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Little Yellow Feather suddenly let out a loud roar. The sunlight fell like snowflakes, swishing down continuously. Uchi. Little Yellow Feather swooped down and landed on the head of one of the cold steel eagles. Returning to the size of a palm, Zhang Xian stepped on the other party proudly. The other side. Forget it, I will go back and explain to the sect leader. This time, I will take full responsibility. They looked more like 2 children who had done something wrong. Gia. Drops of water suddenly appeared on the bodies of the 2 cold steel eagles and fell into the sea. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and a light flashed through his eyes as he came to a sudden realization. Little Yellow Feather spread its wings, and the flames on the sea turned into beams of light that entered its body. The might of a holy beast spread out, scaring the 2 cold steel eagles into trembling, not daring to get up. Everything in the world really countered each other. Who could have thought that the insufferably arrogant cold steel eagles that chased him all over the world would be subdued by Little Yellow Feather? Senior brother, there's no rush. The 2 of us will get the cold steel eagles to bring his corpse over. Before Xiao Chen could think too much, Little Yellow Feather shook him off. Xiao Chen was in disbelief. He asked doubtfully, really? A layer of ice covered the surface of the cold steel eagle's feathers. This was why Xiao Chen's saber had only left a few shallow marks on them. The gray-clad old man's expression changed, looking very interesting. Ah! Xiao Chen Little Yellow Feather said that this is its new underling. Ah! Xiao Chen Little Yellow Feather said that this is its new underling. You are its big brother, which means that you are the big brother of the cold steel eagles. Xiao Chen squinted, feeling a piercing heat wave spreading out uncontrollably. As for the cold steel eagles, they were not injured at all. The 2 youths at the back immediately said happily when they discovered something. Of course, Xiao Chen would not really kick the 2 cold steel eagles. He smiled and said, Little Yellow Feather let them go then. Whoosh! The gray-clad old man's figure flashed and he arrived before the two. The aura of the life juice source lingered in the tree hole. Just at this moment, the previously huge black star sawtooth shark chief sank to the bottom of the sea, leaving behind only a huge skeleton. The well-trained cold steel eagles became restless. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, feeling that something was wrong. What is this? It is extremely turbid. Aside from a wooden fragrance, there is no aura at all. When Xiao Chen saw this, he could not help but laugh. Then he pushed off the ground and prepared to walk over. It seemed to be saying, one for each of us. Let's show off a little. Under Little Yellow Feather's deliberate control, the surrounding temperature rose continuously, making the two cold steel eagles feel very uncomfortable. The three old men worked together to kill the black star sawtooth shark chief, which was already on its last breath. The gray-clad old man thought for a while and figured out the cause and effect. Then he flew into a rage. Little Yellow Feather patted its chest. Then it used its wings to knock on the cold steel eagles' heads 3 times. The surface of the seawater slowly boiled and steam suddenly rose up. The feathers on the cold steel eagles' bodies gave off a flickering golden light. However, that was not the light of feathers but the light of burning flames. Pussy eye. It's ice. A fierce fire immediately blazed on the surface of the sea, covering the surrounding 50 kilometers. The gray-clad old man felt mocked. This time he was in deep trouble. Then, the gray-clad old man landed excitedly on the tree of life and took out a sword. Then he narrowed his eyes, and the sword infused with veritable essence energy stabbed into the tree. The flute music grew increasingly urgent, and the two old men's expressions turned increasingly unsightly. After a long time, the cold steel eagles still did not respond. After a nirvanic rebirth, they can directly use the energy of the sun? After a long time, the gray-clad old man sighed helplessly. He recalled the smile on Xiao Chen's face when he came out. The battle was much easier than Xiao Chen imagined. The cold steel eagles seemed to have met their nemesis, completely suppressed by Little Yellow Feather, who was much weaker than them. What a strong heat wave. Xiao Chen's skin felt scarily hot. Even with his physical body, he could not endure the fiery heat wave from Little Yellow Feather's body. Who knew? Little Yellow Feather chirped at Xiao Chen and pointed at the other cold steel eagle with its wings. Then it flapped its wings repeatedly, raising its head proudly. A shocking scene appeared in the air. 2 cold steel eagles. The 2 cold steel eagles were chased by the much smaller golden crow in the air. Then Little Yellow Feather kicked the other cold steel eagle down and landed on the first one. It landed on the body of the first one, and just as it got up, it fell down again. The 2 cold steel eagles lowered their heads, no longer as ferocious and tyrannical as when they chased after Xiao Chen or killed the black star sawtooth shark. This amused Ao Jiao, causing her to laugh endlessly. Just like this, the 2 cold steel eagles carried Xiao Chen and Little Yellow Feather far away, meeting up with the Black Cutlass pirate ship that was rushing over. The 2 cold steel eagles immediately turned obedient, no longer bothering with the flute music. Although the cold steel eagles looked ordinary, water droplets with startling energy continuously fell from their bodies. Loud rumbles resounded, and huge waves surged endlessly on the surface of the sea. One of them had an extremely unsightly expression as he said, "Senior brother, the cold steel eagles are out of control." An old man bent down, tapped a drop, and said after carefully examining it. Little Yellow Feather on the cold steel eagle's head flapped its wings like it was waving its fingers. Then it opened its beak and chirped non-stop. Without paying attention, Xiao Chen closed his eyes in pain, feeling like he had been burned by a flame. Clearly this was not ordinary ice. When ordinary ice melted into water, how could it bring out such might? Whoosh! Pah! As the flames burned on the surface of the sea, the cold steel eagle cried out in pain, sounding very miserable. It's done. Little Yellow Feather wants you to go and kick these 2 silly birds. Ao Jiao's relaxed laughter rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The 2 junior brothers immediately took out their flutes and started playing. Gulp. Chapter 1620. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen saw the Black Cutlass pirate ship rushing over from the cold steel eagle. Xiao Sua and the others stood at the bow of the ship. When they saw the 2 cold steel eagles flying over, they all paled in fright. The cold steel eagles were a bona fide tyrant of the sea. Just as the group was about to turn around, they discovered something off. Someone on the cold steel eagle waved at them. "It's the captain, big brother Xiao Chen." Fei exclaimed joyfully after she saw clearly with her sharp eyes. Xiao Sua rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "Damn, it's really him." How did he subdue 2 cold steel eagles when he was collecting life juice source? When Xiao Qin landed on the pirate ship, he quickly ordered Xiao Sua to turn around. By now, the beast governing sex people should have already discovered something wrong. After suffering such a great loss, he had to be careful if he ran into them in the future. Half a day later, the beast governing sex people still had not found them. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. He had managed to avoid this calamity. Captain, the pirate ship has been at the bottom of the sea for too long. Many parts are severely corroded. Some parts are even damaged. Its speed, defense, and performance are not in their best condition. Xiao Sua came over and reported to Xiao Chen on the ship's current condition. That made sense. A school of black star sawtooth sharks dragged the ship around the bottom of the sea. Even with the protection of formations, it would be hard to avoid damage. Is there no way to repair it? Xiao Chen asked when he raised his head. Logically speaking, the ship would definitely have a specialized mechanic. Furthermore, the crew members had a deep understanding of the ship's structure and a certain degree of repairability. It is a simple problem. We can make do with it. However, we are all amateurs when it comes to certain things. The workmanship of the pirate ship is very complicated. It involves formations, refining, structural principles, metal theory, and many other things. Xiao Sua smiled bitterly and shook his head as he explained. Xiao Qin now understood. He had indeed oversimplified things. Xiao Sua suggested, "We need to make a trip to the Pirate Alliance or some large port to find specialized people to repair it. That's all we can do." The journey was delayed again. Xiao Qin felt helpless and sighed softly. The main purpose of this trip was to avoid the pursuit of the Black Lotus Church and go to the sect where Yi Zifeng was. The journey was extremely long. Let's put this topic aside for now. Xiao Sua, distribute 50 kilograms of life juice source to everyone. Xiao Qin took out 50 kilograms of silver life juice source and handed it to Xiao Sua for him to distribute to the many crew members on the warship. Life juice source. What a pure life juice source. It is silver. This is a superior grade life juice source. The crew members of the pirate ship were extremely excited and overjoyed. The life juice source was worth cities. Its effects went without saying. It was not something these crew members could enjoy. In fact, it would be hard for them to even see it. However, today not only did Xiao Qin see it, but he even got a share of the life juice source. His joy was naturally indescribable. "Captain, you really collected the life juice source." Xiao Sua looked at Xiao Qin incredulously, filled with respect. Xiao Qin dared to take the risk in the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. Just this courage alone was convincing. To think that Xiao Qin really managed to obtain the life juice source. Xiao Qin nodded. Then he looked at Xiao Sua, Luonan, and Fei. "Come with me." After entering the captain's quarters and verifying that there was no one else, Xiao Qin took out 150 kilograms of golden life juice source and distributed it to the three. As Xiao Sua's cultivation was higher, he could absorb more, so he gave him an extra 25 kilograms. This is too precious. Captain, we cannot take it." Right. Just give us the silver life juice source. Captain, you should use this for yourself. 50 kilograms per person is too much. We simply cannot afford it. Xiao Sua, Fei and Luonan were all stunned. The silver life juice source was already shocking enough for them. Who could have imagined that after Xiao Qin entered, he would give them the golden life juice source? They had never heard of it before. It could be imagined that its rarity and preciousness had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. What was even more unexpected was that Xiao Qin was willing to take out so much golden life juice source for them to use. This was simply unimaginable. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Take it. My harvest on this trip is greater than you can imagine. Since you are following me, naturally I will not mistreat you. If you become stronger, you will be of greater help to me." After dismissing all their worries, the three excitedly put away the golden life juice source and rushed back to absorb and refine it. Needless to say, after absorbing this life juice source, the ordinary crew members Xiao Sua and Luonan would experience a qualitative breakthrough. The three walked out of the captain's quarters and arrived at the pirate ship's observation deck. Then Xiao Qin waved his hand, and little yellow feather came down with the cold steel eagles. Xiao Qin smiled and took out the golden life juice source, feeding it to the 2-meter-long cold steel eagles. Following this, the 2-meter-long cold steel eagles still had great use. He needed them to hunt ferocious beasts to replenish the immemorial demon soul formation. Xiao Qin needed to light up a pearl quickly to strengthen the Yazi beast demon soul. At that time, the combat prowess of the entire pirate ship would increase significantly. As for little yellow feather, it sniffed the golden life juice source and drank it like it was water. It even shook its head to indicate that it did not taste good. Little Yellow Feather did not react at all. This made Xiao Chen's heart ache, wasting a significant amount of life juice source. This was because Little Yellow Feather was a pure-blooded golden crow, a holy beast. It was a holy beast equal to a pure-blooded blue dragon. Its level of life was already as high as it could get. Of course, the life juice source was useless to it. All it needed was time to grow slowly. Then it would occasionally recall the memories its seniors left in its bloodline. Its strength could grow rapidly without any bottlenecks. There was no need to cultivate. In the end, its strength would even break through the sky. It was an innate existence that made people envious. However, Xiao Chen also found this strange. Back then, he had found that golden crow egg under the longevity tree in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Could the Sky Dome Immortal Lord have purposely left it behind to give Xiao Chen a helper in this epoch? Of course, there could be other reasons as well. 3 days later, Xiao Chen bathed in the golden life juice source a few more times. His physical body underwent a constant cleansing, and his physique continuously improved. He vaguely felt a strong energy rushing through his blood as it flowed in his body. Xiao Chen's body became firmer, and his originally thin blue dragon bloodline became much denser. After refining and absorbing close to 250 kilograms of golden life juice source, Xiao Chen discovered that his physical body had also gradually adapted to the harsh environment of the Starry Sea. His speed and movement technique had already recovered to half the standard of the outside world, making him feel very gratified. In the future, when he met the Cold Steel Eagles, he would not have to waste them like that. Of course, the Cold Steel Eagles were already his pets. Right now, my physical body is already among the best among the primal core venerates in the Grave Sea. Major primal core venerates are not much stronger than me. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, feeling his entire body fill with energy. However, to his surprise, the greatest change brought about by the life juice source was not him. Instead, it was Luo Nan and Fei. These two's physical bodies did not seem to have absorbed any precious natural treasures before. The effect of the life juice source was a true rebirth, a heaven-defying change of fate. The two had successfully broken through the Yang Essence stage and reached the half-step primal core realm, becoming several levels stronger. When Xiao Chen learned of this, he was stunned at first. Then he understood. Everyone's body had a resistance to medicine. The first time one consumed a natural treasure, the effects would definitely be the best. Furthermore, their cultivations were not high, and their accumulations were not as deep as Xiao Chen's. It was reasonable for them to have such a fortuitous encounter. Xiao Sua's improvement was also gratifying. He successfully advanced to peak minor primal core realm under the influence of the life juice source. Under the influence of the life juice source, Xiao Sua's physique continuously strengthened, cleansing it several times. Now, his combat prowess was no weaker than a primal core venerate who grew up in the Grave Sea. The effects of the highest quality life juice source were truly startling. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. After a year or so, the follow-up effects of the life juice source would gradually show. The combat prowess of the entire crew of the ship would increase significantly. So, Xiao Chen took out some of the life juice source, making Xiao Sua and the others feel extremely grateful. "Captain, we will arrive at the nearest pirate alliance in another 7 days, Xiao Sua reported. After a round of consolidation, Xiao Sua's aura was even denser than before. His strength had increased significantly. At that time we can ask around and find out which sect this senior Yi Zifeng is in. Captain can also take the opportunity to take part in the test and raise your rank." Xiao Sua suggested to Xiao Chen. After a captain raises his rank, there will be many benefits and many privileges in the Pirate Alliance. Chapter 1621. Xiao Sua's suggestion made Xiao Chen sink into deep thought. To be honest, he did not intend to be a pirate for the rest of his life. Xiao Chen's goal was very clear and had never changed. He wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City. He wanted to meet Lu Ryue and become the Dragon Emperor, reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline. If Xiao Chen got too deeply involved in the Pirate Alliance, it would be difficult for him to escape in the future. We'll see. Right now, the overall performance of the Black Cutlass is comparable to a 3-star pirate ship. There is no need to rush for now. Xiao Sua was slightly disappointed when he heard this. He could tell that Xiao Chen was not interested in this. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Sua and said softly, "Sooner or later I will leave. I will return this ship to you. Don't give up on what you once held on to." "However, big brother, I have already sworn to follow you for the rest of my life," Xiao Sua said sincerely with a slightly nervous expression. Xiao Chen smiled. "Don't think too much. Following me doesn't mean that you have to follow me all the time. I believe that sooner or later, you will have the ability to take charge and become a 9-star pirate or even a pirate king. Xiao Sua smiled in embarrassment. He did not take Xiao Sua's word seriously. Being a 9-star pirate was already out of his reach, not to mention a pirate king. 6 days later. The Black Cutlass pirate ship slowed down in the Grave Sea, slowly approaching the Pirate Alliance on the sea map. In the captain's cabin. Xiaoqin opened his eyes. His physical body had been cleansed by the golden life juice source again. There was no more room for improvement. Compared to before he refined the life juice source, his physique had already undergone a qualitative leap. Right now, Xiaoqin's physical body was already comparable to that of a major primal core cultivator. It was not much stronger. Of course, the major primal core venerates here referred to the major primal core venerates that grew up in places like the Grave Sea. This was not the major primal core of a small place like Purple Sun City. Right now, the strongest aspect of his body was his physical body. Xiaoqin's vital qi could already condense 3 cauldron force. When he punched out, it was 3 cauldron force easily and without any pressure. The second was saber skills. After arriving in the Great Thousand Realms, aside from breaking through to small perfection in Great Dao energy, Xiaoqin had not made much progress with the saber Dao. Finally, it was cultivation. The quintessential essence of the half-step primal core realm was still a little lacking in terms of realm. Even though he had a deep and solid foundation, his cultivation realm was still very low. Compared to the peak minor primal core Xiao Sua, Xiaoqin's veritable essence energy was somewhat inferior. However, if Xiaoqin broke through to the half-step primal core realm, the energy that he would erupt with would be even more horrifying. Their current weakness was just a result of their accumulation. My overall strength should not be much weaker than the Black Lotus Church's Arhats. Including my trump cards, I should be able to fight them. Xiaoqin mumbled to himself thoughtfully. Captain, we are almost at the pirate hall. Come out for a walk. Fei-er walked into the captain's cabin and said to Xiaoqin. According to the sea chart, the Pirate Alliance's base was 50 kilometers ahead. Xiaoqin nodded, indicating that he understood. He pushed open the door and went to the highest observation deck of the ship. Whoosh. Suddenly, sonic booms rang out above the pirate ship. A few figures flew over the group at high speed. Those who dared to fly in the starry sea were all peak experts. At the very least, without sufficient veritable essence energy, they would not dare to fly. The group glanced at the pirate ship below. Then they did not linger, quickly leaving. After a while, 7 or 8 groups of cultivators flew past the pirate ship one after another, heading for the island where the Pirate Alliance was. Xiaoqin found this somewhat strange. This is strange. Where did so many people come from? Why are they wasting veritable essence energy flying above the starry sea? Are there no ships? Xiao Sua explained to Fei-er below, these people are not pirates. Their ships cannot stop near the Pirate Alliance. However, the Pirate Alliance does not forbid them from coming alone. Feeling confused, Fei-er asked, they are not pirates. What are they doing at the Pirate Alliance? Xiao Sua smiled and replied, some are here to buy and sell goods, some are here to make a name for themselves, and some are just here to watch the excitement. The Pirate Alliance in the Starry Sea is not as peaceful as Purple Sun City. Do you think of it as a chaotic city that does not have as many rules as the righteous Dao sects? It is just a free city in the sea. Feeling curious, Fei-er asked, they can make a name for themselves? Can we do that as well? An old sailor laughed loudly and said, the people of the righteous Dao use us to make a name for themselves. Naturally, we can use these people to make a name for ourselves as well. However, it will be a bad reputation. Xiao Sua nodded and said, that's right. What does the Pirate Alliance have the most? Naturally, it has the most pirates. There are also some bandits and experts of the evil Dao who like to gather here. There is a wrestling ring in the pirate hall. If one can defeat a strong pirate or an expert of the evil Dao here, one will quickly become famous. Furthermore, one can even benefit from it. It is precisely because of this uniqueness that the Pirate Alliance can stand on its own, becoming a unique place of interest in the vast sea. It attracts people from all walks of life, from the righteous Dao and the evil Dao, to gather here. Fei-er stuck out her tongue and said, so that's how it is. Feels rather interesting. Xiao Sua turned his head and smiled. Little girl, I think you have the potential to become a great pirate. Luonan quickly stepped forward and said, don't speak nonsense. Don't lead my Fei-er astray. Xiao Sua guffawed and said unconcernedly, I'm just saying it casually. Look at how nervous you are. On the tall watchtower, Xiaoqin leaned back gently, and the cycle thrown in his clothes appeared from nowhere. Then he leaned comfortably on it. Xiaoqin looked into the distance. A blue dot had already appeared at the limits of his vision. That was the Pirate Alliance. I heard that 2 rank 3 sect disciples from different blessed lands are going to fight it out at the Pirate Alliance's gathering point. Interesting. No wonder there are so many people coming and going. It turns out that there is something interesting to watch. There are 3 blessed lands in the Grave Sea. Those who can establish their sect in a blessed land are the peak existences of rank 3 sections. These 2 people are definitely not simple. That's right. These 2 people have the bloodlines of the great desolate Eon's 10,000 races. Among the younger generation of their respective blessed lands, they rank within the top 100. Up on the watchtower, Xiaoqian's senses were extremely sharp after continuously strengthening his physical body. He heard some interesting topics. During the immortal epoch, blessed lands referred to the places where Earth immortals resided. Naturally, there were no immortals in the martial epoch. The ones occupying the blessed lands were the outstanding talents of their respective sections. They had to go through intense competition before they could enter the blessed lands. There were a total of 3 blessed lands in the Grave Sea: the Padala Mountain, the Black Cave Mountain, and the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. Every single blessed abode was renowned far and wide, and their statuses were extraordinary. Rank 3 sects could only enter one of these blessed lands to raise their sect's rank to the stronger rank 4. The sect of Senior Pan Huang's in-named disciple should be in one of these 3 blessed lands. Aside from repairing the pirate ship, Xiaoqian had another reason for coming to the Pirate Alliance. He wanted to find out which blessed land Yi Zifeng's sect was in. Upon hearing the conversation of these people, Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. If these 2 blessed land disciples were from the same blessed land as Yi Zifeng, perhaps he could enter Yi Zifeng's sect ahead of time. "Captain, we have arrived," Xiao Suo called out to Xiaoqian from the deck. Xiaoqian nodded and leaped down. The throne returned to his clothes and he landed firmly on the deck. The group of 4 headed for the pirate hall. The other crew members piloted the pirate ship to the harbor for repairs. This was not Xiaoqian's first time at the pirate hall. He was not surprised by the many palaces, which rose and fell, surrounded by palace walls. Although it was called the pirate hall, it was actually a pirate city. One should not be fooled by the name. At the entrance of the pirate hall, one could enter for free with the captain medallion. If one was not a pirate, one would have to pay extra spirit jades to enter. Furthermore, it was not cheap. Xiaoqian watched the endless stream of people entering. Every outsider handed over 1,000 inferior-grade spirit jades. Xiaoqian was flabbergasted. This Pirate Alliance earns spirit jades really easily. I wonder if there are any envious factions that want to compete with them? Chapter 1622. After handing over the captain token and verifying their identities, Xiaoqian's group successfully entered the pirate hall. Majestic statues stood at the entrance of every pirate hall. Every pirate that passed by would stare at them for a long time. The legendary Pirate King was the highest honor in every pirate's heart. One of them had a bushy beard and a muscular figure. He held a scarlet pirate banner in his hand. This was the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Xiaoqian observed for a while before walking to a quiet corner. Then he said to the 3, "After drifting at sea for so many days, let's split up first. We will meet back here 4 hours later." Everyone agreed to this suggestion. This was especially so for Xiao Suo, who felt exceptionally excited. After Luo Nan and Fei Er left, Xiaoqian called out to Xiao Suo and handed him a stack of paper. Xiao Suo received it and took a look. Each piece of paper had 2 or 3 strange talisman scripts drawn on it. He could not understand them at all. "What is this? Why is it so messy?" Xiaoqian smiled and retorted, "Messy? Messy is right. These are the talisman scripts carved on the Scarlet Blood War banner. I copied them all. They should be some kind of language. Go and find someone in this field to decipher them. Remember, don't just decipher them in one place. Look for several places." Xiao Suo immediately became excited. "All right, leave this to me. I will definitely do it well." There's no rush. The clues left by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King are definitely not easy to find. In any case, no matter what the results are, we will meet back here in 2 hours. "All right, I got it." Xiao Suo left excitedly with a smile. Everyone left, leaving only Xiaoqian alone. As he looked at the palace buildings in the pirate city, Xiaoqian had his own purpose. He wanted to scout out information. He did not have much information in Purple Sun City, so he should be able to find some useful information here. "This young hero, is this your first time in the Grave Sea's Pirate Hall?" A person who acted friendly walked over to Xiaoqian and put on a smile, doing his best to make himself appear friendly. Xiaoqian sized up this person. This person wore azure clothes and was only a young essence stage cultivator. He looked ordinary and did not have anything extraordinary about him. There were many such people at the entrance. Every time an outsider came in, these people would go over. In his previous world, these people were called tour guides. They guided strangers who were not pirates to quickly familiarize themselves with the pirate hall. However, most of these people went to the primal core venerates. Few would take the initiative to chat with half-step primal core venerates. The reason was very simple. Those with a high cultivation base would definitely have a rich family background, and those with a rich family background would definitely be generous. Don't think too much, young hero. I live nearby. When I am free, I will stand guard here and help an outsider like young hero familiarize himself with the pirate hall, collecting a small payment. Young hero, don't worry. Aside from Wrestling City, fighting is prohibited in the pirate hall. I will never murder for money. My name is Wang Feng. Young hero can just call me Little Wang. The azure-clad Wang Feng said a lot in one breath, feeling somewhat nervous in his heart. He had good eyesight and could tell that the white-clad person before him had an extraordinary background and was not an ordinary half-step primal core cultivator. This would be a Si Zhao's union. This kind of family background was extraordinary, and they were definitely elite disciples of third-grade sections. They might even have come from some heavenly paradise. The Jianghu experience was less, but the rewards were greater. Your eyesight is not bad, but you still need to practice. I'm a pirate. Xiao Qin took out the captain's token and waved it in front of the man. The azure-clothed man could not help feeling surprised. He had not expected Xiao Qin to be a pirate. Xiao Qin could not help feeling disappointed. As long as the members of the Pirate Alliance went to the main hall of the Pirate Hall, there would be someone there to guide them. There was no profit to be made. However, I do need someone to lead the way for me right now. Let me ask you, where can I find information in this pirate hall? These last words made the green-robed man quite happy. He rolled his eyes and smiled. You are asking the right person. The Wanxiang Pagoda is definitely the best place to ask for information. However, our Pirate Alliance is not bad either. Just in this grave sea alone, we have more than 100 strongholds of various sizes. Cut the crap. Bring me there and you'll be rewarded. Xiao Qin went straight to the point and interrupted the man's long-winded speech. The green-clothed man smiled happily and said, All right, I'll take you there now. Having business to do was a good thing. He would be able to make a lot of money again. Indeed, with someone familiar leading the way, Xiao Qin could save a lot of time. Wang Feng led Xiao Qin through many turns. Soon they stopped in front of a tower. The West Wind Tower, the place where the Pirate Alliance gathers information. It is not open to the public. You have the captain's token, so there should be no problem entering. The green-clothed man pointed at the tower and smiled. What other instructions do you have? It's fine, I'll wait here. In that case, wait here first. Xiao Qin strode towards the West Wind Tower. The entrance was heavily guarded, conducting a strict check on Xiao Qin. However, when checking the captain's token, the guard appeared rather casual, only giving it a cursory glance. Your captain's token is not up to standard. You can only go to the first floor and not the floors above. The guard had a dark expression as he handed Xiao Qin's captain's token to Xiao Qin. Is there a difference? Naturally there is. You will know after you go in. Xiao Qin entered the first floor, feeling puzzled. Then he was directed to a booth with a small window. A lazy voice came from the other side of the window. Ask away. What do you want to know? After walking over and sitting down, Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, I would like to know if there is a person called Yi Zifeng in the Grave Sea. If there is, there is. The voice in the window answered decisively. Then it laughed sinisterly and said, Good, you are done with your free questions. Next, you will have to pay spirit jades for every question you ask. Don't complain. Your level is too low. You only have one free question. The interrupted Xiao Qin was speechless. He asked sullenly, Which sect is Senior Yi Zifeng in? How far is it from here? Young man, these are 2 questions. Each question costs 10,000 spirit jades. The old man speaking inside laughed and did not say anything more. Good. Let's change the question. I would like to know Senior Yi Zifeng's detailed information. Xiao Qin handed over the spirit jades, feeling somewhat upset. This number was somewhat too large. The old man's attitude seemed like he was toying with Xiao Qin. If this continued, he would end up paying even more spirit jades. A hand stretched out from the window and quickly took away the spirit jades. Then it said, This question costs another 40,000 spirit jades. This is never ending. Xiao Qin's face sank. Are you messing with me? Don't lose your temper with me. This is the rule set by the Pirate Alliance. The value of your question is much greater than the previous two. Young man, don't play word games with me. Bang. The window directly shattered. Xiao Qin had punched it and stretched out his hand to grab the old man inside. Pala. Clearly the old man inside had not expected Xiao Qin to be so tyrannical. Xiao Qin attacked without any warning. Caught off guard, the old man was immediately pulled out and fell to the ground. Behind the window were rows of bookshelves with all sorts of information on them. Aside from that, there was no one else. You dare to attack me? The wizened old man on the ground glared at Xiao Qin in rage. You are just an insignificant half-step primal core cultivator, and you dare to be so arrogant? You are seeking death. Whoosh! The old man's figure flashed, and he leaped up from the ground and threw a palm strike at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin snorted coldly and countered with a punch, instantly erupting with 3 cauldron force. The crafty old man vomited a mouthful of blood as Xiao Qin knocked him back. He was an early-stage minor primal core venerate, yet he could not receive one move from Xiao Qin. As the old man looked at Xiao Qin, he could not help revealing a horrified expression. However, he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "You inexperienced brat, how dare you make a move here? Quickly apologize. Otherwise you will not be able to walk out of the West Wind Tower." Xiao Qin's lips curled up in a cold smile as he said indifferently, "There is no need for you to care about my matters. Before the West Wind Tower's people arrive, speak properly." A formless aura spread out and the crafty old man shivered. He saw a terrifying killing chi in Xiao Qin's cold eyes. The old man's heart sank for some reason as he felt a terrifying danger encasing him. "All right, I'll speak." The crafty old man's eyes flickered as he chose to endure the humiliation first. The crafty old man said, "Yi Zifeng, one of the 10 great saber venerates of the Grave Sea. His cultivation is extremely horrifying, having reached the Starry Sky realm long ago." Star Venerate? That's right. The Cloud Sea realm has 3 stages: the Starry Sky realm, the Holy Light realm, and the Sovereign realm. Starry Sky realm cultivators are called Star Venerates, Holy Light realm cultivators are called Holy Venerates, and Sovereign realm cultivators are called Sovereign Personages. Sovereign personages have reached the limits of mortals. If they advance further, they will break free from the limits of mortals and reach another level. Xiao Qin had read about the cultivation realms of the Great Thousand Realms. The moment the old man said this, he recalled it. Above the Cloud Sea realm was the Divine Vein realm. After opening a divine vein, one would be considered to have reached the demigod realm. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Continue." Rumor has it that Yi Zifeng is the nominal disciple of the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang. His strength is at the peak of Star Venerates. There are even rumors that he has already reached the Holy Light realm. However, he has rarely shown himself in recent years. There is very little news about him. The sect he comes from is the Heavenly Profound Sect, which is stationed in one of the 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea, the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Qin nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the crafty old man and said, "Can't you speak properly? You just have to suffer a little before you are willing to listen." The crafty old man smiled embarrassedly and said, "Don't get cocky. After you walk out of this door, you will know the consequences of your actions." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "What consequences? What is this?" The official intelligence agency of the Pirate Alliance is clearly a scam. That Wang Feng outside is a scammer, right? The crafty old man's expression changed slightly. How did you know? Chapter 1623. The devious old man felt very surprised. As he looked at Xiao Qin, his eyes filled with shock. "Who knew?" Xiao Qin smiled calmly and said, "I was just trying to scare you. Unexpectedly, I guessed right." However, Xiao Qin was somewhat suspicious. When he entered, the guard interrogated him very strictly. However, when he checked the captain's medallion, he only casually glanced at it, not caring at all. Xiao Qin was more cautious. Later on, the other party even said that he could only go to the first floor. Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong. It was just scouting for information, not an auction house or a wrestling ring. Why would there be a difference in rank? Normally, the spirit jades would be sufficient for any kind of information. "You." The devious old man immediately felt very angry. He said coldly, "White-clad brat, don't get cocky. If you have the guts, don't walk out of this door. The Pirate Alliance is very deep. You want to overturn it? Dream on." Crick. As the devious old man spoke, the door opened forcefully. 3 tall, burly men with boorish faces barged in. The leader looked at Xiao Qin with a sullen expression and said, "Are you causing trouble?" The devious old man looked like he saw his savior. He got up and said, That's right. It's him. It's him. He wants information. Not only did he not give me the spirit jades, he even brought me up. The leader looked at Xiaochen and smiled coldly. Interesting. Just anyone dares to cause trouble in the West Wind Tower. Leave behind 100,000 spirit jades. Otherwise you can forget about leaving the West Wind Tower. You really speak a lot of nonsense. Xiaochen could not be bothered to waste his breath. His figure flashed as he raised his hand and sent a palm strike. Using his palm as a saber, Xiaochen quickly chopped down. The leader showed a startled expression. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen attacked at the drop of a hat. In a fluster, he quickly retreated. The two at the left and right made their moves, taking advantage of the situation to surround Xiaochen, trying to force him back. However, things did not go as he wished. Xiaochen was astonishingly fast, not giving the leader any chance to dodge. Xiaochen's hand saber struck the other party's crossed arms. Cassia. Cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The leader grunted in pain. His arms broke and he lost all feeling. Get lost. Xiaochen did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He sent this person flying with a kick and his figure flashed out of the room. The two burly men on the left and right didn't even manage to touch the corner of Xiaochen's clothes. As soon as he stepped out of the room, a group of people with sharp blades charged towards Xiaochen from both sides of the corridor. Every cultivator was at least a Yang Essence cultivator. There were many half-step primal core cultivators, and the ones leading them were even minor primal core cultivators. Xiaochen's expression was calm as he recalled the route he took to get here. Then he charged through the right corridor. Daring to cause trouble in the West Wind Tower, you really don't know the meaning of death. When the leader saw Xiaochen rushing towards him, he sneered and rushed over first. Wuxia. A strong wind blew and Xiaochen soon met halfway. They exchanged glances and attacked without hesitation. In the narrow passageway, the two of them started fighting fiercely. Their figures were so fast that they could not be seen. One could only see a series of afterimages. After 100 moves, the newcomer vomited a mouthful of blood and got sent flying by Xiaochen's punch. That person crashed into the people behind him. The huge impact caused several people to feel pain. The devious old man quietly crawled out of his booth and stuck his head out to observe the situation. He saw Xiaochen advancing rapidly, not stopping at all. No one who dared to block him could last more than 3 moves. I ran into a tough nut to crack, the devious old man said with a bitter expression. He felt somewhat nervous in his heart. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen was so strong. If this matter blew up, the devious old man would not have a good ending either. Xiaochen advanced rapidly. Aside from the few people who exchanged moves with him at the start, no one could block him for more than a second. 1 second was enough for Xiaochen to make more than 10 moves. In less than 10 moves, the burly man in front of him was tossed aside like a sandbag. At the same time, someone rushed in from a luxuriously decorated VIP room at the top of the West Wind Tower. Chief Manager Ding, things are bad. Someone is causing trouble. A middle-aged man in the VIP room brewed tea with a relaxed expression. The middle-aged man wore simple robes and had a string of wooden Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist. He gave off an extraordinary air, giving off a calm and casual air. This person was called Ding Yuan, one of the managers of the West Wind Tower. He had been in this pirate hall for decades. He was very strong and could be considered very influential, holding a high position and authority. When Ding Yuan saw the flustered appearance of the newcomer, he calmly leaned back and pointed to the tea table. Have some tea first. After that, we can talk things out. The youth known as Xiaoma picked up the teacup and drained it. Then he told Ding Yuan everything that happened below in full detail. Ding Yuan's expression did not change as he said, "You can't handle a half-step primal core cultivator? Since when did my West Wind Tower become so weak?" Chief Steward Ding, we've already invited 3 guest elders to take action, but they're still unable to take it down. I don't have the authority to mobilize an inner sect guest, so I can only ask you to make the decision. Xiaoma quickly said. Ding Yuan smiled and said, "Interesting, I'll go take a look." After exiting the VIP room, he stood on the railing of the corridor on the top floor and looked down. In the hall, Xiaochen was fighting 1 against 3 and he wasn't at a disadvantage. The 3 guest elders of the West Wind Tower were all peak primal core cultivators. Furthermore, they were not half-baked minor primal core venerates. In the Purple Sun region, he would definitely be a top-notch expert, comparable to a major primal core venerate. However, the 3 of them still couldn't take down Xiaochen no matter how hard they tried. They couldn't see any signs of Xiaochen falling into a disadvantageous position. On top of the building, Ding Yuan's eyes flashed as he murmured, "The bloodline of the desolate era. I wonder what kind of bloodline it is." Down below, just as Xiao Chen was about to use his trump card and force his way out, the three guest elders in the hall suddenly stopped and looked behind with respectful expressions. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the newcomer. Then he sized up Ding Yuan. This person should be the manager of the West Wind Tower. He was a late-stage major primal core cultivator, and his aura was exceptionally calm. With one look, it was clear that he was not a good person. Ding Yuan said coldly, "All of you withdraw. I'll deal with this matter." "Yes, Chief Manager Ding." Ding Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. "Little brother, may I have a word with you?" Xiao Chen originally thought that this person would make a move on him, so he was prepared to blow the matter up. Unexpectedly, the other party was so polite. "There's no need. If you have anything to say, you can say it now," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Ding Yuan ignored Xiao Chen's stiff tone. He smiled and said, "It is just a misunderstanding. Little brother, don't take it to heart. If I really had any ill intentions towards you, I would have used the guest elders of the inner sect. Although the West Wind Tower is not something to be proud of, it is still somewhat strong." These words were true. However, Xiao Chen truly did not fear the other party. He looked straight at the other party and asked, "What exactly are you trying to say?" In that instant, Ding Yuan felt like his soul was being seen through when facing Xiao Chen's gaze. He calmed himself before saying, "I admire your strength. Have you ever thought of earning a lot of money in this pirate hall? At the same time, you can temper your combat experience." "You mean the wrestling ring?" Xiao Chen looked at the other party doubtfully. "Smart." Ding Yuan smiled and nodded. Then he handed an engraved card to Xiao Chen and said, "If you are interested, you can come and look for me at any time. The owner of the wrestling ring in this pirate hall is a friend of mine. Recently, the geniuses from the two blessed lands have been doing very well there, winning a lot of spirit jades. You can go and take a look." Xiao Chen received the engraved card and looked at it. Then he raised his head and said, "If I am interested, I will come and look for you. Goodbye." Seeing Xiao Chen leave, several people at the side became anxious. "Chief Manager Ding, how can you let him go like that? He broke the rules of our West Wind Tower." Ding Yuan said indifferently, "The West Wind Tower has stood strong for so long. A large part of the reason is that they know what kind of people to offend and what kind of people not to offend." With one look, Ding Yuan knew that the person before him had an extraordinary background. Furthermore, he possessed the bloodline of the great desolate Eon's 10,000 races. Clearly, he was not someone that could be casually offended. "Bring the person who gave him the information. I want to interrogate him carefully. It is time to rectify some of the recent customs." After leaving behind a sentence that made everyone tremble in fear, Ding Yuan turned around and left with a cold expression. When the crafty old man hiding in the corner heard this, he was so frightened that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Chapter 1624. After leaving the West Wind Tower, Xiao Chen saw Wang Feng, who was still waiting there. So, he walked over without changing his expression. "Young hero, how was it? Did you gain anything?" Wang Feng asked extremely respectfully with a smile on his face. Xiao Chen replied expressionlessly, "I gained a lot." "Hee, that's good. I wonder, how are you going to calculate my reward?" Wang Feng's smile did not fade as he looked at Xiao Chen, filled with hope. Xiao Chen's face sank as he shouted coldly, "You are really extraordinarily bold. After tricking me, you still want to ask me for a reward." Wang Feng's heart tightened. When he felt Xiao Chen's gaze on him, he felt immense pressure. "How can that be? Young hero must be joking, right?" Wang Feng said somewhat anxiously as he forced out a smile. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He took out a nameplate and placed it before Wang Feng. "Ding Yuan, the West Wind Tower's chief manager." Wang Feng's expression changed drastically. He could not help taking 2 steps back. As he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with shock. How did the West Wind Tower's chief manager hand his nameplate to Xiao Chen? In that case, wouldn't the matter of him colluding with the lower echelons of the West Wind Tower be exposed? Xiao Chen put away the nameplate and said indifferently, "I will not pursue this matter for now. After this, just make up for your mistakes and do your job well. I will definitely reward you handsomely." Wang Feng felt surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen let him off. He immediately felt relieved of a heavy burden. He nodded and said, "Young hero, don't worry. If you have any instructions, I promise to do my best. There is no need for any reward." 1 hour later, Xiao Chen's group of 4 gathered at the Pirate King statues at the entrance of the Pirate Hall. Xiao Sua looked at Wang Feng and asked, "Who is this fellow?" "He looks shifty-eyed. With one look I can tell that he is not a good person." Wang Feng felt embarrassed in his heart. He quickly smiled and said, "I am Wang Feng. I am very familiar with this pirate hall. If you need any help, just let me know at any time." "Let's put his matter aside. Xiao Sua, how's the matter I gave you?" Xiao Chen was more concerned about this. Xiao Sua smiled straightforwardly and said, "It is done. There will be results 10 days later." Xiao Chen was delighted. He nodded and said, "Not bad, you're quite agile." Xiao Chen had high hopes for the treasure left behind by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. The central great realm where Ancestor Dragon City was a true gathering place. If one went there without strength, one would only be humiliated. Xiao Chen did not want Lu Riyue to take care of him after seeing her. "Big brother Xiao Chen, should we go take a stroll around the wrestling ring? Many of the people who come here are here for the wrestling ring," Fair suggested. Luonan added, "I heard that these two outstanding talents from different blessed lands are in a fit of pique, competing to see who can obtain more consecutive victories. The atmosphere is very intense." Xiao Chen took out the nameplate and recalled Ding Yuan's words. He fell into deep thought. After a while, Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about the other party's suggestion. He could go and take a look. "I'm familiar with the wrestling ring. I'll bring everyone there," Wang Feng volunteered, wanting to show off. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Lead the way then." The wrestling ring was a sealed place. The outer walls were made of extremely hard crystals from the seabed. The entire wrestling ring was protected by formations. Even a peak major primal core cultivator would find it hard to destroy the wrestling ring. Many pirate hall cultivators stood guard at the entrance. After everyone paid an entrance fee of 1,000 spirit jades, they successfully entered. Wang Feng felt a slight heartache. 1,000 inferior grade spirit jades was not a small sum. What a fellow. The one from the Black Cave Mountain already won 20 consecutive victories, leading the innate Shaking Mountains person by 1. Instant kill. The Heavenly Shaking Mountains outstanding talent instantly killed 2 people and overtook them. Damn. I'm destined to lose all my spirit jades today. These 2 people are too strong. The atmosphere in the wrestling ring was fervent. Deafening shouts resounded everywhere. Originally there were 16 arenas in the vast wrestling ring. However, they were now combined into 2. This caused everyone's attention to be focused on the remaining 2 arenas. The spectator seats in the vicinity were already full. These 2 are the outstanding talents from the Blessed Enclave? This is really incredible. At such a young age they are already minor primal core cultivators. I wonder how they cultivate. On the stage, the 2 young men were the center of attention of the crowd. One had short hair and black clothes. He had a handsome face and gave off a sharp aura. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were like stars or gems. The other person had long hair that trailed over his shoulders, giving off a scholarly and calm air. His sharpness was withdrawn, but he could not hide the pride in his eyes. This was an innate pride that was nurtured. With one look, it was clear that he had been a proud son of heaven since he was young, standing out from the masses. In this wrestling ring where the many experts of the 4 seas gathered, the 2's every move attracted everyone's attention. This was especially so for some young girls. They could not take their eyes off the 2, their eyes glittering like stars. Luonan felt a great sense of disappointment. He muttered, "These are the true outstanding talents of the elite. The so-called 3 new talents of Purple Sun City are not sufficient at all." While Luonan rejected the 3 new talents of Purple Sun City, he also rejected himself. Luonan sneaked a glance at Xiao Chen and discovered that Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, not changing at all. I wonder what Xiao Chen is thinking. Luonan entered deep thought. In his heart, Luonan could not help comparing Xiao Chen to these 2. He felt that the 2 in the wrestling ring were sharp and full of vigor. These 2 enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. On the other hand, Xiao Chen appeared much calmer, making others wonder what he was thinking. "Lingyu, not bad. You managed to instantly kill 2 people in a row. To think that you managed to overtake me." The short-haired, black-clad youth looked mockingly at the long-haired, scholarly youth. The scholarly youth, Lingyu, smiled faintly and said, "Jiang Xian, if you want to defeat me, you'd better put in more effort." Ah. The payout increased again. "Little fellow from the Black Cave Mountain, I'll be your opponent." As these people spoke, an unprepossessing old man holding a huge sword charged over to the arena where the short-haired, black-clad youth, Jiang Xian, was. "It's old Devil Lu. This fellow is a 3-star captain. He is rather strong. I heard that this old Devil Lu is a peak minor primal core cultivator," just one step shy of major primal core. There are rules in the arena that forbid major primal core cultivators from fighting. This is already the strongest person to fight. Soon people recognized Old Devil Lu. His strength was 2 grades higher than Ling Yu's. Ling Yu was only an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. Furthermore, he was not very old. However, this Old Devil Lu was someone who had lived for several hundred years. He had rich combat experience and killed countless people, radiating a startling baleful aura. Blazing solar sword light chop. The moment Old Devil Lu entered the arena, he activated the huge sword in his hand and charged over. That huge sword immediately burst into flames, turning into a vast sea of flames. Then, the flames gathered and turned into a boundlessly resplendent flaming sword light. A treasure tool. Old Devil Lu's sword is actually a treasure tool that surpasses profound tools. No wonder he dares to fight. Startled cries rang out in the crowd. Xiaoqian entered deep thought. This Old Devil Lu's strength, together with this sword, is somewhat terrifying. In a one-on-one fight, Xiao Suo, who recently absorbed the life juice source, should only have a 60% chance of victory. A treasure tool? I've even seen Dao tools before. Why would I fear your treasure tool? Ling Yu's lips curled up, not caring. Cloud-shattering heavenly star fist. Not only did Ling Yu not retreat, but he even stepped forward and threw punch after punch. Intense explosions resounded in the air. Countless fist lights burst out, looking like flickering stars. Their auras flourished, like thousands of stars lighting up at the same time. Wuxia. Wuxia. The flaming sword light that Old Devil Lu formed slowly dimmed. The light of the stars suppressed it until it could not resist at all. Old Devil Lu retreated again and again, greatly startled. He discovered that his heavy sword light could not even last a strike before the other party's fist light. Every punch caused his qi and blood to surge, and his internal organs to feel extremely uncomfortable. This pressed down on his body and soul. Boom! Old Devil Lu vomited a mouthful of blood. After enduring 10 moves, a punch struck him and sent him flying out of the arena. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked. They had not expected the powerful old monster Lu to only last 10 moves. After 10 moves he was sent flying and eliminated. Chapter 1625. No one had expected the early-stage minor primal core black-clad youth, Ling Yu, to defeat Old Devil Lu, who had hundreds of years of combat experience, within 10 moves. The battle ended so quickly that it left everyone flabbergasted and in disbelief. The victor of this battle was the Black Cave Mountain's Ling Yu and the scholarly youth Jiang Xian from the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. Their consecutive victories tied once again. The scholarly youth Jiang Xian smiled and said, "Not bad, Ling Yu. Do you dare to go bigger?" "Afraid of you?" Ling Yu's lips curled up in a cold smile. "How do you want to play?" Jiang Xian smiled and said, "Let's fight 3 peak minor primal core cultivators at the same time. Let's see who wins first. Do you dare to or not?" What a joke. Why wouldn't I dare? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena descended into a frenzy. How arrogant. 1 against 3. Furthermore, Jiang Xian was a peak minor primal core cultivator who was 2 grades higher than Xiaoqian. The most important thing was that Jiang Xian did not consider failure at all. The key to their victory was still to see who could win first. This is crazy. Not only is he fighting 1 against 3, he actually wants to end the battle quickly. The 2 of them are exuding an imposing aura. I wonder if anyone else will step up. Don't worry. They have already won 21 matches in a row. If we defeat them, we will obtain an astronomical amount of spirit jades. There will definitely be people willing to give it a try. Amidst the discussions, 3 old men from each of the 2 arenas flew up one after another. Luo Nan exclaimed in shock, "These 2 people are somewhat horrifying. Can they win?" Xiaoqian was also a little shocked in his heart. If it were him, it would be a little strenuous for him to fight 1 against 3. A peak minor primal core venerate was not scary. What was scary was that the venerates who dared to go up at this moment were definitely not ordinary people. Without a trump card, no one would rashly go on stage. What kind of holy land was the blessed land for these 2 to be so confident? While Xiaoqian was deep in thought, he was also looking forward to it. He wanted to experience the charm of the blessed paradise. Quick bet. I bet that these 2 brats won't be able to hold on. That's right, we've already fought for so long, at least half of our true essence has been consumed. I don't believe that he can defeat 3 peak minor primal core experts. Yes, I'll bet half of my net worth. The 6 of them are all pirate leaders who are much more powerful than old Monster Lu. Before the battle began, the atmosphere in the dueling ring had reached its peak. Everyone was watching and enthusiastically placing their bets. Xiao Sua pondered and said, "Captain, do you want us to go play as well?" After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin said, "Forget it. Small fights are boring. Even if you win too much, they will not let you leave this wrestling ring so easily." Yeah, that's true. The people behind the dueling ring are not people to be trifled with. Boom. An explosion resounded in the dueling ring as a surging shockwave spread out in the air. Wave after wave radiated out in all directions, causing one's heart to palpitate. Indeed, as many of the cultivators who placed their bets expected, Ling Yu and Jiang Xian, who fought 1 against 3, were no longer as relaxed as before. The 6 challengers on the 2 arenas seemed to be quite experienced, and their coordination was flawless. Those with stronger physical defenses focused on delaying Ling Yu and Jiang Xian. After that, the other 2 continuously harassed them, retreating after 1 strike. This was extremely annoying. The challengers on the 2 arenas all used the same strategy. They were rather shameless, continuously delaying and draining the 2's veritable essence energy. No matter what, these 2 geniuses from the Blessed Lands were only early-stage minor primal core cultivators. In the end, these old men who had lived for hundreds of years would definitely have purer cultivations. This method was shameless, but the effects were clear. In the arenas, Ling Yu and Jiang Xian frowned heavily, clearly feeling somewhat frustrated. Fight, fight, fight. Take down these 2 and extinguish the pride of these geniuses. The atmosphere in the dueling ring surged. Everyone saw hope of victory. This was especially so for the cultivators who placed their bets. They went crazy, shouting hoarsely. After winning more than 20 matches in a row, these 2 outstanding talents from the Blessed Lands had already pushed the payout rate to an extremely horrifying level. As long as they won, everyone would earn a lot. However, if Ling Yu and Jiang Xian won, the dueling ring would suffer heavy losses, and the rewards for consecutive victories would be even more horrifying. The situation in the arenas did not exceed Xiao Chen's expectations. The 3 old men who went up to challenge Ling Yu were extremely experienced. These 3 old men were very experienced and their coordination was boundless. Xiao Chen suspected that these 3 old men were nurtured by the wrestling ring itself. They were specially used to snipe those who could obtain consecutive victories. Xiao Chen had experienced such a situation before. Xiao Chen looked up and caught a glimpse. Suddenly, he saw the West Wind Tower's chief manager Ding and a stern old man watching the battle below. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Clearly, the situation was still under control. The reward for consecutive wins after 20 matches. This was something that any dueling ring owner would feel heartache about. It was the nature of merchants to pursue profit. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire arena erupted in intense cheers. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that Ling Yu had made a mistake. After getting hit by 2 moves, Ling Yu was forced into a corner, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. On the other side of the arena, Jiang Xian was very cautious. However, he still got hit and his situation turned bad as well. Incredible. Xiao Chen thought to himself, these 3 really have a tacit understanding with each other. Furthermore, their combat experience is frightening. Unfortunately, your cultivations are still too low. Otherwise, you might really have the opportunity to be this arrogant, the old man in the arena said with a smile. Is that so? Ling Yu wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked at the blood on his palm. Then he revealed a strange smile. Old man, you are too naive. Ling Yu laughed coldly in the arena. Then he shouted, and a heavy, tyrannical and murderous aura from the great desolate Yin surged out from his body. Suddenly, ripples that looked like starlight appeared on Ling Yu's exposed skin. It was like he had turned into a resplendent starry sky, vast and boundless, deep and distant. A layer of faint ripples appeared on Ling Yu's body. It looked like his skin was also like light, looking incredibly strange. At the same time, Jiang Xian, who was at a disadvantage on the other side of the arena, snorted coldly. Black patterns appeared on Jiang Xian's body. The patterns were exquisite and exuded a noble and proud aura, covering his physical body like a suit of armor. A strong aura spread out from the 2. The 6 old men in the arenas felt suffocated, a tremor that came from their souls spreading throughout their bodies. Attack! Attack! The 6 old men felt that something was wrong. They endured the pressure and stepped forward bravely. The flood-like attacks drowned the 2. However, something strange happened. Miserable cries rang out everywhere. No one could see what was going on. The 6 people who attacked at the same time in the arenas on both sides all went flying back and vomited blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless starlights burst out of the arena where Ling Yu was, dazzling everyone. Flickering stars revolved around Ling Yu as he pushed his palm forward. Hundreds of flickering miniature stars shot out like a barrage of cannons. Whoosh! Before the three old men in the arena could get hit, the aura that Lingyu sent out sent the spectators flying, unable to resist at all. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the bones of the three old men struck by the starlight gave off cracking sounds as they went flying back. After they fell to the ground, they immediately fainted. On the other side, Jiang Xian was like a great desolate and ferocious beast. He took heavy steps and shook the ground, sending the three old men flying. The qi and blood of the three old men surged, and their skin tore like spider webs. Scarlet blood oozed out, looking extremely horrifying. Rumble. The terrifying auras coming from Jiang Xian and Ling Yu's bodies surged, emitting intense sounds that reverberated throughout the dueling ring. Plop, plop. Some of the weaker yang essence cultivators fell to the ground, unable to speak in unison. Many of the spectators, even those who were at the periphery, felt an inexplicable uneasiness in their souls. Xiao Qin felt his bloodline tremble slightly. His expression could not help but turn grave. These two knew how to activate the Great Desolate Ian bloodline and use it as they pleased. Great Desolate Ian bloodline. It's the Great Desolate Ian bloodline. Someone exclaimed hoarsely, turning pale with fright. Chapter 1626. The entire arena was shocked and silent. For many people, this was the first time they saw the might of the Great Desolate Ian bloodline. The instant the power of the bloodline opened, the shock and pressure he brought to everyone would definitely be unforgettable for their entire lives. Through their spreading, the legend of the Great Desolate Ian bloodline would further influence the world, gradually becoming a mythical existence. To be precise, during the primordial era, tens of thousands of races fought for supremacy. In the beginning, the ancestors of the myriad races were the direct descendants of the gods and devils during the chaotic era. It was not an exaggeration to say that their bloodlines were mythical. Although the pure-blooded, untainted land bloodline no longer existed in this era, the little golden crow was an exception. Thump, thump. The hearts of the various sects and the wandering pirates in the wrestling ring thumped non-stop. The blood in his body contained a power that came from the depths of his soul, causing his bloodline to tremble. The cultivators with weaker cultivations could not resist the two Great Desolate Ian bloodlines. They were pressed to the ground, unable to get up. It was as if they were worshippers. Moreover, this was only the bloodline of the 10,000 races of the primordial world. It was not the strongest 100 races. In the Great Desolate Era, the 10,000 races fought for supremacy, and the strongest 100 races were selected. Then they smoothly passed into the Epic Era. Their bloodlines were purer, and the power they inherited was stronger and longer. Xiao Qin was secretly shocked. However, he was not shocked because of the Great Desolate Ian bloodline in their bodies. Instead, he was amazed at how the other party was able to activate the power of his bloodline and instantly burst forth with oppressive fighting prowess. Xiao Qin could feel the strength of his blue dragon bloodline. This was especially so after the life juice source continuously cleansed it. It was like a boundless treasure trove. But he couldn't use it at all. The benefits of the blue dragon bloodline were that his physical body was slightly stronger, and he could recover his veritable essence energy much faster than ordinary people. There was still a long way to go before it could be truly developed. I don't know when I will be able to activate my bloodline flexibly, Xiao Qin muttered to himself. There was a trace of anticipation in his heart, as well as a trace of depression. If it was anyone else, they would probably be unhappy, guarding a pile of treasures but not being able to use them. At the same time, Xiao Qin wondered why the blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul in the Kunlun realm did not teach him the method to activate his bloodline after waking up once. Could it be that there were other mysteries behind this? Haha, who else? Who else dares to challenge me, Lingyu? In the arena, Lingyu exuded a tyrannical aura, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. No one dared to speak. Of course, no one dared to go up and humiliate themselves. The manager of the wrestling ring shook his head slightly and waved his hand in displeasure before walking off. On the other side, although the scholarly young man did not say anything, he did not conceal his domineering aura either. That Lingyu seems to be an outstanding talent of the Black Cave Mountain. I wonder if he knows Senior Yi Zifeng. Xiao Qin looked at Ling Xian. They both came from the same blessed land. If Xiao Qin could form a connection with Ling Xian, it would be a great opportunity for him. In that case, the Black Cave Mountain ahead of him should be very simple. The other party definitely knew the way to the sect's trans-realm teleportation formation. Xiao. Suddenly, Lingyu turned his head and met Xiao Qian's gaze in the air. His heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the blood in his body circulated rapidly, as if he had met a competitor. The starlight flickering on his body became even more resplendent and dazzling, making people unable to look at him directly. What kind of bloodline power is this? It feels like a bloodline of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. However, I have never heard of it before. It should be an extremely obscure bloodline of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu managed to meet a competitor in the blink of an eye. However, when Ling Yu saw that Xiao Chen was only a half-step primal core cultivator, he immediately lost interest. He turned his head to look at Jiang Xian and asked, "Jiang Xian, do you still want to continue? I suddenly feel that this is really pointless." Indeed, there are no experts outside the Blessed Lands. Let's do this then. Let's have another showdown here 7 days from now. Ling Yu smiled. That's exactly what I wanted. Jiang Xian smiled faintly, and a folding fan appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave, he left this place, vanishing from everyone's sight. Ling Yu pushed off with his feet and left the arena at the same time. However, just as Ling Yu was about to leave, he somersaulted in the air and landed in front of Xiao Chen. This startled everyone, causing their gazes to land on Xiao Chen. What was the background of this young man dressed in white with a calm expression? To think that he could make the outstanding talents of the Blessed Lands stop for him. Might I ask which sect you are from? Or are you from another astral cluster? How come I don't seem to have heard of you before? Ling Yu was somewhat curious about Xiao Chen. The three Blessed Lands were not far from each other. The disciples of the three Blessed Lands often competed with each other, so they were rather familiar with each other. Ling Yu was very sure that the three Blessed Lands did not have someone like Xiao Chen in his memory. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "I am Xiao Chen. I do not have a master. I am just a wanderer." When Ling Yu heard that, he could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. He had thought that the other party was the disciple of some hidden expert. In that case, even if Xiao Chen's cultivation was low and his bloodline was not as noble as Ling Yu's, he could still befriend him. When Xiao Chen thought about the Black Cave Mountain, he asked probingly, "Sir, do you have time to talk to me alone?" Ling Yu thought that Xiao Chen was trying to curry favor with him, so he smiled politely and said politely, "Sorry, I have to enter closed-door cultivation to prepare for the duel with Jiang Xian. We will talk again if there is a chance." Right after Ling Yu spoke, he turned and left, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to continue the conversation. Xiao Chen's expression appeared somewhat stunned. However, he soon smiled and let it go. Xiao Chen was very clear on Ling Yu's thoughts. In his opinion, there was not much of a problem. With such strength and arrogance, it wasn't a big deal at all. However, Xiao Chen was still too young and did not let Xiao Chen finish speaking. Fei said unhappily, "Big brother Xiao Chen, he is brushing you off." When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help smiling. It was rare to see someone as straightforward as Fei. "Let's go. I'm not brushing him off. I do have something to see if I can strike a deal with him. He has his own motives. If he is not willing to say anything to me, then so be it." Xiao Chen remained calm, not taking this to heart. If Ling Yu knew that Xiao Chen wanted to use the golden life juice source to exchange for a chance to reach the Black Cave Mountain quickly, he would probably regret it so much that his intestines would turn green. Even if he were to shamelessly strike a deal with Xiao Chen, he would still want to strike a deal with him. The Four and Wang Feng's group did not linger, turning to leave. As the people in the wrestling ring looked at Xiao Chen's departing figure, they felt that this person was incredible. There were more than 10,000 people here, and many of them had rather high cultivations. However, Ling Yu stopped for this person. Although he did not say much at this point, it was sufficient to prove how extraordinary Xiao Chen was. The moment Xiao Chen left the wrestling ring, he froze where he stood with a stunned look in his eyes. At the same time, the old man preparing to enter the wrestling ring across Xiao Chen was stunned as well. Xiao Chen stared blankly for a moment before saying with a smile, "What a coincidence to see you again, senior. It's really a small world. It's better to meet by chance than to invite. I'll treat you to a drink as a token of gratitude for saving my life." Yes, the person standing before him was the gray-clothed old man from the School of Imperial Beasts. However, the ones beside him weren't his two disciples. They should be good friends or something like that. Xiao Chen's cultivation was slightly lower, only an early-stage major primal core cultivator. However, he similarly gave off an extremely strong pressure. The gray-clad old man smiled and said, "Indeed. It's a small world. I heard that 2 geniuses from the Blessed Lands came, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to actually meet you here. What a coincidence. However, I will not drink the wine. Just hand over all your remaining life juice source." The old man secretly sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen, not wanting too many people to hear him. Xiao Chen smiled. He had risked his life to obtain that life juice source. How could he give it up? Since Senior doesn't want to drink this wine of mine, I won't let you down. In that case, I'll be a senior of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I'm willing to give up. Goodbye. Inside the pirate hall, Xiaoqin did not fear the other party attacking him in public. He smiled faintly and led the confused Xiao Sua and the others away calmly. The two old friends of the gray-clad old man were confused as well. My two old friends, can you do me a favor? Feel free to speak your mind. When this brat leaves the pirate hall, we will capture him alive together. Chapter 1627. Captain, what's wrong? Xiao Sua asked quickly. After leaving the wrestling ring, he noticed that something was wrong. Xiaoqin replied calmly, that's for when we return. When can our ship be repaired? At least half a month, Xiao Sua answered. Half a month? Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then he said, in that case we'll stay here for half a month and modify the ship. We are in trouble. A late-stage major primal core cultivator and two early-stage major primal core cultivators were not easy to deal with. After leaving the pirate hall, the other party would definitely seek trouble for Xiaoqin. He had to make preparations in advance. This was too coincidental. The moment Xiaoqin stepped out of the wrestling ring, he ran into the other party. If that Ling Yu from the Grotto Heaven had not spoken to Xiaoqin, he would have brushed past the other party. However, fate was sometimes so coincidental. Wang Feng, do you have any way to modify pirate ships in the pirate hall? It is not an official one of the Pirate Alliance but a private one. Xiaoqin looked at Wang Feng who was behind him. When Wang Feng heard Xiaoqin call out to him, he felt excited. He thought to himself, I have to make good use of this opportunity. Wang Feng could already tell that this white-clad youth before him was definitely a big customer. As long as he served Xiaoqin well, he would definitely benefit greatly. This was a good opportunity to make up for his mistakes. Wang Feng quickly put on a smile and said, I do. In fact, many people from other factions come to the Pirate Alliance to modify their ships. After all, the Pirate Alliance's shipbuilding skills are famous throughout the world. As long as the core formation diagram and some secrets are not leaked, the Pirate Alliance will turn a blind eye to this matter. Many shipbuilders are actually the masters of the Pirate Alliance. They know when to advance and when to retreat. I wonder what grade does young Master Xiao want? After some thought, Xiaoqin asked, there are grades. That is natural. How can there not be grades? You can do as much as you spend. As long as you can pay the right price, I can even find the peak shipbuilders of the Pirate Alliance. Xiaoqin nodded and said, in that case find the best one. What is the price? When Wang Feng heard that, he immediately showed a bitter expression. He seemed to have boasted too much. This. Xiaoqin interrupted. Just say that aside from the spirit jades, I can provide you with the life juice source. If the other party does not believe me, you can use this to show them. Wang Feng received a jade bottle and opened it. However, he found that it was empty. However, the lingering aura of the life juice source could not be faked. Could not be faked. Wang Feng's expression changed dramatically, and his heart thumped heavily. He whispered, young Master Xiao, can you take out some life juice source? That would be more convincing. Xiaoqin firmly refused, impossible. You know your own character very well. However, if you do well after this, I can give you at least 2 kilograms of pure life juice source. Qin, he said. Wang Feng with Wang Xiaoqin with Qin with, nodded. With, Wang, Qin said. With Qin. Xiaoqin, right? Xiao with Qin with he. Qin. Xiao Feng Qin said with Xiaoqin. Feng. He. Xiaoqin took. The two cold steel eagles had also caught a lot of prey on this trip. The materials of many oceanic ferocious beasts were very valuable. This was a good opportunity to get rid of them. Wang Feng received Xiaoqin's list and took a look. His heart immediately thumped heavily, and he became somewhat distracted. This was really a big deal. If he managed to get these deals done, just the middleman fees alone would earn him a lot. Just 1 or 2 of the many natural treasures would be worth half of his fortune. I promise to do this very well and not let down young master's trust. After saying that, Wang Feng quickly left. Right now he was very excited and filled with vigor. Captain, is this person reliable? He looks shifty-eyed. With one look, I can tell that he is not a very magnanimous person. Xiao Sua frowned and said, he is very meticulous and definitely very crafty. Xiaoqin smiled and said, don't worry. He knows his limits and understands the severity of the situation. Xiaoqin had already taken this person down a peg with the West Wind Towers matter, letting him know how powerful he was. If Wang Feng dared to play any tricks, he would be tired of living. The most important thing was that Xiaoqin believed that the benefits he promised would definitely tempt the other party. Xiaoqin changed the topic and looked at Xiao Sua. After today you will be responsible for taking over with this Wang Feng. There was no need for Xiaoqin to persuade Wang Feng to deal with these trivial matters. That would waste too much time. Xiao Sua smiled and said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I have plenty of experience dealing with such people. I guarantee that he will not dare to play any tricks." Xiaoqin nodded and looked at Luo Nan and Fei Er. "Big brother Xiaoqin, what instructions do you have?" Fei Er asked softly with a smile. Xiaoqin said seriously, "I want you to investigate the Blessed Land, the Black Cave Mountain. The more detailed, the better. At the same time, figure out the best route to the Black Cave Mountain from here. It would be best to see if there are any transrealm transportation formations that we can use." "Alright, leave it to me and senior brother." The Black Cave Mountain was Xiao Chen's next destination. He needed to make preparations in advance. The preparation work began to be carried out in an orderly manner. As for Xiao Chen, he closed his eyes and started cultivating in the inn that he was staying in. He saw the unparalleled berserk and boundlessly tyrannical auras from the great desolate inn after Ling Yu and Jiang Xian activated their bloodline powers. A sense of danger welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He finally understood the distance between him and these people. Whether Xiao Chen was willing to admit it or not, he did not have much of a chance of victory against the two after they activated their bloodline powers. At best, he had a 50-50 chance. This was even with Xiao Chen having many trump cards, grasping great Tao energy, and consuming a lot of life juice source to improve his physical body. There was too little time left for Xiao Chen. After all, he had spent the first 20 years of his cultivation in the abandoned land. As for those people, the gap was too great in the blessed land. However, Xiao Chen did not give up on himself. If he could cross the hurdle of the half-step primal core realm and reach the same cultivation as those two, his chances of victory would reach 70%. More importantly, the bloodline power in Xiao Chen's body was also a treasure trove. Furthermore, it was even more vast. It was just that he could not find a way to develop it for now. Now that he had accumulated enough, it would only be a matter of time before he soared into the sky. Early the next morning, under Xiao Sua's instructions, everyone on the Black Cutlass got busy again. The crew members were full of enthusiasm. No one had expected that in just a few months, they would be able to make such a great progress. No one had expected that in a few short months, their ship would undergo another modification and become even stronger. Aside from some important news, Xiao Sua, Luo Nan, and Fei Er would not disturb Xiao Chen. They could deal with most of the miscellaneous matters by themselves. 3 days later, it was finally time for a matter that Xiao Chen had to deal with personally. After Wang Feng used all his connections, he finally helped Xiao Chen invite a Grandmaster shipwright from the Pirate Alliance. Anyone who could obtain the title of Grandmaster in the Pirate Alliance could be considered at the peak. Young hero Xiao Chen, this is the Pirate Alliance's Grandmaster Jean. His shipbuilding skills are definitely at the peak in this pirate hall. Many rank 3 sect elders find it very difficult to meet Grandmaster Jean. Wang Feng looked at Xiao Chen with a fawning expression as he introduced an unprepossessing old man not far away. "Stop sucking up. You are this fellow's master. Let me ask you, do you really have the life juice source?" Who knew that Grandmaster Jean did not give Wang Feng any face. He directly looked at Xiao Chen and asked rudely. Xiao Chen gave Wang Feng a look, and Wang Feng tactfully withdrew. "There's no rush. Sir, come and take a look at my ship first. If you have any opinions you can tell me," Xiao Chen said politely with a calm expression. Whether this person was a real Grandmaster or a fake Grandmaster, he had to reveal something. Asking for the life juice source the moment he opened his mouth? Xiao Chen was not that foolish. Hee. When Grandmaster Jean heard that, he laughed. "It looks like it is most likely real. To think that you are still testing me. Very well, I'll go and take a look with you." Chapter 1628. After arriving at the Black Cutlass pirate ship, Xiao Chen got all the crew members to disembark. Then he showed Master Jean around the ship. "What is below? Are you not going to let me in to take a look?" Master Jean asked as he pointed to the entrance. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "There is no need for that. It was best not to expose the immemorial demon soul formation if possible." Furthermore, Xiao Chen did not believe that the other party had the ability to modify the immemorial demon soul formation. Master Jean did not find this strange. After he disembarked, he said, "With one look, I can tell that this ship of yours is the work of a great master. The standard of this ship is no lower than mine. In fact, it might even be higher." Xiao Chen remained silent. He did not deny it or admit it, letting the other party continue. That person left a lot of room for upgrading the pirate ship. Honestly speaking, it is really a waste for you to invite me over. Xiaoqin found this strange, so he asked, "What do you mean?" Master Jean pointed to the ship and said, "The original person who modified it is very experienced. As long as you have sufficient resources and follow his train of thought, you just need to modify it step by step. There is no need to use your brain, understand? No matter how ordinary a shipwright is, they can easily see through it and complete what you want to do." Let me think. I should have heard of all the shipwrights with such skill. Who could it be? As Master Jean chatted, he started to get distracted. Xiaoqin quickly interrupted. "Are you saying that the original shipwright already fixed the direction of future upgrades?" "Yes, that's right. That's what I mean. You can just find any shipwright to give the overall command. There is no need for me to handle such a small matter." Xiaoqin was greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Senior Gue was so strong. When he thought about the immemorial demon soul formation, it seemed like it had a significant background. After thinking, Master Jean turned around and left, not lingering at all. Xiaoqin quickly stepped forward and stopped Master Jean. "Master, many thanks for your honesty. However, I would still like to ask you to help modify this pirate ship." Master Jean frowned and asked, "Are you sure? Your ship does not need to be modified at all. You just need to follow the other party's train of thought. If you ask me to help, I will not lower the price. My time is very precious." "Price is not a problem." Xiaoqin smiled. He liked interacting with such honest people. Then he took out a jade bottle containing the silver life juice source. What a pure life juice source. Its quality is at least superior grade. Master Jean opened the bottle cap and his eyes lit up. Clearly he had not expected this life juice source to be so pure. Originally Xiaoqin thought that it was just an ordinary life juice source, just purer and free of impurities. If Xiaoqin knew that Xiaoqin still had the golden life juice source, what would he think? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Master Jean did not ask Xiaoqin how he obtained the life juice source. After thinking for a while, he accepted the jade bottle and said, "With this bottle of life juice source, my grandson will be able to break through the bottleneck of the primal core realm. His vitality and physique will also increase by several levels. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. I'll help you prepare the materials you need to level up. I'll give you a 50% discount." Xiaoqin performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, many thanks, Master Jean." Master Jean appeared very satisfied. He smiled and said, "That's easy. I'll help you level up to 4-star then. Speed, defense, offensive power, which do you want to focus on?" After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin said, "Speed and defense then." For now he did not really need offensive power. He mainly wanted to use it for traveling and defending against enemies. After that, they started to discuss the other details such as what kind of materials to use. Would there be a need for some explosive speed increasing formations? The discussion was a great eye-opener for Xiaoqin. Unexpectedly, building a pirate ship was so complicated. Many of the things involved were things that Xiaoqin had never heard of. Fortunately, Master Jean patiently explained them to him, allowing him to learn a lot. "In that case, I'll take my leave first. I'll bring someone over tomorrow." Master Jean took his leave. After he left, Xiao Sua nearly jumped up in excitement. A 4-star pirate ship. Xiao Sua had never dreamed that he would be able to pilot a 4-star pirate ship one day. All the crew members were incredibly excited as well. Back then, the Golden Setting Sun 3-star pirate ship had caused a huge commotion in Purple Sun City. However, the Black Cutlass had only been modified to 4-star and not purchased from the Pirate Alliance. It still looked rather ordinary. Ordinary people would find it hard to tell with one glance. This was somewhat vexing. However, it suited Xiaoqian's character. "I'll leave the rest to you. Whether we can get rid of that late-stage major primal core cultivator or not will depend on this ship," Xiaoqin said as he looked at Xiao Sua. Xiao Sua patted his chest and smiled. "Don't worry. There will definitely not be any mistakes. Oh right, the decryption of the Scarlet Blood Pirate flag should be coming out soon. Let me know when the results are out." After another 3 days, Feiher came to Xiaoqian's room and reported the news of the 3 blessed lands. "Big brother Xiaoqian, I've already scouted out the information. I also found the sailing route. It's been hard on you. Tell me about it." "Yes, the 3 blessed lands are not far from each other, in the center of the Grave Sea. That connected sea region is heavily guarded. If one is not a disciple of the blessed lands, one will not be able to enter. The spiritual energy of the world in the blessed lands is 10 times denser than outside. More than 20 third-grade sects and a small number of fourth-grade sects were stationed in each blessed abode. The rank 3 sects in there are several times stronger than the rank 3 sects in the outside world. There is simply no comparison. Simply put, that place is an aloof holy land. To outsiders they can only watch from afar. After hearing that, Xiaoqin frowned. He had not thought of this. To think that the blessed lands did not even give outsiders a chance to enter. How was Xiaoqin supposed to get in touch with Yi Zifeng? Big brother Xiaoqin, perhaps that Ling Yu has a way, Fager whispered. Xiaoqin shook his head and said indifferently, there is no need. That person is too arrogant. If we go looking for him, we will only humiliate ourselves. You can leave first. I'll think of a way. Right? Upon seeing Xiaoqin frown and knowing that she could not help the other party, Fager left unhappily. Xiaoqin toyed with an engraved card in his hand. Then, he raised his head and revealed a contemplative expression. The West Wind Tower's Ding Yuan. This person might have a chance of getting Xiaoqin into the blessed lands. Holding the engraved card, Xiaoqin entered the West Wind Tower again and received preferential treatment. A pretty maidservant with a graceful figure led Xiaoqin to the highest floor of the tower. In the VIP room, Ding Yuan was still slowly brewing tea. When he saw Xiaoqin arrive, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? You want to go to the wrestling ring and earn a lot of money?" Xiaoqin sat down and received a cup of tea that the other party handed to him. After taking a sip, he said, "This tea is pretty good. If I can obtain consecutive victories and lose one more time, Chief Manager Ding will definitely feel even better." Ding Yuan laughed loudly and said, "You know quite a lot, unlike those two geniuses from the blessed lands. They are so cocky that their tails are about to reach the sky. No matter how much I advise them, they will not listen. How about it? You win 20 consecutive victories and then we fight for 21. Xiaoqin put down his teacup and said calmly, "That's a pretty good suggestion. However, I came to look for you because I have something else to discuss." Upon hearing that, the smile on Ding Yuan's face vanished. He said indifferently, "I'm only interested in business. If there is nothing else, let's drink some tea. Consider it an apology for what happened back then. I came to look for you because of a business deal." "Oh? What kind of business?" Ding Yuan asked casually, his interest piqued. Xiaoqin said indifferently, "Send me into the Black Cave Mountain, and I'll give you sufficient compensation. Are you interested in this business deal?" Ding Yuan smiled and said, "Let's just drink some tea. I don't have that ability. You overestimate me. I know you don't have that ability, but you should know someone who does." Xiaoqin enunciated every word as he calmly analyzed, "With your strength and status, you should already be able to come into contact with such an existence." Ding Yuan's expression turned grave. He looked at Xiaoqin and said, "It looks like you are serious. I do indeed know such a person. However, I'm sorry I cannot trust you. Even if you give me a high compensation, I cannot help you." Trust, this was a big problem. If Xiaoqin did something disrespectful in the blessed land, Ding Yuan would not be able to escape responsibility. That would definitely be a dead end. No matter how big the business was, it was not as important as his life. Since Ding Yuan did not trust Xiaoqin, no matter how Xiaoqin explained, Ding Yuan would not believe him. The problem of trust was indeed somewhat unsolvable. Just as Xiaoqin felt that he had reached a dead end, he glanced around and noticed the string of Buddhist prayer beads in Ding Yuan's right hand. It was a string of Buddhist prayer beads made of small red sandalwood. The surface of the Buddhist prayer beads was smooth and round, giving off a spiritual glow. Under the illumination of the lamps in the room, the Buddhist prayer beads reflected a faint light, looking exceptionally bright. Xiaoqin's heart skipped a beat. After a long time, the wooden Buddhist prayer beads would turn from purple to black. This was unavoidable. Unless a true devotee of Buddhism played with them every day and wiped away the dirt, the Buddhist prayer beads would remain bright for a long time. Only then would the Buddhist prayer beads remain bright for a long time, preventing the golden stars on the Buddhist prayer beads from being covered by the dirt. Xiaoqin revealed a smile. He knew how to resolve the problem of trust. Chapter 1629. Xiaoqin took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. Then he looked at Ding Yuan and asked, "Chief Manager Ding, are you a member of the Buddhist sect?" "Not really. When I was young, I spent some time in a Buddhist sect. Now that I have returned to the secular world, I am just a businessman." Ding Yuan's tone was calm, not showing much fluctuation in his emotions. However, Xiaoqin did not care. For Ding Yuan to be able to cultivate to the late-stage major primal core realm in that Buddhist sect, he must have lived there for a long time. Furthermore, his comprehension ability was very deep. Not just anyone could reach the late-stage major primal core realm. Xiao Qin said, although you have returned to the secular world, I believe that Chief Manager Ding still has Buddha in your heart. Your heart toward Buddha has never changed. A light flashed in Ding Yuan's eyes as he smiled without showing it. Why do you say that? Just based on the string of Buddhist prayer beads in Chief Manager Ding's hand, if not for his firm heart toward Buddha, how could he wipe it every night, sweeping away the dirt and dirt? Your observation skills are pretty good. I was already used to wiping the Buddhist prayer beads every night when I was young. However, what exactly are you trying to say by telling me all this? There's no need to beat around the bush. Just say it directly. Ding Yuan also put down his teacup and looked at Xiao Qin, gesturing for him to speak. Xiao Qin said with a serious expression, the problem of trust that Chief Manager Ding mentioned is indeed a difficult one. I have met you no more than 3 times. You should not have a reason to trust me. Ding Yuan nodded. That's right. I cannot possibly take risks for someone I have only met a few times. If you go to the Blessed Land and steal secret manuals and do something disrespectful, I will definitely die. In that case, I'll tell Chief Manager Ding now. You can rest assured. Xiao Qin removed the Buddhist pendant on his chest. With a thought, the black lotus mark on his chest appeared. The black lotus flowers formed a complicated Buddhist seal. Ding Yuan's expression changed slightly as he muttered, the Black Lotus Church's Black Lotus Holy Seal. Wuxia. The moment the black lotus mark appeared, Xiao Qin quickly made it disappear. Then he put on the Buddhist pendant and suppressed it again. It looks like Chief Manager Ding recognizes this seal. Ding Yuan showed a grave expression. As he looked at Xiao Qin, some doubt flashed in his eyes. Naturally, I recognize the Black Lotus Holy Mark. The person who planted the Black Lotus Holy Mark will not be able to escape the pursuit of the Black Lotus Church. However, why are you being chased by the Black Lotus Church? Who did you offend? Xiao Qin said indifferently, you don't have to worry about this. I entered the Blessed Land because there are seniors there who can protect me and help me escape the pursuit of the Black Lotus Church. With this Black Lotus seal, Steward Ding should be able to trust me. I will never do anything that will implicate Steward Ding. Ding Yuan's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, all right, I'll believe you for the time being. But you have to tell me what you can pay me. Give what? Xiao Qin definitely could not give him the golden life juice source. The temptation was too great. The other party would definitely take the risk out of desperation, directly killing him and searching his body. Xiao Qin was already targeted by a gray-clad late-stage major primal core old man. He did not want to be targeted by this Ding Yuan as well. However, the silver life juice source did not seem to be enough to tempt the other party. If you want to tempt me, you will need to take out 1 million medial-grade spirit jades or natural treasures or profound tools of equal value, Ding Yuan said unhurriedly. Ding Yuan said unhurriedly. His appetite was very big. Right now, Xiao Qin only had 1 million medial-grade spirit jades at the very most. How could he give it all to Ding Yuan? Fortunately, Xiao Qin had already thought of how to deal with this. Xiao Qin said indifferently, I'll give you a promise. Ah, what a joke. What is the point of your promise? Whoosh. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, his eyes released a golden light, and the great desolate divine eyes instantly appeared. A fear that reached the depths of the soul spread out in Ding Yuan's mind. He felt immense pressure. Boom. The string of Buddhist prayer beads in Ding Yuan's hand gave off a bright light. At the crucial moment, a wall of light filled with scriptures appeared, blocking Xiao Qin's vision. Ding Yuan gently pushed back, moving back several meters along with the stool he was sitting on, putting some distance between him and Xiao Qin. Now, Ding Yuan had already taken out the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand and dangled them in his palm. Then he slowly moved the beads with his thumb. His body emitted layers of faint Buddhist might, enveloping the entire room in layers of Buddhist might. After a while, the wall of light vanished and Xiao Qin's great desolate divine eyes vanished as well. However, Ding Yuan had already put some distance between him and Xiao Qin, no longer getting so close. In that instant earlier, Ding Yuan had already felt a threat to his life. Even if the other party's great desolate Ian bloodline was not in the top 100, it was not far from it. Otherwise, how could the other party release such a piercing great desolate divine eyes? In that instant he almost lost control of his soul. I really misjudged you. What kind of great desolate Ian bloodline do you have? Ding Yuan asked. Right now the dragon race only had 6 bloodlines. The blue dragon bloodline had been eliminated long ago. Hence, Ding Yuan did not know what kind of bloodline Xiao Qin had. Ding Yuan vaguely felt that it was similar to the dragon race bloodline. However, none of the 6 bloodlines of the dragon race resembled Xiao Qin's bloodline. Xiao Qin said calmly, Everyone has their own secrets. Sorry, Chief Manager Ding. Ding Yuan felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, that's true. This is your secret, so I won't ask too much. Good. In that case, I'll accept your promise. I hope you won't disappoint me. The divine eyes opened and the bloodline appeared. Xiao Qin used the blue dragon bloodline to prove his value and potential. Ding Yuan thought about it for a while before accepting Xiao Qian's condition. If Xiao Qin fell in the future, this condition would be worthless. However, if Xiao Qin became a Cloud Sea powerhouse or even higher, the value of this promise would be immeasurable. The value of this promise was immeasurable. It was the nature of merchants to take risks and gamble. This was especially so for Ding Yuan. Ding Yuan did not hesitate at all, agreeing to Xiao Qian's condition. Go back first and wait for my news. After I get through all my connections, I will send someone to inform you. Xiao Qin stood up and said, in that case, many thanks. This is my first visit. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Leaving behind a jade bottle containing the silver life juice source, Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and left. After Xiao Qin left, Ding Yuan opened the bottle cap and saw what was inside. Ding Yuan revealed a smile on his face, feeling even more confident about Xiao Qian's future. The last bit of doubt in Ding Yuan's heart vanished. Man. Contact the Profound Cloud Sect's Elder Lu. Ding Yuan immediately took action. In the following days, the various preparations continued in an orderly fashion. The Black Cutlass's repairs and improvements were nearly complete. After Luonan and Fei learned that they did not have to worry about not being able to enter the Blessed Land, they started to deal with the problems that might occur along the route. He started to deal with the possible problems that might occur on the flight route, sitting and making predictions in advance. Under Master Jin's command, Xiao Sua led the crew to help modify and upgrade the Black Cutlass. Without needing to worry about the various miscellaneous matters, Xiao Qin continued to stabilize his cultivation. He digested the various benefits that the life juice source brought him. Vaguely, he felt that he had already touched the bottleneck of the primal core realm. In Xiao Qian's Dantian, his yang essence energy and yin essence energy mixed with his veritable essence energy, forming a perfect Taiji diagram. That lifelike Taiji diagram was like a picturesque ink painting. It formed an unbreakable balance between the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and the heavenly yang pill, two kinds of incredibly berserk and horrifying energies. In the past, when those disciples consumed the heavenly yang pill, their bodies would definitely not explode and die. The yin and yang energies in Xiao Qian's body were even more perfectly balanced than those of primal core cultivators. There was no need to worry about yin and yang losing balance, chaotic energy, or an explosion. The most important thing was that Xiao Qian's physical body had been continuously cleansed by the life juice source. His physique was already as strong as a major primal core venerates. Even if Xiao Qian exploded, his bones would not shatter and he would not die on the spot. At most, he would faint and be severely injured. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qin stayed in this pirate hall for a month. After the Black Cutlass was completely remodeled, Xiao Qin thanked Master Jin. Then he got his brothers, who had been busy for a long time, to go and rest first. Xiao Qin went alone to the most mysterious room on the second floor of the Black Cutlass. A strange formation plate floated quietly in the center of the sinister and sinister immemorial demon soul formation filled with evil qi. Xiao Qin discovered that 1.5 pearls around the neck of the great desolate Ian ferocious beast, the Yazi beast, were already lit up. The difficulty of lighting up the pearls was even greater than Xiao Qin had imagined. The cold steel eagles fed on the blood of ferocious beasts every day were still unable to satiate their appetite. The main reason was that the Yazi beast's appetite had become increasingly picky. After lighting up one pearl, a minor primal core ferocious beast was of little use. Even now the pearls were useless. Only major primal core ferocious beasts could continue to light up the pearls. After leaving the pirate hall, Xiao Qin would meet the gray-clad old man from the beast-governing sect. While he did not fear this, Xiao Qin did not want anything unexpected to happen. He needed to ensure that nothing went wrong and that everything was under his control. Taking out a small knife, Xiao Qin made a small cut on his palm. A drop of blood slowly fell below the formation. Before the blood landed in the formation, the entire immemorial demon soul formation started moving restlessly. A scarlet light spread out and evil qi filled the air. An illusory Yazi beast demon soul appeared in the blood mist. When it saw the blood falling, it smiled sinisterly, and a sinister look flashed in its eyes. Chapter 1630. Pu Ci. When that drop of blood landed in the immemorial demon soul formation, a dense scarlet light spread throughout the entire compartment. Excited roars came from within the formation, and they kept on making strange noises. Before Xiao Chen could adapt to this environment, he saw a shadow come out of the scarlet light, opening its huge mouth and biting at him. Intense pain came from the depths of his soul. Xiao Chen held his forehead as he took a big step back. He felt like his soul energy had been bitten. As he looked at this immemorial demon soul formation, he could not help feeling horrified. What an evil formation, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Fortunately, I expected it. I only used 1 drop of blood. Otherwise, who knows what the consequences would be. Whoosh. When all the scarlet light was absorbed into the formation, Xiao Chen could clearly see 2 scarlet pearls lit up at the core of the formation plate. Before lighting up the pearls, the Yazi beast demon soul was already as strong as an early-stage major primal core cultivator. Now it should be as strong as a peak major primal core cultivator. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Given this, he would be absolutely safe when dealing with that gray-clad old man from the beast governing sect. After all, that was a rank 3 sect elder. Who knew what trump cards he had? It was best to be safe. After leaving the compartment, Xiao Chen discovered that Xiao Suo was still on the deck, not having left yet. Xiao Suo, you have been busy for a month. Why are you not resting? Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. During the past month, Xiao Suo had led the crew to work day and night. That was how they managed to upgrade the Black Cutlass to a 4-star pirate ship in an extremely short time. Xiao Suo smiled and said, "Hee hee. I'm not tired. Looking at the treasures on the ship, I feel excited. Furthermore, with my current physique, this bit of fatigue is nothing." Captain, take a look. This is a modified 4-star ballista. Captain, although you said that you didn't want any attack power, although Captain said that you do not need any offensive power, Grandmaster Jean is very kind. These are the best of a regular 4-star pirate ship. 1 ballista bolt can easily pierce through a major primal core venerate's veritable essence energy shield. However, we have to use specially made ballista bolts. Of course, ordinary ballista bolts are quite powerful as well. Xiao Suo pointed at the 16 ballista towers above the cabin and introduced them to Xiao Chen. At first, Xiao Chen did not pay much attention to it, but after a while he felt a little shocked. There were 16 ballista towers, and each tower had 4 top-grade 4-star ballistae, for a total of 64 ballistae. 64 peak 4-star ballistae fired in the same direction at the same time. Caught off guard, the sky was filled with deadly ballista bolts. That scene was truly unimaginable. Even Xiao Chen himself felt a little scared. At the very least, he didn't dare to force his way in. Then he pulled Xiao Chen over and pointed to the sides of the Black Cutlass. There are 18 cannons on each of the 2 sides. They are all 4-star Neptune's Rage ancient demonic energy cannons. Xiao Chen knew about the Neptune's Rage. It was a demonic energy cannon specially made by a Grandmaster Blacksmith of the Pirate Alliance. There were a total of 9 levels corresponding to the 9 stars of pirate ships. Each level was further divided into low, standard, and top. These were the ancient demonic energy cannons that inspired fear in people. The name Neptune's Rage lived up to its name. It had to be said that the Pirate Alliance did indeed have a group of geniuses and strange people. They were simply too incredible. No wonder the Pirate Alliance could survive for so long, with no one daring to target it. The things that the Pirate Alliance revealed were already so incredible. Just how powerful were the treasures that only the Pirate Alliance kept? This was simply unimaginable. Captain, even a 4-star captain would find it very difficult to buy these. Grandmaster Jean is really generous. He is also an honest person and does not like owing favors to others. When mentioning Grandmaster Jean, Xiao Suo was full of praise. Xiao Chen also felt surprised. It looked like he had not given the wrong person that bottle of golden life juice source. Grandmaster Jean even helped us strengthen the Dark Knight Bewildering formation, directly dismantling the defensive formation and rearranging it into a 4-star one. In addition, he also helped us add an explosive acceleration formation. When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. Grandmaster Jean simply understood him too well. That's right. You have said so much. How many spirit jades do you have left that I gave you? Xiao Suo had sought out Xiao Chen several times for spirit jades because he needed to remodel the pirate ship. Later, Xiao Chen found it troublesome, so he used the natural treasures that Senior Jiao Snake left to exchange for the spirit jades, as well as his own wealth, to Xiao Suo. Xiao Chen did not keep account, but when added up, there should be at least 1 or 2 million medial-grade spirit jades. That was about 200 million medial-grade spirit jades. The spirit herbs that could catch the eye of Senior Jiao Snake were at least 3,000 years old. That batch of treasures was extremely valuable. Upon hearing this question, Xiao Suo smiled and said, "That's all." What? That's all. Xiao Chen was startled when he heard that. How could 200 million medial-grade spirit jades be gone just like that? After all, at the Purple Sun City's auction, Xiao Chen could sweep through everyone with just 100,000 medial-grade spirit jades, pressuring others to the point that they could not breathe. It was enough to see that it was a huge amount of wealth. Now he had become a pauper again. Xiao Sua smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's really gone. Originally there were still some left. However, the various formations of the pirate ship require spirit jades to activate. I also need to have enough spare spirit jades, so they're all gone." Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression was still not good, Xiao Sua thought for a while and said, "How about I go to the nodes of the formation and dig them out? I should be able to dig some out." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Good idea. Go ahead and dig them out one by one." Seeing Xiao Chen laugh, Xiao Sua also laughed. "Captain, I'm just joking. Don't worry, you won't lose anything, Captain." Right now the black cutlass looks ordinary. However, once it bared its fangs, the black cutlass would be extremely powerful. Even a peak 4-star pirate ship could easily crush an ordinary 4-star pirate ship. Ordinary 5-star pirate ships would have to think twice before attacking us. Xiao Chen wasn't really angry. He just liked the feeling of being rich and imposing. Now that he was penniless, it was hard for him to not get used to it. However, Xiao Chen's mental state was good. He quickly accepted it and could deal with it calmly. Xiao Chen had experienced many ups and downs in the Kunlun realm. His cultivation had once regressed, leaving him with nothing. Even if it was the worst result, how bad could it be for Xiao Chen? "Captain, when are we setting out to sea?" Xiao Sua asked somewhat impatiently. Xiao Sua was already armed to the teeth. He could no longer remain idle. "Wait a little longer." These words made Xiao Chen frown somewhat worriedly. The West Wind Tower's Ding Yuan still had not sent any news. This was not good news. After waiting for another 7 days, just as Xiao Chen's patience was about to run out, Ding Yuan finally informed him to go to the West Wind Tower. "Brother Xiao Chen, sorry for making you wait for too long," Ding Yuan said to Xiao Chen with a smile on his face as he brewed tea. Xiao Chen immediately calmed down. Based on Chief Manager Ding's appearance, the matter should be settled. "Yes. The Blessed Land is open to the public only once every 3 years and accepts disciples. The last time it was open to the public was not long ago. Originally, you should have to wait another 3 years before you can enter the Blessed Land." Xiao Chen continued. "However, Chief Manager Ding already found a way for this little fellow to enter midway." "That's right. I used a lot of connections to help you obtain a recommendation letter. With the recommendation letter, you can enter the Blessed Land and choose which sect you want to join. Of course there is a test. However, given little brother Xiao Chen's strength, the test should not be a problem." As he spoke, Ding Yuan passed a recommendation letter over to Zhang Xian. Xiao Chen casually received it. This was just an ordinary recommendation letter. The contents were also very ordinary. However, the words gave Xiao Chen a sense of pressure, nearly causing him to stumble. Every word contained a pressure that came from the soul. The strokes were very forceful, showing off their sharpness and a boundless aura. Xiao Chen found it somewhat unbearable. After taking a look, he quickly closed the letter. "This is personally written by a Cloud Sea powerhouse." Xiao Chen looked at Ding Yuan in shock. Ding Yuan nodded and said, "The Cloud Sea realm is an unfathomable realm. With one thought they can injure others. With one word they can suppress a major primal core venerate." As Xiao Chen held this heavy recommendation letter, he knew that the matter was settled. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, Chief Manager Ding." Ding Yuan smiled casually and said, "There's no need to thank me. I'm just a businessman. Remember, you owe me a promise." For some reason, every time Xiao Chen heard Ding Yuan say that he was a businessman, he felt strange. Perhaps the other party was not as simple as Xiao Chen made him out to be. At the very least, this recommendation letter was not simple. "I will engrave it in my heart and not forget it. We will meet again." Chapter 1631. After leaving the West Wind Tower, Xiao Chen gathered all the members of the Black Cutlass pirate group. "Tomorrow we will leave the pirate hall." This place was just a relay station on his way to the Blessed Lands. Originally he should have left long ago. Now that everything was ready, especially with the most important recommendation letter, it was time to depart. "Great. I can't wait any longer. Captain, where are we going?" "One of the 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea, the Black Cave Mountain." Fei said after some thought, "If we depart tomorrow, doesn't that mean we are leaving together with the outstanding talents of those 2 blessed lands?" Ling Yu and Jiang Xian fought 7 matches in a row. Each match ended in a draw. Every match was very exciting, causing a huge commotion in the entire pirate hall. Because of these two, countless experts came to watch the many palaces of the pirate city. One could say that the popularity of the entire pirate hall reached its peak because of these two. 3 days ago, the two had agreed to come back and compete again 1 year later. That was also tomorrow. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "It does not have much to do with us. There is no need to bother about it." Early the next morning, the entrance of the pirate hall was packed with people. The people who came to send Jiang Xian and Ling Yu off surrounded them. As the two looked at the large group of people sending them off, they were in high spirits, their faces filled with smiles. This was the so-called proud sons of heaven, achieving success at a young age. Brother Jiang and I appreciate each other. It can be said that no discord, no concord. Everyone don't worry. We will definitely meet again next year. Ling Yu performed a cupped fist salute in all directions. Jiang Xian also revealed a smile as he said softly, "Let's part here. Everyone, there is no need to send us off. This is a true outstanding talent, a young hero. Their future is limitless. It's a blessing to be able to witness so many exciting battles in my lifetime." As the crowd watched the two turn around, they did not shift their gazes away. Clearly, Jiang Xian and Ling Yu, two outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines, shocked these people greatly, inspiring respect from the bottom of their hearts. Not far away at the mouth of the sea below the entrance of the pirate hall, an inconspicuous pirate ship was sailing with its sails raised. On the highest observation deck of the cabin stood a white figure, facing the first ray of dawn as he sailed towards the vast sea. His body exuded a tranquil aura. It was as if he had isolated the world from all the hustle and bustle, becoming one with the world. Jiang Xian and Ling Yu walked on the road, chatting and laughing as they chatted about some things. Suddenly Jiang Xian's gaze caught a glimpse of Xiao Qin, who was standing in the wind on the black cutlass. Her gaze paused for a moment before she softly said, "It's him." Jiang Xian looked at her curiously. "What's wrong? Is this the person you mentioned to me, the white-clad youth with the great desolate Ian bloodline who wants to curry favor with you?" Ling Yu nodded. "Yes. However, his cultivation is not high and he is older than you and me. I don't belong to any sect and I'm all alone. How is it worth making friends with? I refuse." Jiang Xian smiled and said, "Brother Ling, you can't compare everyone to us. That's unfair to them. Among ordinary people they are already dazzling enough to be proud of." "That's true. It's my fault." The hustle and bustle slowly died down. Before the eyes of the entire city, Jiang Xian and Ling Yu left in high spirits. In a direction that no one was paying attention to, that pirate ship also drifted further and further away. However, many years later, when everyone discussed this matter, they only remembered that they brushed shoulders with the Dragon Emperor Xiao Qin and regretted it for life. They could not remember the geniuses from the two blessed lands at all. The instant the black cutlass left the pirate hall's perimeter, a gray-clad old man leading two late-stage major primal core venerates stood on a huge tortoise beast, revealing a cold smile. This gray-clad old man was none other than the beast-governing sect's elder. The temptation of the highest quality life juice source was simply too great. In the past month, the gray-clad old man had used all the strength he could, setting up various spots around the pirate hall. As long as Xiao Qin appeared, he would immediately be discovered. "Brat, I thought that you would hide in there forever." "After him." The gray-clad old man shouted coldly, and the tortoise beast under his feet chased after Xiao Qin's pirate ship at lightning speed. The strange speed did not match the tortoise beast's huge body. "Captain, that old bastard indeed did not leave. He is standing on a small tortoise beast and is giving chase. Should we shake them off?" Melancholy curses came from the control room. Up on the lookout tower, Xiao Qin sat calmly on the cycle throne. He said calmly, "That tortoise beast is not simple. It will not be easy to shake them off. Find a desolate sea region and deal with them." "Yes, Captain." "Little friend white-clad, we meet again." The tortoise beast gradually closed the distance between them. The gray-clad old man revealed a smile as he felt that victory was in his grasp. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "Indeed. However, this time it is not a coincidence." Cut the crap. Hand over the life juice source and I will spare you from death. I will also write off the matter of you killing two of my beast-governing sect's cold steel eagles. This is my bottom line. Think about it yourself." The gray-clad old man exuded the strong aura of a late-stage major primal core cultivator. His voice was deafening like thunder. An incomparably berserk and terrifying storm kicked up on the surface of the sea. The sky immediately turned gloomy and overcast. What a strong aura. Feeling the old man's aura, the crew of the Black Cutlass were all startled, sucking in a breath of cold air. Just his aura alone could kick up such a huge storm. This gray-clad old man was indeed incredible. However, to the gray-clad old man's surprise, the not-so-huge Black Cutlass sailed steadily amid the strong wind and waves, not shaking at all. This pirate ship is somewhat unusual. The two major primal core venerates behind were flabbergasted, viewing the Black Cutlass in a different light. The gray-clad old man smiled coldly and said, "I thought that after preparing for a month, it would not be very capable. It turns out that they strengthened the pirate ship. I'll deal with this ship. The two of you charge over and kill all the other crew members aside from the white-clad man." The two early-stage major primal core experts boarded the pirate ship. It would be easy for them to deal with a group of young essence core and minor primal core experts. The gray-clad old man's entire body surged with veritable essence energy, and his body exuded a terrifying aura. Then he ferociously threw a palm strike. Boom! A huge wave appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the sea. The entire pirate ship was tossed high into the air, and its speed completely slowed. Now, murderous intent flashed on the faces of the two early-stage major primal core venerates behind the gray-clad old man. They soared into the air, preparing to take the opportunity to snatch the ship. "Captain, two major primal core experts are here," Xiao Sua said somewhat anxiously in the control room. Up on the observation deck, Xiaochen observed for a while before saying calmly, "All brothers in the tower, heed my orders. Change the 4-star ballisti to the special ballisti and aim them at the old man on the right." Xiaochen's calm voice rang out, calming all the brothers on the ship. "Yes, Captain." All the crew members in the tower answered in unison. Creak, creak. The many ballisti in the tower silently changed directions and locked on to the old man charging over from the right. The unremarkable pirate ship in midair landed on the surface of the sea with a loud bang. The two old men finally appeared within range of the 4-star ballisti. However, Xiaochen did not give any orders. Everyone held their breath and did not act rashly. On the tortoise beast, the gray-clad old man revealed a smile. He could already see a bloody scene. The two major primal core venerates slaughtered everyone on the ship. No one could stop them. Fire! Xiaochen's order finally came from the observation deck, carrying a chill into the ears of all the brothers in the tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were 64 ballisti, each equipped with 8 ballisti. They could fire 4 at a time. Immediately, a rain of ballisti filled the air like venomous snakes, coldly and mercilessly shooting out. The special ballisti were expensive, but they were very effective. Before the old man on the right could even scream, he turned into a hornet's nest. Splash! The old man fell into the seawater, corroded by the starry sea until nothing was left. A living major primal core venerate died on the spot just like that. The other old man was completely frightened silly. He froze in midair, not daring to believe what just happened. Chapter 1632. How can it be like this? The gray-clad old man on the tortoise beast was startled. He had not expected this at all. Originally, he thought that victory was in the bag, something extremely easy. However, in nearly one breath, an early-stage major primal core venerate died. This was an old friend that the gray-clad old man had known for decades. "Senior Huang, come back. That ship is somewhat strange." The gray-clad old man shouted to the other old man on the other side. Without needing the gray-clad old man to say anything, the other old man had already been frightened into losing his courage long ago. He quickly retreated. In reality, if the gray-clad old man had not retreated, this would have been a great opportunity to board the ship. Under Xiaochen's command, the 64 ballisti had already emptied their ballista bolts. Reloading the ballisti would take at least 3 seconds, more than enough for the gray-clad old man to charge over. Normally, the commander would prepare 2 rounds of attacks. After the first round, the second round would follow, and the first round would be ready as well. Therefore, the 4-star giant crossbows in the towers could continuously shoot out bolts. However, Xiaochen took a risk and got the 64 ballisti to fire at the same time. The facts proved that Xiaochen's gamble paid off. The specially made ballista bolts instantly killed the major primal core venerate on the spot. Indeed, as Xiaochen expected, the other old man was frightened silly. On the watchtower, Xiaochen revealed a cold smile. "Advance at full speed. Xiao Sua, prepare your best move." Captain, just watch me." On the huge tortoise beast, the gray-clad old man and Senior Huang discussed countermeasures. Suddenly, a huge wave surged in front, and a black pirate ship tore through the waves like a sharp knife. "Oh no, they are charging over." Senior Huang showed a startled expression. Clearly he had not expected Xiao Chen and the others to be so bold. These people were all major primal core cultivators. This was especially so for the gray-clad old man, a peak late-stage major primal core expert. You are seeking death. The gray-clad old man trembled in anger. To think that these people were so bold to be so arrogant. Gurgle. Gurgle. Bubbles appeared in the starry sea. Then the huge tortoise beast, with only its shell exposed, suddenly floated to the surface. When it completely floated out of the water, it realized that the turtle shell that it revealed was only the tip of the iceberg. The giant tortoise beast that truly appeared on the surface of the water looked as large as a small mountain. Xiao Sua, it's up to you now. Ha ha, got it, Captain? Xiao Chen wasn't intimidated by the tortoise beast. Seeing that the tortoise beast was preparing to attack, he decisively chose to make the first move. Xiao. The black cutlass pirate ship spun around on the surface of the sea, moving horizontally. The two elders did not understand what was going on. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds came from the side of the ship as cannons protruded out like ferocious beasts bearing their fangs. Top 4-star Neptune's Fury. The gray-robed old man was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw the 18 turrets, his face turned pale. If Xiao Chen had known that this pirate ship contained so many Neptune's rages, he would not have dared to get so close to the black cutlass. He would definitely go as far as he could, and he would not have any designs on Xiao Chen. Fire, Xiao Chen ordered expressionlessly. The 16 peak 4-star Neptune's rages fired out black ancient demonic energy cannons at the same time. Every black ancient demonic energy cannon spun intensely, containing berserk energy compressed to the limit. After special processing by the Pirate Alliance's refiners, these ancient demonic energy cannons could easily flatten a small mountain. At the crucial moment, the tortoise beast roared, and an overwhelming wave appeared in front of it, forming a thick wall of water. Boom! One ancient demonic energy cannon exploded on the surface of the wall of water. Then a second, a third, and then 16 all exploded at the same time. It was like the sea god was raging. The sky turned dark, and the huge explosions shook the surrounding 500 kilometers, temporarily deafening everyone. The overwhelming wave instantly evaporated, and a huge energy wave spread out. The gray-robed old man and Senior Huang were immediately knocked back, vomiting a mouthful of blood. With such a huge shockwave, there was no way to dodge. The two immediately got on the tortoise beast and fled frantically. Fire! Xiao Chen said mercilessly with a stern expression. Boom! A deafening sound rang out again. It was like the roar of thunder, frightening everyone and discouraging them from fighting. Without the obstruction of the waves, the might of the Neptune's rages this time was even more ferocious, and its range was even greater. Bang! 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 Every time a cannonball landed on the surface of the sea, it kicked up an overwhelming wave that soared into the clouds. The huge energy explosion flattened the surface of the sea, creating many huge pits. Then it formed a whirlpool, stirring up overwhelming waves. The sea looked incredibly chaotic. Strong winds howled, tornadoes howled, waves surged, and explosions rang out endlessly. The horrifying scene before them looked like the sea god raging. The gray-robed old man and Senior Huang ran frantically, not caring about anything else. They only wanted to quickly escape the range of the Neptune's rages. Their hearts were filled with incomparable fear. Without the obstruction of the waves, this wave of Neptune's Fury's cannonballs was much stronger than before. The gray-robed old man was still fine. His foundation was not damaged. However, the yellow-robed old man was riddled with wounds. His complexion was pale and he looked incredibly weak. Senior Tang, save me. When Senior Huang saw the gray-robed old man getting further and further away, he cried out hoarsely, feeling despair and pain. The gray-robed old man ignored Senior Huang. He was only a few steps away from leaving the range of the Neptune's rages. How could he be so foolish as to return and bring along a burden? You tricked me. Senior Huang roared in dissatisfaction. Regret and hatred filled his heart, hating himself for being careless and making friends. Fire! Senior Huang's sorrowful roar did not elicit any sympathy from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen gave the order without any pity. Boom! Amid the sky full of cannonballs, Senior Huang, who could not escape the range of the Neptune's rages, got buried on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. Whoosh! The shock wave spread out and struck the gray-robed old man, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. However, he managed to escape the range of the Neptune's rages. Damn brat! After we return, I'll get the beast governing sect to kill you. Xiao Chen turned his head back to look. Heavy rain poured down on the raging sea as the waves undulated. A black pirate ship stood on the surging sea like a tyrant. However, just as the gray-robed old man thought that he had dodged a calamity, two sharp bird cries suddenly came from the front. When the gray-robed old man looked over, his complexion immediately paled in fright. It was the cold steel eagles, two overlords of the sea giving off a cold light. They treated the gray-robed old man as prey, firmly locking onto him. It turned out that Xiao Chen had already anticipated that, given the gray-robed old man's speed, he would not die to the cannonballs. Hence, he got the cold steel eagles to intercept him in advance. Since Xiao Chen shed all pretense of cordiality, he did not think of letting the gray-robed old man leave alive. What made the gray-robed old man despair was that these two cold steel eagles were even stronger than when they were in the beast-governing sect. They vaguely seemed to be reaching peak major primal core realm. For a moment, despair involuntarily filled the gray-robed old man's heart. He did not fear these two cold steel eagles, the overlords of the sea. However, the tortoise had suffered 3 rounds of cannon fire and was already crippled. Even so, if the gray-robed old man had not been injured by the cannonballs, he would have been able to barely deal with the two cold steel eagles. However, there were no ifs in this world. The scene of Xiao Chen being chased by the cold steel eagles appeared on the surface of the sea once more. However, this time the person being chased was someone else. The person being chased was the gray-robed old man from back then. Fate played tricks on people, a cycle of karma. Under the pursuit of the two cold steel eagles, the gray-robed old man was slowly forced back, slowly approaching the black cutlass, which gave him nightmarish memories. The wounds on his body slowly increased. After experiencing the relentless pursuit of the cold steel eagles, Xiao Chen knew very well how terrible this feeling was. The cold steel eagles did not give one any time to catch one's breath or treat one's injuries. The cold steel eagles did not give one any time to catch one's breath or treat one's injuries. They just chased one relentlessly. If one dared to stop, one would die in the next moment. 1 hour later, the two cold steel eagles worked together to carry the gray-robed old man's battered body over. On the watchtower, the white-clad Xiao Chen looked at the gray-robed old man, who was now a prisoner. Then he said softly, "We meet again." The gray-robed old man felt mentally fatigued. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he coughed a few times and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The gray-robed old man felt extremely dissatisfied. He had never thought that he would appear before Xiao Chen as a prisoner. Chapter 1633. The gray-clad old man had never dreamed that he would end up in Xiao Chen's hands one day. The other party was just a half-step primal core brat. If it were a proper fight, the gray-clad old man would not care about such a minor character. He would be able to casually kill Xiao Chen. His advantage in cultivation allowed him to have nothing to fear. This thought was not wrong. Right now, Xiao Chen was indeed not a match for the gray-clad old man. If the gray-clad old man clashed head-on, he would lose in less than 100 moves. Aside from fleeing, there was no other outcome. However, Xiao Chen had the Black Cutlass, a powerful weapon that rivaled a 5-star pirate ship. When the Black Cutlass revealed its ferocious side, not to mention the gray-clad old man, even a peak major primal core cultivator would die. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had the immemorial demon soul formation and the two cold steel eagles. I have been cautious all my life. Unexpectedly, I fell at the hands of a junior like you. The gray-clad old man, who was hung in the air by the two cold steel eagles, revealed a bitter and pained smile as he spoke. Right now, as long as Xiao Chen willed it, the two cold steel eagles would tear him apart on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh. The cold steel eagles hovered in the air, flapping their blade-like wings and kicking up strong winds. Xiao Chen's white robes flapped loudly in the strong winds, and his long hair fluttered. There is no need to blame yourself. If it were anyone else, they would not expect me to have a peak 4-star pirate ship. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not letting anyone know what he wanted to say. The gray-clad old man said sullenly, "Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't humiliate me." As an outer sect elder of the beast-governing sect, the gray-clad old man had a backbone and did not beg for mercy. Xiao Chen said softly, "If I wanted to kill you, how could I have kept you alive until now?" A light flashed in the gray-clad old man's eyes and some hope appeared. No one would want to die for no reason. Naturally, one would be tempted to live. What do you want? Xiao Chen showed a grave expression as he looked at the other party. It's very simple. I'll spare your life. As long as you help the pirate ship in peace, I will not kill you. I will also give you the life juice source that you want. That's right. Xiao Chen had taken a fancy to the other party and wanted to continue strengthening his pirate ship. The other party's strength was not low, and he came from a third-grade sect. He was not young either. Xiao Sua and Xiao Qin could not compare to Xiao Sua in terms of experience and knowledge. He was experienced, powerful, and knew how to tame beasts. Having such a person on the pirate ship was undoubtedly a great thing. The gray-robed old man's eyes flickered. It was clear that he was tempted, but there was still some doubt in his heart. What did this kid mean? Daring to ask him to stay on the ship, was he stupid? As long as he recovered from his injuries, seizing the ship would be a piece of cake. Was he really not afraid that she would secretly cause trouble for him? My patience is limited. I don't have much time to waste here. I'll give you 1 second to think. The commotion just now was so big that it had already alarmed the various cultivators. They had to leave as soon as possible. He said he would give him 1 second, and he would give him 1 second. Xiao Qin did not wait for the other party to reply. He turned around and said coldly, "Kill him." "I'm willing." The gray-robed old man felt two huge forces pulling at his body. The fear of death immediately spread throughout his entire body. In his desperation, he roared at his fastest speed. Bang! The two cold steel eagles tossed the gray-robed old man heavily onto the deck. Xiao Qin revealed a satisfied smile as he walked down step by step. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Welcome, the new member of our Black Cutlass, the beast governing sect's Elder Tang." "Welcome, welcome," a group of crew members said with a smile as they walked out. Clearly, being able to capture a rank 3 sect's elder was something that gave them a high sense of accomplishment. "Get that tortoise of yours to follow us. After we leave this sea region, I'll send someone to treat it," Xiao Qin instructed calmly. Living under someone else's roof, the gray-robed old man had no choice but to lower his head. The gray-robed old man formed hand seals and moved his lips, forming some special syllables. Below the starry sea, the tortoise beast, which had been struck by the Neptune's rage several times, slowly swam over. "Captain, we found the storage rings of those two venerates. They should be able to make up for some of our losses," Xiao Sua said excitedly as he leaped out of the sea and landed on the deck. A thief never leaves empty-handed. It was really hard to change one's nature. However, the storage rings of two major primal core venerates were indeed very valuable. "Let's go." After everything was ready, the Black Cutlass quickly turned around and left this place. The earlier battle had been very mighty. The three Neptune's rages bombarded this sea region, making it look like a huge storm raged. This would inevitably attract the attention of cultivators from other places. What a horrifying ancient demonic energy cannon. It should be the Neptune's rage. Based on the lingering auras, two major primal core venerates died. They are really seeking death. Where did these reckless venerates come from? To think that they even dare to offend a pirate ship equipped with the Neptune's rage. Who knows? There is no lack of people who do not care about their lives these days. Many of the experienced Grave Sea cultivators deduced the situation and did not dare to linger. Not every 4-star pirate ship in the Grave Sea could be equipped with the Neptune's rage. That required extremely high authority and sufficient contributions within the pirate alliance. Furthermore, it was very expensive. Just one of them would cost a lot. No one dared to offend a pirate ship equipped with the Neptune's rage. This was common sense. However, at this moment, the culprit of all this had reverted to an ordinary appearance, swimming freely in the starry sea. Everyone on the ship was in a good mood. This was the first big battle since the Black Cutlass arrived in the Grave Sea. The victory was simpler than expected. Every crew member felt a strong sense of belonging to the Black Cutlass. In the captain's quarters, the beast governing sect's Elder Tang, who had already changed his clothes, looked much more spirited. He faced Xiao Qin with a silver jade bottle in the middle of the table. This bottle contained the highest quality life juice source. Greed flashed in Elder Tang's eyes. Occasionally he glanced at Xiao Qin, waiting for the other party to speak. "I'm a man of my word. Since Elder Tang is willing to stay on the Black Cutlass, I naturally cannot be stingy. Take it then." Xiao Qin extended his hand and gestured for Elder Tang to take it. Elder Tang's face lit up in joy. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin was so straightforward. He had been stuck at the late-stage major primal core realm for many years and could not break through to the peak. In the end, Xiao Qin could not break through to the peak. This golden life juice source held a fatal attraction for him. "Many thanks." Elder Tang stretched out his hand and took the jade bottle, feeling somewhat excited. "In that case, there is nothing else. I'll go and rest first. After I recover, this old man will definitely do his best to assist young Master Xiao." Elder Tang smiled and stood up, preparing to leave. Xiao Qin glanced over and smiled. "After you recover, you will do your best to assist me? Elder Tang, do you really think that I'm a fool?" Elder Tang feigned ignorance, indicating that he did not understand what Xiaochen meant. I want to leave a restriction in your body. What do you think, Elder Tang? Xiaochen asked probingly. The smile on the beast-governing sect's Elder Tang's face immediately froze. However, he quickly replied, of course, of course. While Elder Tang readily agreed, he smiled coldly in his heart. I just knew that this brat would make this trip. However, you are still too inexperienced to play with me. A rank 3 sect has a long inheritance. What kind of restriction can you, a half-step primal core cultivator, leave behind to trap me? Elder Tang ordered in his heart as a sharp and stern gaze looked at him. He knew that Xiaochen was hinting for him to give up all resistance. Since Elder Tang was confident, he did not overthink and let go of his consciousness. Dragon Blood Soul-breaking finger. Xiaochen extended a finger at lightning speed and tapped Elder Tang's forehead. The Soul Dao energy mixed with the blue dragon's blood turned into a spot of red light. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it entered Elder Tang's sea of consciousness. Before Elder Tang, who had given up on resisting, could react, this extremely destructive Soul Dao energy entered the depths of his soul at lightning speed. Elder Tang's heart sank. He felt like his soul was about to leave his body, disintegrated by this external energy. Elder Tang immediately paled in fright as he quickly resisted. Whoosh! Just as the soul-breaking finger's energy in the depths of Elder Tang's soul was about to erupt, Xiaochen quickly withdrew his hand and stopped. Elder Tang fell to the ground, rubbing his forehead. As he looked at Xiaochen, he revealed a horrified expression. He felt that there was a vague red light in the depths of his soul. It was like a time bomb had been placed there. Xiaochen smiled and said, that was close. This is my first time using the soul-breaking finger to leave a restriction on someone. Luckily, my bloodline power has improved recently, so I didn't fail. Rest well. Elder Tang, don't overthink. It's over. It's over. It's all over. This was a Soul Dao restriction. Only when Elder Tang advanced to the Cloud Sea realm would he have a chance of breaking free from Xiaochen's control. Elder Tang showed a sullen expression as he pointed at Xiaochen and shouted angrily, Junior, you tricked me. Xiaochen smiled calmly and said, let it go. You and I were scheming against each other in the first place. It was just a matter of whose means were better. In the future, the Black Scimitar will have to rely on you. That was right. No one was a fool. However, no matter what, the one laughing in the end was still Xiaochen. Chapter 1634. 3 days later, not long after Xiaochen left, a black ship silently arrived before the pirate hall where Xiaochen had stayed. Holy Sun, the sect venerates aura, came from that pirate hall. A group of black-clad arhats stood on the deck, respectfully looking at the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun Mingxian. The Black Lotus sect Holy Sun wore white monk robes, giving off an extraordinary air and looking as graceful as before. Pirate hall? They should be here to resupply or repair their ship. In that case, they must have stayed here for more than 1 or 2 days. They should have left behind many clues. The Holy Sun Mingxian revealed a serene smile as he analyzed calmly, the range has shrunk significantly. Come follow me in. In the captain's quarters of the Black Cutlass pirate ship, Xiaochen's heart pounded. The Black Lotus mark on his chest pulsed, giving off waves of heat. Fortunately, the Buddhist pendant firmly suppressed it. The Black Lotus mark did not give off any aura at all. However, it still made Xiaochen very nervous. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen knew where he had let the cat out of the bag. Back then, for the sake of convincing the West Wind Pavilion's Ding Yuan, Xiaochen had taken the initiative to release the Black Lotus mark. It should have been at that time that he exposed himself, and the other party sensed him. Right now, the Black Lotus Church should have sent people to the pirate hall to scout for information. Xiaochen had stayed there for more than a month. Although he was cautious, it would be hard to avoid finding some clues if he investigated carefully. Fortunately, he already had a recommendation letter. As long as he entered the Blessed Land, he would be safe for now. No matter how strong the Black Lotus Church was, no matter how bold they were, they would not dare to charge into the Blessed Land. With this thought, Xiaochen calmed down slightly and resumed his cultivation. Actually, the main reason was that the Black Lotus Church's pursuit was somewhat incomprehensible to him. There was no point in thinking too much. He might as well cultivate more. If Xiaochen always showed a worried expression, it would delay his cultivation and leave behind a mental barrier. As Xiaochen started circulating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 9th layer, the Taiji diagram in his Dantian started spinning slowly. With veritable essence energy as the foundation and Yang essence energy and Yin essence energy as support, every time the Taiji diagram spun, Xiaochen felt comfortable. In the diagram, the yin and yang fish were actually the yang essence core and the yin essence core. The two chased each other but could never touch each other. Veritable essence was everywhere in the Taiji diagram, containing the power of yin essence and yang essence. In the captain's cabin, as Xiaoqin entered a state of cultivation, a Taiji diagram appeared on the ground at the same time. Light shadows danced about and flickered incessantly. It was incomparably profound. Xiaoqin seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. The Taiji diagram formed by veritable essence energy, yang essence energy, and yin essence energy in Xiaoqin's dantian spun increasingly slower. Eventually, it became hard to see with the naked eye. Xiaoqin, on the other hand, had long forgotten all of this. He seemed to have been completely immersed in this space. You'll find the captain's cabin empty, devoid of life. However, when he opened the door, he could clearly see that Xiaoqin was sitting there with his eyes closed. Unity of heaven and man. This was the unity of heaven and man. Although Xiaoqin had not completely entered the primal core realm, Xiaoqin was able to achieve this. After the purple thunder divine incantation circulated 180 minor cycles, Xiaoqin suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that he was one step closer to the primal core realm. After reaching the primal core realm, veritable essence energy, yin essence energy, and yang essence energy would merge into one, forming a primal core. According to rumor, the stronger one's accumulations, the higher the quality of the primal core formed. The highest one could form a 9-star primal core with a limitless future. After refining the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and the heavenly yang pill, Xiaoqin was filled with anticipation. He wanted to know how many stars of primal core he could form. Once his primal core formed, his strength would increase explosively. The horrifying accumulations he accumulated in the veritable personage realm would be unleashed at an astonishing speed, reaching an incredible level. At that time, he could refine the heavenly flame and combine it with the heavenly snow divine flame to form the Taiji primal chaos flame diagram. Then it would become Xiaoqin's strongest trump card. Only then would Xiaoqin truly be able to protect himself when facing the Black Lotus Church. Right now, although the Black Cutlass pirate ship was strong, it was an external object in the end, not Xiaoqin's own strength. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaoqin took out some scraps of paper and pieced them together. Each piece of paper had only 1 or 2 words. They were just some simple words. After he finished piecing them together, they became connected words. The contents of the words were the talisman characters carved in the Scarlet Blood War banner, translated by Great Master Gu Wen. Xiao Sua had tidied up these things and handed them to Xiaoqin long ago. Whenever he had time, Xiaoqin would ponder over them. My name is Scarlet Blood. I have a body of scarlet iron, burning blood. For half my life, I drifted from place to place, wandering from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword, filled with unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the many stars, making the sky shine like there is no night. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself emperor with the other. Xiaoqin muttered to himself. He could not understand the words that he had pieced together. Without a doubt, the legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King, had hidden the location of his treasures in this paragraph of words. However, no matter how Xiaoqin looked at it, this paragraph of words was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's introduction of himself, as well as some bragging. That could not be said. If Xiaoqin described himself like that, he would be exaggerating. However, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's description of himself was the truth, because he was a legend in the first place. It was divided into 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph could be seen as a simple introduction to himself. Scarlet Iron Body, Burning Blood, explaining the origins of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's title. For half my life, I drifted from place to place. The first half of my life was not very good. I wandered around, experiencing many ups and downs. I was unrivaled in the first half of my life, moving about without fear. In the second half of my life, I rose up. No one could rival me in the vast world. I moved about the great 1,000 realms without fear. The crucial part was the last sentence. My body is like a sword, filled with unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the many stars, making the sky shine like there is no night. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself emperor with the other. Body, heart, body, eyes and hands. Each paragraph described a part of his body. However, what did it mean? Xiaoqin could not understand. He simply could not understand. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Suddenly, he thought of something. Then he said to the outside, "Get Elder Tang to come over." "Yes, Captain." A respectful reply came from outside. Immediately, a crewman went to invite the beast governing sect's Elder Tang. It would be too much of a waste not to make use of such an experienced person. Compared to 3 days ago, Elder Tang was much more spirited. Could even be said that he looked brand new. His aura was also vaguely stronger. As Elder Tang walked over slowly, his aura was withdrawn. He was as heavy as a mountain, giving off intense pressure. Even Xiao Qin was startled in his heart. This Elder Tang was indeed very strong. Xiao Qin had won the previous time by luck. He had used the 16 Neptune's Rages and the 2 Cold Steel Eagles, which had improved in strength, to fight against Elder Tang. However, no matter how strong Elder Tang was, he had to listen to Xiao Qin now. With a thought, the dragon blood mark in the depths of Xiao Qian's soul could turn him into a masterless body. It looks like Elder Tang has already started refining the life juice source. The effects are pretty good, Xiao Qin said softly with a faint smile. Elder Tang did not show much joy. He said indifferently, "It's still all right. Captain, why did you call this old man over? Take a look at this." Xiao Qin did not care about Elder Tang's attitude. No one would be able to feel happy after encountering something like Elder Tang. Xiao Qin only sorted out the words for Elder Tang to read. Elder Tang, who originally did not care and was prepared to brush things off, read them out twice, and his expression changed dramatically. He looked at Xiao Qin excitedly and said, "These are the last words of the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Before every legendary pirate king died, they would bury their treasures deep in the sea. Then they would leave behind some clues in their last words for others to find, forming a kind of inheritance. This was the tradition of pirates. There was a feeling that outsiders could not understand that supported the pirate kings to do this. In fact, even if one was not a legendary pirate king, an ordinary pirate king would bury the treasures that they had plundered in their lifetime." Elder Tang was very clear on the fortuitous encounters that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. Xiao Qin nodded and smiled. "Smart. I was fortunate enough to obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner and restore it to 20%. I obtained some ancient talisman scripts. After I sorted them out, it is what you see." After saying that, Xiao Qin took out the Scarlet Blood War banner and waved it in front of Elder Tang, proving that he was speaking the truth. Elder Tang's body trembled slightly. He asked in confusion, "Brat, what exactly are your origins? To think that you managed to run into such a startling fortuitous encounter." Xiao Qin put away the war banner and said calmly, "Strictly speaking, it is not my fortuitous encounter. I did not buy the war banner either. Never mind, let's not talk about this. What did you figure out? Just say it. If you can obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures, there will definitely be benefits for you." Elder Tang nodded and said, "I feel that we can ignore the first half of these 2 sentences. The main clues should be in the second half." Great minds think alike. That is what I think as well. And then? Xiao Qin looked at Elder Tang with some anticipation, hoping that Elder Tang could figure out something different. Chapter 1635. However, the final decision still depended on Xiao Qin. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin went to the control room and saw Xiao Sua's group. Xiao Sua thought to himself, that is to say, Xiao Qin's true strength already rivals that of an early-stage major primal core venerate. Xiao Sua gathered a strong aura and pressed down on Xiao Qin. As Xiao Qin looked at Xiao Sua's back, he entered deep thought. Such a person is really hard to control. Buzz. After sensing for a while, Xiao Qin discovered that there were several hundred peak young essence stage cultivators in this fleet. There were also many half-step primal core venerates and primal core venerates. At the same time, Xiao Qin felt curious and expectant. What mission could it be for the Savage Blood Pirate group to put in so much effort? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Qin waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. What do you all think?" Elder Tang indicated that he understood and performed a cupped fist salute before taking his leave. After not seeing Xiao Sua for some time, Xiao Sua actually broke through, reaching the early-stage major primal core realm. Elder Tang's heart sank. The scarlet mark in the depths of his soul was a great problem for him. This feeling of being controlled by someone was not good. The only consolation was that Xiao Qin still respected him. The Cloud Sea realm was divided into 3 grades. Starry Sky realm cultivators were called Star Venerates, Holy Light realm cultivators were called Holy Light realm cultivators were called Sovereign Personages. Don't worry. If I figure out anything, I will definitely tell young master. In that case, you can leave first. If you have any thoughts, tell me immediately. Without the Scarlet Blood War banner, You cannot open the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. Furthermore, your life is not in your hands now. Right after Xiao Sua spoke, the illusory figure vanished. However, the captain medallion remained floating in the air. Xiao Qin nodded and gestured for Xiao Sua to continue. When Xiao Qin saw Xiao Sua, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Congratulations on breaking through." Xiao Qin let the other party leave. However, he did not forget to give the other party a warning so that he would not dare to play any tricks. However, what shocked Xiao Sua was that his aura silently melted into Xiao Qian's surroundings. Even the lineup to connect people was so big. It turned out that he had comprehended once. No wonder he broke through so quickly. Logically speaking, even with the golden life juice source, it was rather rare for one to break through so quickly. This was his first time experiencing this, so Xiao Qin was more cautious and didn't make a rash decision. His body exuded a thick, murderous aura. When he got close, people would feel fear and involuntarily retreat. However, after verifying his identity, the black-clothed brawny man's attitude became much better. Then he patted Xiao Qian's shoulder and smiled. "Ah, brat, your courage is commendable. To think that you dare to accept a mission from the Savage Blood Pirate group with this broken ship. Someone bring them to the mission area and take good care of them. Let's go take a look." Xiao Sua said, "A 5-star pirate ship can be said to be extremely strong. The captain is at least a peak major primal core cultivator. It might not be impossible for them to have the strength of a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. A mission that they find difficult to solve is definitely not simple. Or you people." The 10-odd ships headed for the Black Cutlass in a pincer formation. "Captain, send in your mental energy and you will be able to make a decision. You can accept or give up." This false alarm allowed all the Black Cutlass's crew to release their bated breath. The pressure from a peak major primal core venerate was simply too great. The peak major primal core black-clothed man asked with a cold expression. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "You know that I always keep my word. The life juice source I gave you is of the highest quality and a lot. If you can find it, you will definitely benefit greatly from the inheritance and treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind." The other party had many people and their origins were unknown. Xiao Qin told everyone not to act rashly. Then he led the way out of the ship's hold. "Captain, what should we do? They do not seem friendly." The Black Cutlass, which was rushing to the designated sea area for the 5-star pirate ship, suddenly discovered 10-odd small ships flying quickly towards it. Seeing that the others did not understand, Xiao Sua explained, "The captain's token has very high authority after it is upgraded. As far as I know, the 5-star captain's token can directly communicate with the Pirate Alliance and issue missions. After that, the Pirate Alliance can notify the nearby pirate groups that hold the captain's token." In the control room, some of the veteran crew members also expressed their opinions. When one looked over, one could see that Xiao Qian's aura seemed to merge completely with the world. Xiao Qian's aura also merged with the world. "Captain, good." Xiao Qian was much stronger than Xiao Sua. Furthermore, he was an elder of a rank 3 sect and was very ambitious. Actually, keeping him by Xiao Qian's side required courage and intelligence. Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Sua. He did not know what was going on with such a sudden development. At such a close distance, one would find it hard to breathe. 10 people flew over from the small ship. All of them were primal core cultivators. Of the 10, 3 were major primal core cultivators. The leader was even a peak major primal core cultivator. "I feel that this is fine." Xiao Qian's heart sank involuntarily. A peak major primal core cultivator? That was an existence even stronger than Elder Tang. Knowing that Xiao Sua was testing his strength, Xiao Qian's heart was as clear as a mirror. However, he did not point it out. "They are about to surround us." 3 days later, the crew members in the control room respectfully greeted Xiao Qian. Right now, Xiao Qian held supreme prestige on this ship. Every crew member sincerely respected him. Luo Nan and Fei Er had been in closed-door cultivation during this period. If they were lucky, they should be able to break through to the primal core realm after they came out. Elder Tang said after some thought. Then he looked at Xiao Qian and said, "I have to go back and think about it. The things here are not something that can be understood in 1 or 2 days." Just at this moment, the captain's token at Xiao Qian's waist suddenly flickered with a faint light. Then it soared into the air and floated up and down. Xiao Qian sent in a strand of spiritual sense into the captain's token to send the message that he had accepted the mission. At the same time, the distant Pirate Alliance also recorded this message. With the corresponding captain's token, it would be easy to find information on Xiao Qian. Without needing Xiao Sua's reminder, Xiao could guess that he had already taken out the captain's token and handed it to the other party. Let's wait and see. I feel that we can try our luck. After all, our Black Cutlass is a peak 4-star ship. Even if there is any danger, we can escape in time. A light flashed in Xiao Sua's eyes as he voiced his opinion. The adventurous nature of Xiao was innate. Now that Xiao Sua's strength had increased significantly, he felt very confident. He wanted to test out Xiao strength. Possessing the strength of a star venerate was already an extremely strong existence. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao was horrifying. Wuxia. A shrunken, illusory figure appeared on the captain's token. Then it said, "A 5-star pirate group is issuing a large-scale exploration mission. All the pirate ships in the nearby sea region can decide whether to participate or not. Mission difficulty, 5-star. Mission requirements, unlimited. Bear all the risks of the mission yourself. The Pirate Alliance only guarantees the authenticity of the mission. Captain, these people are definitely pirates. They might be the Cruel Sun Pirate Group's people." Xiao Sua's voice projection rang out in Xiao mind. To be able to use such a forceful method to notify everyone on a large scale, the rewards for this mission must be very bountiful. However, Captain, if you are not willing, you don't have to bother. It turns out that, Captain, although your cultivation is not there yet, you have already comprehended the state of being one with heaven that only primal core cultivators can comprehend. Your comprehension of being one with heaven is even deeper than that of a regular major primal core venerate. At the very least, this person had not humiliated Xiao. Furthermore, he spoke politely and even gave Xiao the life juice source. At that time, Xiao would end up lagging behind. After saying that, the black-clad man laughed loudly and turned around. "Let's go. Fellows, let's continue to receive the others." Xiao revealed an expression of understanding. Then he gently tapped the captain's token in the air. Xiao could not help thinking to himself, that old fox. He could not help feeling lucky. Fortunately, I did not act rashly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. However, Xiao believed that he could control the other party. However, Xiao Sua withdrew his smile and showed a grave expression. He said, "A 5-star pirate ship issued a mission through the Pirate Alliance." "Yes. It's actually a pirate group as well?" The black-clad man revealed a mocking smile. It could not be helped. The Black Cutlass looked too ordinary on the outside. Xiao Sua's face brimmed with joy. "It is all thanks to the life juice source that Captain gave me. I managed to comprehend it again. I can only say that it was a coincidence." Chapter 1636. The ordinary crew members were filled with curiosity and anticipation. However, the core members of the ship all showed unsightly expressions. In the captain's cabin, Xiao gathered everyone to discuss the matter at hand. Because he had a vague feeling that things weren't as simple as he had imagined. He wanted to go to the Blessed Enclave, so he couldn't stay here for too long. Initially, he thought that he was just helping them out. But why did it feel like he had boarded a pirate ship? That peak major primal core black-clad man gave off a deep sense of unease. This lineup was too startling. Fortunately, the other party did not discover anything extraordinary about the Black Cutlass, thinking that it was just an ordinary pirate ship. Xiao Sua, Luonan, Feier, Elder Tang, and Xiao were all present in the captain's quarters. Right now, these 5 people were the core of the entire Black Cutlass. As for Xiao, he was the core of the core. "Let's talk briefly. What do you all think?" Xiao was the first to break the silence. He signaled for everyone to express their opinions. After that, Luonan said, "I feel some danger. The aura of that black-clad man is too scary. Even if there aren't 10,000 vengeful spirits on your hands, there are at least several thousand. Just looking at them from afar gives me goosebumps." The moment the black-robed man boarded the ship, he gave the captain and the others an oppressive feeling. The fear in his heart had yet to completely dissipate. Xiao Sua also felt some regret as he said, "It's my fault for being too rash. I originally thought that this Savage Blood Pirate group was just an ordinary 5-star pirate group. However, from the looks of it, this black-clothed brawny man isn't the leader of Critical HP. There's someone even more powerful above him. Clearly, Critical HP is a top-notch 5-star pirate group." Feiner said softly, "In that case, how about we leave? We have not seen the Savage Blood Pirate group yet. If we leave now, we should still make it." "Leave. Don't even think about it. I've already sensed that this region of the sea is completely covered by a mental energy. Every pirate ship is marked. Unfortunately, the Black Cutlass is no exception." Elder Tang, who had been silent all this while, spoke in a soft voice. When Xiao heard that, his expression changed slightly. Then he startled to his senses and said, "A Cloud Sea powerhouse? That's right. There should be a star venerate guarding this place. The Iron Hand Yama will immediately kill his way over," Elder Tang said calmly. Xiao Suo raised his eyebrows. "The Iron Hand Yama? That's right. It is that black-clad man from earlier. His nickname is the Iron Hand Yama. He is known to be unrivaled under the Cloud Sea realm. This savage blood pirate group is very famous in the Grave Sea. They have destroyed several rank 2 sections. Even regular rank 3 sects do not dare to offend them." Elder Tang's complexion was very unsightly. However, he still honestly told Elder Tang what he knew. Luo Nan immediately felt upset. "Since you know about the savage blood pirate group, why didn't you tell me in advance? What is the point of telling me now?" Elder Tang waved his hand and said, "No one asked me." Seeing that an argument was about to break out, Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Things haven't reached the worst stage yet, so you don't have to blame yourselves or feel uneasy. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided." "Yes, Captain." After everyone left, Xiaoqin called out to Elder Tang and asked, "Senior Tang, did you gain anything recently?" Elder Tang knew that Xiaoqin was asking about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words. He nodded and said, "I have some ideas. This body is like a sword, unyielding pride. Heart is like the sun and moon shining together for 10,000 years. Body is like a mountain spanning 5,000 kilometers. Eyes are like the many stars. The sky is like no night. One hand covers the sky, the other is an emperor." The crucial thing is that the first and third sentences contradict each other. This body is like a sword, the torso is like a mountain. Is the body like a sword or the body like a mountain? As long as one understands this, everything will be easily resolved. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Elder Tang was indeed experienced. He had not thought about this before. However, there is no point in thinking about this. Let's get through this hurdle first. To think that he dared to accept the Savage Blood Pirate Group's mission. I really did not expect that. Elder Tang sighed, helplessness filling his aged face. Xiao Chen felt excited. It seemed like Elder Tang had something to say but did not finish. What does Elder Tang want to say? Just say it. Elder Tang hesitated for a while before saying, "This Savage Blood Pirate Group has done many evil deeds. They have always been the nightmare of the merchant ships of the Grave Sea. This is especially so in recent years. They even dared to rob the ships of some blessed lands. They have long attracted the attention of the Heavenly Blood Sword and the Astral River Divine Shield." The Heavenly Blood Sword and the Astral River Divine Shield? That's right. The Heavenly Blood Sword and the Astral River Divine Shield come from the same source. They are the two great armies under the ocean's star. They are spread throughout the starry heavens, the greatest opponent of the Pirate Alliance. They are also the mortal enemies of many pirates. This is especially so for the Blood Sword Army. They are ruthless against the pirates. The Pirate Alliance really had an enemy. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly startled. However, he did not find it too strange. There were countless starry seas in the Great Thousand Realms. There were boundless benefits in the sea. No one would be willing to see the Pirate Alliance monopolize the benefits of the sea. Let's not talk about this for now. The Grave Sea is vast. The Blood Sword Army and the Astral River Divine Shield Army will not coincidentally encounter the Savage Blood Pirate Group. I'm afraid that they will use us as cannon fodder and kill us unjustly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. You can go down first. Don't overthink. The Black Cutlass is not as simple as you think. It's really not a difficult thing to leave. Seeing the confidence in Xiao Chen's eyes, Elder Tang felt slightly stunned. He did not know where Xiao Chen got his confidence from. In reality, it would not be difficult for the Black Cutlass, which had the immemorial demon soul formation, to leave. The crucial thing was that Xiao Chen wanted to see what this Savage Blood Pirate Group was planning. If there really was a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chen would definitely want to get a share when the time came. Half a day later, the Black Cutlass arrived at its destination under the guidance of Xiao Chen. "Captain, come out and take a look." Xiao Suo somewhat excitedly brought Xiao Chen to the deck and looked around. This sea region was densely packed with more than 1,000 4-star pirate ships. There were also many elite 3-star pirate ships. The number of pirate ships reached a startling number. Among the many pirate ships, there was a huge pirate group that was exceptionally eye-catching. The banner that hung high at the bow of this ship could be seen even from 500 kilometers away. The setting sun looked like blood, and there were 2 cross scimitars under the skull. This was the symbol of the Savage Blood Pirate Group. The other pirate ships around the Savage Blood Pirate Group were not even half as tall as the Savage Blood Pirate Group, making it look even more majestic and tyrannical. There were more than 1,000 pirate ships gathered on the sea, as well as many smaller ships. This scene was very shocking. Xiaoqin asked in confusion, "Elder Tang, didn't you say that the Savage Blood Pirate Group is infamous? How come they still have such rallying power?" "They are from a righteous sect. Naturally, the Savage Blood Pirate Group is infamous in their eyes. However, in the eyes of the pirates, these are all accomplishments and fame. Most of the pirate ships probably came because of the fame. Some are probably just hot-headed." Xiao Sua chuckled as he explained softly. However, his expression immediately turned gloomy. "However, our ship is too unremarkable. I believe that we will be used as cannon fodder. That is not good." After the excitement, Xiao Sua returned to reality feeling dispirited. The facts proved that Xiao Sua's guess was right. That night, the Iron Hand Yama led a group of people to the Black Cutlass again. "Ehe. Little fellow, we meet again." The Iron Hand Yama grinned. Although he said that he was smiling, it was better not to smile with that ferocious face of his. Smiling would be even scarier. "These are the positions of the various pirate groups for tomorrow. Remember to send your ships to the positions listed." The Iron Hand Yama handed over a map and pointed to a position at the very front. Xiaoqin took a quick look. The formation on the map was practically all mediocre ships at the very front. Behind them were the 4-star pirate ships and the Savage Blood Pirate Group in the middle. Indeed, it was as Xiao Sua guessed. The Black Cutlass was used as cannon fodder. "This is the mission your Savage Blood Pirate Group issued?" Xiaoqin did not say anything, but Xiao Sua directly voiced his dissatisfaction in his heart. "What's wrong? Do you have any questions?" "You are using us as cannon fodder," Xiao Sua said after drumming up his courage. The Iron Hand Yama smiled coldly. "This is your first day in the Grave Sea. Which pirate ship did not grow up as cannon fodder? If you are not going to be cannon fodder, do you think that I will treat you like a lord? Stop dreaming. One day, if you are strong enough, even the Savage Blood Pirate Group can be cannon fodder for you." The Iron Hand Yama had an extremely strong aura, one that was built on fresh blood and massacres. The Iron Hand Yama's words were unreasonable. However, they were unreasonable words. The suppression of this aura rendered Xiao Sua speechless, rendering him speechless. "Little rookie, you are still too inexperienced." The Iron Hand Yama smiled disdainfully and turned to leave. Chapter 1637. After they left, Xiao Sua panted continuously. His back was already drenched in sweat. The aura that this person brought was too terrifying. "Captain, are we really going to be cannon fodder?" Xiao Sua still felt somewhat dissatisfied, feeling aggrieved. Xiaoqin looked at the formation on the blueprint and entered deep thought. In terms of formation, the group at the very front would suffer the most attacks. They would definitely be cannon fodder. However, this might not be a bad thing. Xiaoqin patted Xiao Sua's shoulder and smiled. "Don't overthink. If you expose your strength, you will end up dying even more miserably. Given the Black Cutlass's true combat prowess, it will be easier to survive among the cannon fodder." "However, I really feel somewhat dissatisfied," Xiao Sua said indifferently with his head lowered. Actually, while the Iron Hand Yama's words were unpleasant to hear, they might be true. He himself climbed to his current position step by step through blood and slaughter. Xiaoqin said softly, "Sooner or later, I will hand this pirate ship to you. Just treat it as training for yourself. There is not a high-ranked pirate ship that did not rise above the cannon fodder." "Captain, stop talking. Adjust your emotions first. Danger often came hand in hand with opportunity." Xiaoqin always believed in this saying. He had somewhat recklessly accepted this mission of the Savage Blood Pirate Group. While it looked like he had jumped into a fire pit, he might be able to fish something out of it. Up on the watchtower, Xiaoqin looked at the huge pirate ship in the distance. He discovered many signs of damage on the ship. Many of the crew were currently repairing it. Just what kind of enemy could the powerful Savage Blood Pirate Group be unable to deal with? Why did they need to gather so many pirate ships to be their helpers? This was simply curious. Early the next morning, Xiao Sua steered the pirate ship to the front. The first 3 rows were mostly mediocre pirate ships, looking ordinary. They were all here to try their luck. Perhaps they had made the same decision as Xiaoqin and the others in a moment of hot-headedness. In the rear were many 4-star pirate ships. They placed the waning moon in the center, making it the main force. Whoosh! A stout man in the air leaped over and landed on the Black Cutlass's deck, leaving behind a storage ring. "Here is 300,000 inferior-grade spirit jades. After the mission is completed, there will be another 300,000 inferior-grade spirit jades. If your performance is outstanding, there will be additional rewards. The Savage Blood Pirates can satisfy one of your requests. However, if you don't listen to orders, there will only be one consequence. I don't need to say anything more. After saying that, the muscular man quickly left. High risk is indeed high reward. No wonder so many pirate ships would risk their lives here, Xiaoqin said softly. Elder Tang's lips twitched. Who knows how many merchant ships the Savage Blood ship has robbed? They even dared to rob merchant ships from blessed lands. To him, these inferior-grade spirit jades are not even a drop in the ocean. Depart. Just at this moment, a resonant roar came from the front. The Iron Hand Yama stood on a huge seabird, commanding the massive pirate ships to advance. At the same time, his gaze swept back and forth across the numerous pirate ships. It made people feel as if his gaze was fixed on them. They didn't dare to act rashly, and even thought of running away appeared in their minds. Half an hour later, an island appeared before everyone's eyes. Strictly speaking, this should be a continent not much smaller than a great realm. This is the territory of the Rank 3 sect, the Skeleton Dragon Hall. Elder Tang showed shock on his face. Now he knew what the Savage Blood Pirate Group wanted to do. The Savage Blood Pirate Group wanted to gather the strength of the many pirate ships and directly flatten this Rank 3 Evil Dao sect. Robbing a sect. It turned out that this was the Savage Blood Pirate Group's true mission. If they had known beforehand, no one would have been willing to come. However, now that the situation was already like this, there was no chance to back out. Elder Tang, how strong is this sect? Xiaoqin asked. It is not very strong, slightly weaker than our beast-governing sect. It can't even compare to the Rank 3 sects of the Blessed Lands. However, it is a Rank 3 sect, after all, with deep accumulations. Why is the Savage Blood Pirate Group taking such a huge risk? Elder Tang expressed his confusion. He said seriously, perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye. Let's not care about that for now. It's time to go ashore. Soon, the many pirate ships soared into the air, heading for the continent in front. After entering the continent, the gravity decreased. The environment was not as complicated as the Starry Sea, and the many pirate ships could fly. Under the Iron Hand Yama's command, the pirate ships quickly traveled through the clouds, heading for the Skeleton Dragon Hall. The Skeleton Dragon Hall's people seemed to have received the news long ago. Aside from some resistance along the way, there were no obstructions. After a while, a huge bone dragon appeared in front, piercing through the mountains. The Skeleton Dragon Hall was in this huge bone dragon. The bone dragon was filled with experts surging with killing chi. Indeed, the Skeleton Dragon Hall had already gathered all its experts in the sect. Go. The Iron Hand Yama gave the order, and the pirate ships in the third row steeled themselves and charged at that horrifying bone dragon. You are seeking death. The cold snorts of the Skeleton Dragon Hall's cultivators came from the mountains. Countless formations activated, sending out all sorts of lights and killing moves of the Skeleton Dragon Hall's experts. The attacks covered the sky and covered the earth. The sky instantly changed color, turning gloomy as black clouds churned. Rumble. Attacks filled the sky like a torrential storm, covering the sky and sun as they descended, drowning the first row of pirate ships. Explosions rang out continuously. After this round of attacks, more than half of the pirate ships in the first row were destroyed. The pirate ships shattered and turned into dust drifting in the air. Without the protection of the ships, the pirates in the ships were exposed to the attacks of the formations, dying miserable deaths. The so-called cannon fodder was indeed true. Second row, prepare to kill. The Savage Blood Pirate Group needed to use these ordinary pirate ships to exhaust the Skeleton Dragon Hall's formations. The Savage Blood Pirate Group would use their corpses to pave a path for the elites behind to charge into the hall and start the decisive battle. With the Iron Hand Yama watching and the more elite 4-star pirate ships behind, the cannon fodder ships in the first 3 rows had no path of retreat. The pirates could only advance. If they hesitated, they would die even faster. After all, they still had a 50% chance of survival. If they fought, they might not die. As long as they did not die, the rewards they obtained would be extremely astonishing. After 3 rounds of attacks, the Skeleton Dragon Hall's formations exhausted too much. Then the 4-star pirate ships behind fired a volley of Neptune's rages and broke it. The Black Cutlass had a peak 4-star defense. As Xiaoqin expected, it easily endured the Skeleton Dragon Hall's attacks. The Iron Hand Yama, who was in command, found the warship not severely damaged somewhat strange. However, the Iron Hand Yama's surprise lasted only a moment. Then countless cultivators charged out of the bone dragon that pierced through the mountains. The Iron Hand Yama himself fell into a bitter battle. A huge battle immediately broke out. At this moment, the 4-star pirate ships behind also joined the battle. The battlefield immediately expanded by 100 times, affecting everything within tens of thousands of kilometers. The entire scene was incredibly chaotic. The Black Cutlass could not escape unscathed either, sinking into the battlefield. "Captain, our defenses are broken," Fei said anxiously. After enduring a few rounds of attacks, the defenses of the Skeleton Dragon Hull were completely broken. They could not recover within a short time. In fact, most of the pirate ships in the war chariot had their defenses broken. "I know. Don't expose the Arrow Towers and Neptune's rages for now. I'll hold them off." Whoosh. The 3 minor primal core venerates of the Skeleton Dragon Hull took the opportunity to land on the deck. Then they smiled coldly and charged towards the ship's hold. Xiao Qin snorted coldly. Then he personally charged over while holding the Lunar Shadow Saber. "So, it is just a half-step primal core realm pirate. Quickly finish him off." The 3 minor primal core venerates of the Skeleton Dragon Hull did not care at all, preparing to end the battle quickly. However, Xiao Qin happened to be thinking the same thing. Chapter 1638. "I've finally left. I won't be able to deal with the savage blood pirates ever again." If he wanted to leave, this was indeed the best chance. His speed was too fast, and if he moved alone, it would be easy for others to target him. At this moment, the entire situation was a complete mess. The pirate crew had the advantage in numbers and they were all vicious people. The sky should have turned dark long ago. Where did the sun come from? The cultivators on the pirate ships that were closer all felt a fear that came from their souls. It was very horrifying. Elder Tang appeared out of nowhere and suggested. The Skeleton Dragon Palace's fate was already set in stone. They absolutely could not resist it. That's why this scene happened. Interesting. He withstood a few rounds of attacks from the formation. It has been on the battlefield for such a long time, yet this ship is still in such good condition. Xiao Qin looked at the terrifying mysterious phenomenon of the 2-star venerates fighting in the sky. The secret of Savage Blood's appearance had to be on that star venerate. "I'll deal with this fellow." You all charge into the Skeleton Dragon Palace and sweep away all the treasures and secret manuals. The situation of the Skeleton Dragon Palace clearly did not look good. Even the Hall Master, the Ghost Dragon Astral Venerate, had to make a move. The situation slowly tilted in favor of the pirate groups. The 2 wills clashed in the clouds. Lightning flickered, dark clouds rose, and terrifying light flickered incessantly. The mountains shook and the entire continent seemed to be trembling. If he were to lose face and become like those pirates, burning, killing, and robbing, it would go against his conscience. Boom. As long as he survived, his harvest would be incomparably shocking. A powerful aura was emitted from his body along with a mighty aura. After that, in a fit of rage, the Savage Blood Star Venerate spent a lot of money, gathering manpower through the Pirate Alliance. Clearly, this Skeleton Dragon Palace must have obtained something and leaked the news. When the Savage Blood Pirates found out about it, it led to the destruction of their entire family. I'm quite curious as to what kind of item could be so tempting. Boom. Dong. Xiao Qin drew the Lunar Shadow Saber and released a saber light that looked like autumn water. "Haha, why are you so nervous? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Take it, this is your reward. If you want to leave, then hurry up and leave, little rookies." Unfortunately, he couldn't partake in a fortuitous encounter of this level. I told you long ago that without the protection of the sex formation, you are not my match. Hand over the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Incomplete Manual, and I'll spare you and let your lousy sect continue to exist. What are you thinking? Xiao Qin estimated that the entire continent should be within the range of the Star Venerate's mental energy. Now that the battlefield was in chaos, and the Iron Hand Yama was in a bitter battle, his supervision was not as strict as before. "Captain, it's 1 million low-grade spirit stones," Xiao Sua said happily after picking it up. "To T Xiao Spirit Dragon T Dragon to see that to again. Xiao Blood Star, I to T to them. I to I to that to. Xiao to again. Blood Xiao did not. However, he to experience that again. He. Done. See. There. See. The dragon, the person. The t of the people. Of the T Xiao T war. The blood dragon. Of that. Since the Savage Blood Pirate group used him, they naturally wanted to wash the Skeleton Dragon Hall in blood and plunder the sect's wealth. As the Savage Blood Pirate group spoke, a few more people charged up the Black Cutlass. However, Xiao Qin and Elder Tang easily dealt with them without much effort. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and enjoyed the warm sunlight. His body and mind felt relaxed as well. This is a big deal. It's not like they have not done this before. The harvest is very startling. Could it be that the savage Blood Star Venerate could not see the situation clearly? Did he not know that if this continued, his sect would be destroyed soon, and he would not even be able to keep his life? Be it cultivation, martial techniques, or will of soul, the savage Blood Star Venerate was stronger than the savage Blood Star Venerate. Xiao Qin and the others acted like they were facing a great enemy. They circulated their veritable essence energy quietly, prepared to fight to the death at any moment. If we fail, not only will the reputation of this savage blood pirate group suffer, the losses will also outweigh the gains. The gains do not make up for the losses. No one is willing to do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. The two star Venerates clashed head-on in the clouds. After 10 odd moves, the skeleton Dragon Star Venerate fell into a disadvantage. The skeleton Dragon Star Venerate charged down toward the skeleton Dragon Hall. There were many peak major primal core experts who were as strong as the Iron Hand Yama. The Iron Hand Yama muttered to himself as he observed, a smile on his face. After 10 moves, the 3 minor primal core Venerates of the skeleton Dragon Hall on the deck became headless corpses. The crew all heaved a sigh of relief. This experience was exciting enough. Participating in the destruction of a rank 3 sect would be something to boast about in the future. Yes, Captain. It looked like the savage blood pirate group had come earlier. However, the other party had the advantage of numbers and the terrain, so they suffered a significant disadvantage. Xiao Qin put away the ring and looked at the other party's back. Then he said softly, "What a strange person. Let's go." Dark clouds covered the sky, making the people below feel even more horrified. The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly and tossed out a storage ring before flying off. "You are seeking your own death. After I kill you, I will torture your soul and force out the location of the incomplete saber technique manual." The 3 minor primal core Venerates of the skeleton Dragon Hall charging over were immediately suppressed, using the flawless saber technique to fight the 3. As Xiao Qin looked at the vast battlefield and the bone dragon moving through the tall mountains, killing chi surged around him. Shock waves surged as if everything had nothing to do with him. He looked even more ferocious and scary. Are we going to rob them? Let's go over as well. Blood covered the skeleton Dragon Hall, giving off a pungent smell. The blood had not congealed yet. When Xiao Qin saw the noisy entrance and the pirates excitedly snatching, he immediately lost most of his interest. "Young Master Xiao, how about we take this opportunity to leave?" Despite being at a disadvantage, the skeleton Dragon Star Venerate showed no intention of giving up. "Let's go then." Just the clash of wills between the 2 star Venerates revealed a side that made one's heart tremble. The black cutlass moved against the flow of the chaotic battlefield, slowly leaving the battlefield and slowly flying to the back. That person wore gray dragon robes, and his eyes sparkled with stars. Everywhere he looked, a will of soul merged with the world. Just like that, the skeleton Dragon Star Venerate swept out. With the black cutlass's strength, the skeleton Dragon Star Venerate would definitely be able to reap a huge harvest in the skeleton Dragon Hall. This terrifying soul will was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The cannon fodder level pirate ship in front of them. The cannon fodder level pirate ships in front shattered upon contact, turning into a pile of junk drifting in the air. Elder Tang narrowed his eyes and asked, "What are you trying to say?" "I did not keep track, but it has been at least 7 to 8 hours. However, this skeleton Dragon Star Venerate still held on to hope. It had to be said that he was somewhat foolish. Now he was already one of those cannon fodders. Why was he willing to come? He was afraid that the skeleton Dragon Star Venerate was waiting for this moment. Even though he felt helpless, Xiao Qin still shook his head and chose to leave. Immediately winds blew, clouds churned, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Qin firmly held the upper hand. His great Tao might radiated out along with his saber light. How long did the battle last? Cloud Sea experts. The many pirate ships led by the Savage Blood Pirate Group clashed with this rank 3 sect of the Grave Sea. The Savage Blood Star Venerate snorted coldly. The will of soul grew stronger involuntarily. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. Just the initial reward for gathering so many pirate ships already requires hundreds of millions of inferior-grade spirit stones. Those strong 4-star pirate groups would offer even more. Clearly, it would not be good to use this Black Dragon's Gate as a target." The intense killing started. Everyone forgot about the existence of time. That's not right. In reality, when the Savage Blood Pirate Group gathered so many pirate groups to attack a declining rank 3 sect at the same time, the the Savage Blood Pirate Group gathered so many pirate groups? Xiao Sua did not understand why Xiao Qin asked this. Crewmen immediately came out and carried the 3 corpses out. In the chaotic battlefield, the Black Cutlass looked very insignificant. A Will of Soul also came out of the Savage Blood Pirate Group and clashed with the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's Will of Soul. Right now it was extremely easy to leave. The entire situation had already spiraled out of control. In just one round of attacks, half of the front row of cannon fodder warships died on the spot. This horrifying scene would definitely become a nightmare that would be hard to forget, testing the hearts of the people. The Savage Blood Star Venerate said coldly as he held up a scarlet saber. After leaving this continent, the group returned to the Starry Sea. The warm sunlight washed away the gloominess in everyone's hearts. Right after the Savage Blood Star Venerate spoke, he soared into the sky and charged at the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate. After the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate left, the true elites of the Savage Blood Pirate Group also came out in full force. Or did he have other plans? However, the auras of the 2 Star Venerates fighting could still be clearly felt, inspiring fear and trepidation. As the Savage Blood Star Venerate spoke, a person suddenly appeared on the Bone Dragon's head. Several experts of my sect died before we obtained this saber manual. You want me to hand it to you? Don't even think about it. Xiao Sua asked Xiao Qin in the control room. Senior Tang, why do you think the Savage Blood Pirate Group is attacking a rank 3 sect for no reason at all? At this moment, some of the stronger 4-star pirate ships smelled blood. They stopped conserving their strength and sent their experts to the huge bone dragon in the mountains. 15 minutes later, the Black Cutlass finally left the battlefield. They could only vaguely see the tattered bone dragon traversing the mountains. Xiao Qin felt shocked as he carefully withdrew his aura. The Skeleton Dragon Hall's trump card experts finally could not help but appear. Captain, what should we do? Should we leave or wait until we make a fortune before leaving? Ah! Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, you finally appeared. Since the start of the battle, the sky had been dark. This was especially so after the 2 Star Venerates fought, which made the atmosphere even more oppressive. After gaining the upper hand, the Savage Blood Star Venerates immediately charged towards the Skeleton Dragon Hall's headquarters, snatching everything they saw. We set out early in the morning. By the time we arrive it will be almost noon. Chapter 1639. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, everyone on the warship turned nervous. Indeed, the sky should have turned dark long ago. Why is there still so much sun? When Xiao Qin raised his head and looked carefully, he finally discovered something wrong. The sky was very bright, but there was no sign of the sun. Right now it was indeed nighttime. However, sunlight had truly appeared. Furthermore, there was still warmth, the warmth of sunlight. Heavenly Eye flying in the sky and tunneling underground. With a thought, Xiao Qin sent out the Heavenly Eye from his forehead, continuously climbing. As the Heavenly Eye rose, Xiao Qin's field of vision expanded. Whoosh! At a certain moment, the continuously rising Heavenly Eye seemed to break through a barrier. Everything Xiao Qin saw was pitch black. The night sky was high, and stars dotted the sky. Xiao Qin looked down. From this angle, Xiao Qin was like a deity looking down on the land. Everything appeared in his eyes. He saw a ring of light encircling the island where the Skeleton Dragon Hall was in the pitch-black starry sea. The ring of light encircled the island and approached. With the island as the center, the ring of light slowly shrank. Forming the ring of light were blue oceanic warships with war banners with golden shields on them. The light came from those war banners. Whoosh! Xiao Qin withdrew the Heavenly Eye into his forehead. Then he said honestly, there is a ring of oceanic warships with golden shields and war banners surrounding this sea region. The encirclement is continuously shrinking. Astral Divine Shield. It's the Divine Shield Army. They are moving out in full. They are trying to catch all the pirate groups in one fell swoop, not giving them a way out. Old Man Tang said with a shocked expression. Astral Divine Shield? The 2 armies under the Ocean Star are finished. At the mention of the Astral Divine Shield, Xiao Sua's expression slowly turned unsightly. What is the Astral Divine Shield? Feier asked, feeling confused. No one answered. At this moment, Xiao Qin, Elder Tang, and Xiao Sua all entered deep thought. Xiao Sua let the ship sink. The deeper the better. After a while, Xiao Qin made up his mind and said seriously, there is no need to be so dramatic. You don't have to be so dramatic. Can't you find a place and slip away quietly? I don't believe that they have completely sealed off this part of the sea. Sinking into the starry sea was extremely dangerous. It would also place a heavy burden on the ship. Elder Tang firmly said, we must sink. Don't have any delusions. Under the light of the Divine Shield, no one could escape. Although the Divine Shield army was not as inhumane to the pirates as the Bloodsword army was, they would not be nice to the pirates either. Old man, I don't want to be treated as a pirate and get caught. But our defensive barrier was destroyed earlier. It will take some time for it to recover, Fei said in a soft voice. It's fine. Elder Tang and I will hold on. Hurry up and get moving. Yes, Captain. Under Xiao Chen's urging, the entire Black Cutlass started moving quickly, slowly sinking into the sea. On the deck, Xiao Chen and Elder Tang looked at each other, took a deep breath, and then struck out with their palms. Bang! The two palms collided, and their veritable essence energy merged, forming a veritable essence energy shield that encased the entire ship. As the ship sank into the starry sea, the two's veritable essence energy started to drain continuously. Young Master Xiao, if you can't hold on any longer, just let me know. I will share more of the burden. Thank you. However, after 10 minutes, Elder Tang was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, neither hurried nor slow. A Taiji diagram of yin and yang intersecting appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, forming an extremely peaceful aura. It was calm and empty, merging with the world. Although the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body drained rather quickly, the absorption was not slow either. Elder Tang felt startled. If this were the sea with dense spiritual energy, Xiao Chen would be able to achieve zero expenditure. Young Master Xiao really has many secrets. I have never seen someone who can balance yin and yang so naturally before. He has the air of an outstanding talent of the Taoist sect. As Elder Tang stared at the Taiji diagram under Xiao Chen's feet, he was slightly startled. Then, his expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiao Chen. The Taoist sect? Indeed. Right now, the Confucian sect has declined in the Great Thousand Realms. It has already been many years since a sage appeared. Only the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect are left. I have seen some Taoist sect experts execute this diagram under young Master Zhao's feet in the Central Great Realm. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He asked softly, Elder Tang, you have been to the Central Great Realm before. What is it like there? Can you tell me a little about it? It was a long time ago. When I was young, I showed off my abilities. I was a frog in a well in the grave sea, thinking that my talent was pretty good. I did not listen to my master's advice and arrogantly ran off to the Central Great Realm. And the results? Xiao Chen felt somewhat curious. Elder Tang revealed a bitter expression. Clearly, recalling the past was a painful matter. There is no need to talk about the results. There are immortal dynasties, strong empires, boundless fortuitous encounters, tens of thousands of inheritances, 4 Buddhist temples, 3 Taoist sects, 8 Sword Union sects, 72 noble clans. Only the strongest genius with the bloodline of the great desolate 100 races can step onto that stage. A yearning appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He asked, have you heard of Ancestor Dragon City? Ancestor Dragon City is the most ancient city in the Divine Dragon Empire. I heard that it has an even longer history than Dragon Capital. However, I have never been there, so I do not know much. Even the Central Great Realm. I have never truly experienced its glory. There is really no need to mention the past. It looked like Elder Tang had a sad past in the Central Great Realm. The expression on his face could not be faked. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he did not ask any more questions. Actually, there was no need to guess to know what happened. Elder Tang was just proud and arrogant, and he received a heavy blow. What was even worse was that he met the geniuses of the great desolate 100 races and was ruthlessly humiliated. Such a thing was simply too common. This was a major reason why Xiao Chen was not willing to head to Ancestor Dragon City. He believed that Lu Ryue still remembered him, just like how he still missed her. However, without sufficient strength, could he hide behind Lu Ryue if he went? Captain, we can activate the defensive formation. Fei Er's voice rang out. Xiao Chen and Elder Tang stopped. Then they took out spirit jades and sat down cross-legged. They started to recover their exhausted veritable essence energy. At the same time, the expression of the waning moon star Venerate, who was exchanging moves with the skeleton dragon star Venerate, changed slightly. He sensed the light of the Divine Shield Army's Divine Shield. You fellow. You called the Divine Shield Army over. The savage blood star Venerate roared hoarsely, feeling enraged. The severely injured skeleton dragon star Venerate smiled coldly and said, let's die together. You destroyed my sect, so I will not let you off easy. Honestly speaking, I already agreed to hand over the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Incomplete Manual to the Divine Shield Army Sword General. It is not a small group of the Divine Shield Army that is coming. It is all the divine shield warships in the grave sea. The savage blood star venerate spread out his mental energy. When he saw the divine shield's light slowly approaching the continent, his expression changed completely. You are willing to work with the divine shield army, but you are not willing to hand over the incomplete saber technique manual to me. Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, you really hate me. Give it to you? What can I do? Even if I give it to you, I will not get any benefits. The Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique is a saber technique comprehended directly from the Gautama Divine Palm's third move. Although it is only an incomplete manual, it is the original and contains the true meaning. You cannot imagine the conditions that the Blue Shield Army agreed to give me. You will regret this, the Savage Blood Star Venerate said coldly. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate guffawed and said, "Don't worry. The one who will regret this is you. You should not have destroyed my sect. You should not have coveted my incomplete saber technique. Otherwise, your savage blood pirate group could have continued living freely." Chapter 1640. The Divine Shield Army slowly pressed in. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. He could not defeat the other party in the first place. Right now, all Xiao Chun could do was flee from the Savage Blood Star Venerate and meet up with the Divine Shield Army Sword General. At that time, the situation would be reversed. Clearly, the Savage Blood Star Venerate expected the other party's intentions. He said coldly, "You can forget about escaping from my hands without paying a price." "Ah, so what? In any case, you will definitely die today. The Savage Blood Pirates will also become history." The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate laughed maniacally, not fearing the other party at all. He frantically counterattacked, looking for an opportunity to escape. It was true that the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate could not defeat the Savage Blood Star Venerate. However, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate did not think that it would be difficult for him to leave. However, the Savage Blood Star Venerate's strength surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. After a few lunges, he sent out all sorts of killing moves. Even so, he was unable to find an opening that would allow him to successfully break out. Holding the Scarlet Saber, the Savage Blood Star Venerate smiled evilly and said, "Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, it looks like you might not have a chance to walk out tonight." After wiping away the blood at a corner of his lips, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate paled slightly. The middle stage Starry Sky stage. Unexpectedly, you actually broke through. There are still many things that you cannot imagine. Obediently hand over the saber manual. If we work together, we will be able to break the Divine Shield Army's encirclement. The Savage Blood Star Venerate remained calm, not flustered by the fact that the Divine Shield Army surrounded him. Dream on. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate seemed to make some sort of decision. He tossed aside the sword in his hand and swapped it for a saber. "Haven't you always wanted the saber manual? Today I will show you the might of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique." The surroundings suddenly became silent. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate suddenly gathered all the scattered auras in the clouds into his body, continuously draining his soul energy. His body seemed to be accumulating some kind of power, constantly accumulating. "This is..." The Savage Blood Star Venerate's expression changed slightly. He held his saber with both hands and shouted coldly, preparing to attack first. He interrupted the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's attack. Normally, Xiao Chen would not mind seeing the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. However, there were still strong enemies behind him. Clearly this was not the right time. Shio. Seeing the Savage Blood Star Venerate charge over, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate roared and burst out in advance. Suddenly, a golden swastika symbol appeared on his forehead. It shone resplendently, illuminating the surrounding 10,000 miles. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, breaking the mundane. In that instant, a profound, twisting aura appeared around the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate. The Savage Blood Star Venerate, who was among them, strangely recalled the time before he became a pirate. In the mortal world, hidden in the bottom of his heart, the things that left the deepest impression. That winter he was only 13 years old. In his memory that winter was especially cold. As he begged on the street in the cold wind, his body stiffened from the cold. Just as he thought that he was about to die, a woman appeared and took off her white fur coat. He struggled to open his eyes. He wanted to see the woman's face clearly, but he couldn't. He could only see a blurry smiling face walking past him. What? Just at this moment something strange happened. A giant Buddha stood in the sky, bathed in divine light. Glaring angrily, the Buddhist commandment blade in the Buddha's hand radiated a bright light. It pierced through the woman's chest, causing blood to spurt out. No! The savage blood star venerate felt intense pain in his heart, startling him to his senses. Then he discovered that the skeleton dragon star venerate's saber was only 2 centimeters away from his chest. A giant Buddha stood behind the skeleton dragon star venerate, forming hand seals with its left hand and holding a saber with its right. The saber light merged with the light in the skeleton dragon star venerate's hand. You are seeking death. The savage blood star venerate suddenly turned berserk. A startling baleful aura erupted from his body, and a poignant scarlet setting sun appeared behind him. The savage blood star venerate's expression twisted, and his entire body seemed to turn illusory. Kasie. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the setting sun in the sky turned into a scarlet river that descended with the saber light. The saber light directly broke the skeleton dragon star venerate's saber bathed in Buddhist light. However, the tip of the saber still stabbed in by 1 centimeter uncontrollably, bringing intense pain. The Buddhist light and Buddhist seal all vanished. When the saber shattered, the skeleton dragon star venerate vomited another mouthful of blood, his complexion turning even paler. When the skeleton dragon star venerate saw that the savage blood star venerate seemed somewhat distracted, he quickly took the opportunity to flee, not daring to linger. The other party's strength was beyond Xiao Chen's expectations. He had already brought out 30% of the state of breaking the mundane, but he still could not severely injure the other party. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was a saber technique that Xiao Chen comprehended from the Thunder God Palm's third move. As the savage blood star venerate watched the skeleton dragon star venerate leave, he muttered to himself with a cold expression, breaking the mundane, how can the mundane be broken so easily? Towards the end, the rage on his body grew stronger, and his killing intent grew more terrifying. It was as if a blood-colored ocean had gathered behind him, creating monstrous waves that reached the heavens. Amidst the raging winds and huge waves, his figure seemed especially terrifying. Shio. The skeleton dragon star venerate abandoned the important land of his sect and rushed all the way. When he left the continent, he saw the warm sunlight. Joy appeared on his face. They're here. The Divine Shield Army has finally arrived. At this moment, the Divine Shield Army's encirclement had already closed up. The silhouette of the Divine Shield Army's warships could be seen with the naked eye. The skeleton dragon star venerate looked around and found the flagship, then quickly flew over. Xiao Chen moved very fast. The starry sea's gravity did not seem to affect him at all. Where did this insignificant person come from? To think that he dares to barge around under the light of the Divine Shield. Quickly stop. On the surface of the sea, a clear and sharp shout suddenly sounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Instantly, countless Divine Shield battle flags appeared. Whoosh. Immediately, countless Divine Shield war banners shone with piercing light like mirrors, freezing the skeleton dragon star venerate's figure. The skeleton dragon star venerate, who felt like hundreds of warships locked onto him, did not dare to move rashly. Right now he was incredibly weak. This round of cannon fire might take his old life. General Jian, this humble self is the skeleton dragon hall's palace master. I have come with a saber manual, the skeleton dragon star venerate shouted with narrowed eyes. Get him to come down. Yes, General. The resplendent light on the skeleton dragon star venerate's body disappeared. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. With a few flashes he landed on the huge flagship of the Divine Shield Army. The Divine Shield war banners around the flagship fluttered loudly in the wind. Cultivators wearing golden battle armor stood on both sides of the deck, looking at the skeleton dragon star venerate expressionlessly. In front, the sword general sat on a throne on a flight of steps, looking down at the skeleton dragon star venerate from high above. In every starry sea of the ocean star, there was a Divine Shield Army stationed there, with a general overseeing them. Every general had a title. However, only this person before the skeleton dragon star venerate was known as the Sword General. This was because of his sword. His sword techniques rampaged about, making him look like a general charging into the enemy lines on the battlefield. Hence he was known as the Sword General. In the Grave Sea, many pirate groups trembled in fear at the mention of his name. A somber air spread out on the ship, making the skeleton dragon star venerate feel strangely uneasy. The situation seemed somewhat different from what the skeleton dragon star venerate had imagined. The Sword General was far from being as enthusiastic as the skeleton dragon star venerate had thought. One could even say that he was cold. General Jian, I have already brought the saber manual. I even used my sect as bait to lure the savage blood pirate group over. Now, Alright, I got it. Hand over the saber manual. On the throne, the sword general interrupted the skeleton dragon star venerate's words. But, I said, hand over the saber manual. The sword general did not give the skeleton dragon star venerate a chance to speak at all. He repeated himself in an indifferent but domineering manner. Whoosh. Right after the sword general spoke, the somber air spreading out on the ship turned even colder. A chill assaulted the skeleton dragon star venerate. He looked at the guards with cold gazes, even loathing, and the aloof sword general on the throne. The skeleton dragon star venerate's body started trembling for some reason. He thought of the savage blood star venerate's words, "You will regret this." Chapter 1641. Skeleton dragon star venerate, why are you still not handing over the saber technique manual? Don't keep the general waiting. A young man in armor shouted coldly beside the sword general. Feeling the disdain in this youth's eyes, the skeleton dragon star venerate could not help feeling humiliated. After all, he was an early-stage starry sky cultivator. He was a cloud sea powerhouse, yet a youth of the Divine Shield Army dared to look down on him. However, right now, the skeleton dragon star venerate vaguely felt that if he did not hand over the saber technique manual, the skeleton dragon star venerate would definitely suffer. He would die immediately. If he handed over the saber technique manual, he would not have a good end. Just when he was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do, suddenly, a flash of scarlet light appeared on the island. The savage blood star venerate actually led all the pirate ships out first. They did not sit around and wait for their deaths, giving the enemy a chance to further narrow the encirclement. General, the savage blood pirates have come out. The young man's eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke in a deep voice. Just as the sword general was about to say something, the skeleton dragon star venerate below took advantage of this opportunity to push off with his feet and quickly leave the pirate ship. Courting death. The sword general's eyes darkened. He reached out and grabbed a broadsword that was as tall as a person. His figure soared through the air and stabbed out. In the blink of an eye, the sword pierced out like a magnificent army galloping in the sky. The killing intent swept out in all directions, and the majestic might shook the mountains and rivers. The skeleton dragon star venerate's face immediately sank. The might of this sword strike firmly suppressed him. The boundlessly mighty and domineering sword aura locked him in place, not giving him the slightest chance of survival. The skeleton dragon star venerate, who was already severely injured and weak, had less than 10% of his strength remaining, could not possibly block it. He turned around, wanting to fight with his life on the line to block the sword and obtain a chance of survival. However, the instant he turned around, the sword intent that surged towards him tore open terrifying wounds on his body. Back then, the dragon robe on his body had been shredded, cracks appearing as if it had been swept by the sword wind. Gotcha. The skeleton dragon star venerate roared furiously and performed exceptionally well. His hands moved at lightning speed to grab the sword general's sword. Pussy eye. A huge shock wave came from the sword, and the skeleton dragon star venerate vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he looked at the sword general's cold and emotionless face with boundless hatred. You lied to me. You promised to help me restore the sect. The sword general said indifferently, if you were from a righteous sect, naturally, I would do as I said. The Skeleton Dragon Hall is an evil sect in the first place, doing all sorts of evil. They're not much better than those pirate groups. If I help you restore your sect, wouldn't I be helping the evildoer? You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. Despair spread in the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's heart. He seemed to go crazy, roaring endlessly. Idiot. The Sword General said coldly. Then he raised his broadsword, and it seemed like a vast army galloping on the battlefield. The entire space shook. An unparalleled sword aura. The sword easily tore apart the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's final defense. Whoosh. The sword pierced through the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's chest. Shio. The Sword General's other hand quickly dodged the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's storage ring. The energy contained in the broadsword exploded. With a loud bang, the Starry Sky expert died just like that, dying without a complete corpse. On the Savage Blood warship, the Savage Blood Star Venerate, who wore a scarlet cloak, watched this scene expressionlessly. Then he said coldly, "You brought this upon yourself." The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate had long guessed that this would be the result, yet he foolishly held hope for the Divine Shield Army. Was it because the Divine Shield Army's reputation was better than the Bloodsword Army's? The ignorant were truly sorrowful. Whoosh. Suddenly, a clump of Buddhist light burst out from the blood mist that the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate created. It was emanating from a painting. Saber manual? It turns out that this fellow hid the saber manual in his body. The savage blood star venerate said coldly, "Third brother, fourth brother, do your best to control the savage blood warship. Don't be stingy with the resources and trump cards on board. Let everyone out of the encirclement. Go as far as you can." Right after the savage blood star venerate spoke, he used instant flash and arrived in front of the painting. When the savage blood star venerate looked forward, he saw that the sword general was similarly not slow, standing on the other side. The painting that recorded the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's incomplete manual hovered quietly between the two. Neither of them made a move. "Savage blood star venerate, it has been many years since we last met. Unexpectedly, you actually broke through." The sword general found this somewhat strange. He was somewhat surprised that the savage blood star venerate had already reached the middle stage starry sky realm. The cloud sea realm was divided into 3 stages. The starry sky realm was known as a star venerate, the holy light realm was known as a holy venerate, and the sovereign realm was known as a sovereign personage. Each stage was divided into early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Every time one broke through a bottleneck, their strength would experience a qualitative leap. Seeing the savage blood star venerate easily suppress the skeleton dragon star venerate was the greatest example. The savage blood star venerate said expressionlessly, "Cut the crap. Today I fell at your hands because I was one step behind. However, if you want to obtain the saber manual and destroy my savage blood pirate group, you are overthinking it. I can let you have the saber manual. However, you have to make way for the savage blood pirate group." The sword general's thoughts raced. Then he nodded and said, "Deal. However, the pirate groups behind you have to stay." Scram. The savage blood star venerate shouted coldly, simply and crudely rejecting the other party's proposal. The sword general's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "This world is not so black and white. You and I both know that many things can be discussed. I mobilized the entire Divine Shield army in the Grave Sea. If I cannot bring out any results, how am I supposed to step down?" The savage blood star venerate smiled coldly and said, "You want the saber manual and reputation at the same time? In that case, it is best not to discuss it." Whoosh. Blood dyed the sky and the setting sun appeared. The savage blood star venerate swung his saber, and the scarlet heavenly river poured into the saber. The sword general's long sword swept through the air and blocked the saber stably in midair. The exchange of 2 starry sky realm experts immediately turned the situation out of hand. The Divine Shield army and the pirate groups also stood together. The incredibly intense naval battle officially started. On one side was the Divine Shield army, which held the advantage in numbers. On the other side were the elites of the pirate groups that had just experienced a bloody battle. Furthermore, both sides were mortal enemies. The intensity of this battle was easy to imagine. How horrifying would it be? The Savage Blood Pirate Group was the first to get involved. The peak 5-star pirate groups showed their ferocious and terrifying side in the sea. More than 100 Neptune's rages shot out at the same time. The cannons covered the sky and the sun, looking like the end of the world. The Divine Shield army formed a light defense formation. Countless war banners gave off a golden light. These banners formed a huge golden shield on the surface of the sea, blocking the might of the 100 cannons of the peak 5-star Neptune's rages. At this moment, the seemingly ferocious and boundless starry sea revealed its soft and weak side. As the cannons and the aftershocks tore at the vast sea, thousands of holes appeared. Waves surged, sounding like the miserable wails of the sea. The Divine Shield army specialized in defense. With the support of the large number of light shields, they firmly blocked the pirates' attacks. If the Bloodsword army were here, the scene would be different. Divine Shield of Light, counterattack. Under the lead of the savage Blood Star Venerate, the pirates fired increasingly ferociously. The commander on the flagship shouted coldly, giving the order to counterattack. Ka, ka, ka. Immediately, golden shields appeared on every Divine Shield warship. Then they shot a beam of resplendent light into the sky. The light gathered in the air. After a while, it looked like an artificial sun. It was resplendent and piercing. The scarier thing was that it contained an incomparably scorching energy. The expressions of the many pirates on the warships immediately changed. Their pirate ships could not work together to form a shield formation like the Divine Shield warships. They could only defend individually, each ship taking care of itself. Break that beam of light. Someone on the savage Blood Star Venerate roared and soared into the sky. It was the Iron Hand Yama. Countless strong pirates soared into the sky and formed a human wall, using their auras to block the light in the sky. Attack. Kill all the pirates. Whoosh. Countless golden-armored cultivators on the divine shield warships held sharp sabers and soared into the air, radiating killing chi. They prepared to start the cruelest close-range battle. At this moment, the black cutlass slowly surfaced from the bottom of the sea. When the black cutlass appeared on the surface of the sea, it was a pitch-black night with resplendent starlight overhead. When the black cutlass looked up, it saw a dazzling light surrounding the island, continuously shrinking. Chapter 1642. Even from more than 5,000 kilometers away, one could still clearly feel the desperation of this intense naval battle. The deafening rumbles were incessant. The clouds were even more horrifying. When two star venerates of equal strength fought, practically no one dared to loiter nearby. From the outside, the golden light that represented the divine shield army was continuously shrinking, slowly gathering together. Through the golden light, one could see a blood-like light trying to break out of the encirclement several times. The divine shield army has one special characteristic. Their divine shield is like a mountain. This time it will be hard for any pirate group to escape. Xiao Sua sighed softly. As a pirate, he felt sorrow in his heart. He felt dissatisfied and sympathetic for the fate of these passageways. He felt somewhat indignant, but he could not do anything. Unless a 9-star pirate ship came, they could turn the tide. Anything else would be pointless. With the black cutlass, they would not even be able to fill the gaps between the other party's teeth. The difference in numbers was too great. If it were the Bloodsword army, some pirate groups might be able to escape alive. However, the dead pirates would be in 100 times more pain, Elder Tang said softly as he watched the scene before him. He felt the same way as Xiao Sua when he saw the scene before him. Xiao Chen took a look at the situation. The pirate groups were already losing. All that was left was to see if there was a chance to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, the wisest choice was to leave quickly. However, for some reason Xiao Chen felt that there was something in that battlefield attracting him. It was not a desire from his bloodline. Instead, it was a bond from the depths of his soul. The two seemed to be pulling each other. There seemed to be a weak connection. It seemed like it existed and yet not. It was illusory and tempting. Is it this? A Buddhist lamp appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. The heavenly snow divine flame was in the Buddhist lamp. Above the lamp was the Sarira that the Mahasvara Buddha left behind when he passed away. No, when the Mahasvara Buddha's Sarira appeared, that vague connection did not become stronger. A Sarira? Elder Tang cried out hoarsely, feeling slightly startled. Elder Tang looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. To think that he even had a Buddhist holy item. Furthermore, based on the appearance of this Sarira and the Buddhist light it gave off, it was definitely of extraordinary origins. Strange. Xiao Chen put away the great limitless Buddha Sarira and revealed a contemplative expression. Since it did not come from his blue dragon bloodline or the Mahasvara Buddha's Sarira, then what could it be that was connected to the mysterious item on the battlefield? Young Master Xiao, what happened? Why are you still not leaving? Elder Tang urged. Xiao Chen answered honestly, I feel that the item that the 2-star venerates fought over has something to do with me. Elder Tang was startled by Xiao Chen's idea. He quickly said, that's not a good idea. You will definitely die if you enter. He didn't think too much about it. He just felt that it was normal for young people to have this kind of drive, but old people like them hadn't lived long enough. I know. I won't go in, but I'll take a look. You guys go ahead. The black cutlass quickly left the surface of the sea. With a thought, the heavenly eye on Xiao Chen's forehead soared into the sky and the ground, heading for the Sky Dome realm. The heavenly eye flew increasingly higher. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the clouds and arrived in the starry heavens. Then, under Xiao Chen's control, the heavenly eye quickly headed for the place where the savage blood star venerate and the sword general fought. Xiao Chen watched the 2-star venerates fight at such a close distance. The tremors that came from the soul still made Xiao Chen, who was far away from the battlefield, jumpy. However, at the same time, his horizons were broadened and he gained a lot. The one holding the scarlet saber should be the savage blood star venerate. The one holding the sword should be someone like the commander of the divine shield army. As the 2-star venerates fought, Xiao Chen's heavenly eye hovered in the sky, looking down. For some reason Xiao Chen felt like he was high up and that the 2-star venerates were merely SOSO. This thought startled Xiao Chen and he quickly banished it. Not daring to watch for too long, Xiao Chen focused his heavenly eye's vision and started searching. That painting. Wherever the two experts fought, there would always be a place filled with Buddhist light. The Savage Blood Star Venerate and the Sword General used their minds to not affect that painting. In this incredibly intense fight between the Star Venerates, the painting was like a peaceful tea garden in a war chariot, no one caring about it. The two Star Venerates did not care. The victor had not been decided yet. All they needed to do was pay some attention to the painting. No one dared to get too distracted by it. As for the other pirates and Divine Shield Army cultivators, they did not dare to get close to the area where the two Star Venerates fought. What exactly is on me that is attracting this painting? Xiaochen entered deep thought. Since it was not a bloodline power or a Buddhist sect Saraira, what else could it be that was special? The Saber Dao. Inspiration flashed in Xiaochen's mind and his eyes lit up. Be it the Savage Blood Star Venerate or the Sword General, these two were very strong and did not have the courage to fight. However, these two had not comprehended a Dao in either the Saber Dao or the Sword Dao. In the Great Thousand Realms, the Savage Blood Star Venerates were already extremely talented. However, they were still somewhat lacking compared to Xiaochen. He had already surpassed the Saber domain and comprehended Great Dao energy. Even though Xiaochen had this guess, he did not dare to rashly test it. Once he exposed his Great Dao energy, these two Star Venerates would definitely notice him and know of his existence. To bet or not, Xiaochen would take the risk under the eyes of two Star Venerates, betting that the painting had a fate with his Saber Dao. If he gambled correctly, he might have a chance of obtaining the painting. After that, the two Star Venerates would work together to kill him. If he gambled wrongly, only death awaited him. Friend, after watching for so long, are you still not going to show yourself? Just as Xiaochen felt uncertain, the Savage Blood Star Venerate and the Sword General suddenly stopped. Then one of them spoke. You overdid it. Xiaochen's heart tightened. He completely forgot about the painting and quickly withdrew his divine eye. Wait. To think that I got discovered anyway. In that case, why don't I gamble? Earlier, I feared being discovered the most. Right now, I am already at the worst possible moment. There is no need to worry so much. Boom. A great Dao halo appeared behind the divine eye. Then it condensed into a point and a brilliant Dao might spread out. The surrounding clouds immediately cleared out. The heavenly divine eye. The heavenly divine eye flickered with a faint light as it looked at the two mysteriously, exuding a cold and emotionless aura. Great Dao energy? Be it the Sword General or the Savage Blood Star Venerate, their expressions suddenly changed. They raised their guard and retreated. The number of people who comprehended Great Dao energy in the Grave Sea could be counted on one's fingers. These people were all holy venerates at the very least. Furthermore, they were all old monsters who had lived for countless years. These people would not casually come out. Once they did, something major would definitely happen. That's not right. That's not right. In the blink of an eye, the two sensed that something was wrong. This Dao Might did not put much pressure on them. We were fooled. It should be an outstanding talent of the Central Great Realm. Their thoughts raced like lightning and they quickly guessed the closest answer. Only the outstanding talents of the 100 races of the untainted universe, the 3 Dao sects, the 4 Buddhist sects, the 4 Buddhist monasteries, the noble clans and the dynasties of the Central Great World. Only then would it be possible to comprehend Great Dao energy before reaching the Cloud Sea realm. With a holy venerate's cultivation and Dao might, the moment it spread out, everyone in the battlefield could not move at all, unable to resist at all. My guess was right. On the black cutlass, Xiaochen revealed an expression of joy. He could clearly sense that the painting had already sensed his presence. The connection that had been faintly discernible became clear at this moment. Xiao. The lonely painting turned into a resplendent saber light and quickly flew towards Xiaochen. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed 100 li and was out of the battlefield. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to have designs on me, you are courting death. The Sword General's brows raised, then he turned around and gave chase. But just as he turned around, a baleful aura seized the opportunity to strike him. How dare you stop me? The Savage Blood Star Venerate smiled coldly. Why not? This Grave Sea is not your Divine Shield Army's turn to cover the sky with one hand. What can you do to me? Since the Savage Blood Pirate Group's destruction is inevitable, why should I let you obtain the Saber Technique Manual? The Sword General immediately felt incredibly frustrated. His greatest goal in this trip was the Saber Technique Manual. Secondly, it was to destroy the Savage Blood Pirate Group's weapons. Without the Saber Technique Manual, this operation would have failed. Deputy General Liu, lead a team and give chase. Since the Sword General could not free himself, he could only place his hopes on his Deputy General. Chapter 1643. On the Black Cutlass's lookout tower, Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grabbed the painting that turned into a saber light. A look of joy appeared on Xiaochen's face. He had obtained the painting, although he did not know what it was. If it could incite 2-star venerates to fight over it, it would definitely be priceless and immeasurable. At the same time, Xiaochen was somewhat surprised that the 2-star venerates were still fighting, not chasing after him together as he had expected. That is, before Xiaochen could unfurl the painting, he looked around and discovered several figures quickly chasing the black cutlass. Figures clad in golden armor dashed across the starry sea. The weakest among them was an early-stage major primal core cultivator. The strongest was actually like the Iron Hand Yama, a peak major primal core cultivator. It's the people from the Divine Shield Corps. They chased after the painting. After putting away the painting, Xiaochen gave the order, and the black cutlass accelerated. "Wanna leave? It won't be that easy." The peak major primal core venerate wearing dark gold battle armor roared and sent out a sword light. As the sword light descended, the sea of stars was cut in half, and the sword chi continued to spread forward. It looked like it wanted to chop the black cutlass in half along with the seawater. In a fluster, Xiao Suo controlled the black cutlass to change directions, narrowly dodging that sword chi. However, the black cutlass could not avoid the huge waves it kicked up. As the waves surged, the black cutlass rocked in the water, its speed dropping rapidly. "Light of Divine Shield, illuminate the stars." So. The Divine Shield army cultivators behind the dark gold armored venerate held up their golden shields and shot out beams of light. They gathered in the air above the black cutlass and formed a clump of blazing flames. Heat waves surged into the air. Even the seawater below gave off strange sounds because of the formation. The black cutlass slowed down again. "Captain, our formation has been disrupted. A few nodes have been burnt. Damn it. The consumption of spirit jades has also doubled. The seawater has turned into mud. What's going on?" The bad news made Xiaochen's expression sink slightly. Unexpectedly, the Divine Shield army moved so quickly. Almost at the same time, he chased after the painting. Shio. A few more vast sword chi chopped down. The black cutlass dodged left and right, but it still got struck. Immediately, the entire ship started shaking. The cultivators on the ship all felt their chi and blood tremble. The ship swayed along with the waves, making it difficult for people to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. "Stop." Xiaochen decisively got Xiao Suo to stop. If they continued to flee, they would be exhausted to death by the other party sooner or later. Shio. The dark gold armored venerate held a broadsword similar to the sword generals. He led 8 early-stage and late-stage major primal core venerates to the front of the black cutlass pirate ship. "Don't act rashly. I'll stall for time. You guys get ready to counterattack at any time." After sending a voice projection, Xiaochen gently leaped up from the watchtower and landed firmly on the bow. His white robes and long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the other party across the sea. "What can I do for you?" The white-clad Xiaochen stood under the black cutlass's war banner on the bow of the ship, looking calmly at the dark gold-armored venerate. The dark gold-armored venerate did not smile. As he held his broadsword, his expression turned grave and stern. Killing chi surged around him, causing the seawater to surge. "Receive the general's orders. Leave behind the saber manual and we can let you go. At the same time, you can become an honored guest of the Divine Shield Army. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can seek the Divine Shield Army for help." The sword general thought that Xiaochen was a noble clan outstanding talent of the Central Great Realm with an extraordinary background. Hence, he did not want to offend him too much, so he used a more polite tone. Of course, that was on the premise that Xiaochen was willing to obediently hand over the saber manual. Saber manual? It turned out that the painting was a saber manual. Xiaochen could not help feeling even more curious. What kind of saber manual could make the Savage Blood Pirate group destroy a rank 3 sect to obtain it? Collecting his thoughts, Xiaochen asked calmly, "Is the saber manual your general's?" The dark gold-armored venerate did not know that Xiaochen was stalling for time. Even if he knew, he would not react. The other party was merely a half-step primal core cultivator, and the pirate ship was ordinary. He did not care about it at all. Xiaochen had managed to stop this pirate ship with a few attacks earlier. This was sufficient proof. You do not need to know whether it is or not. You only need to answer, are you going to hand it over or not? Right after the dark gold-armored venerate spoke, the 8 gold-armored cultivators behind gathered their killing chi. A sharp light appeared on their foreheads. Clearly they were prepared to attack at any moment, only waiting for the order. When Xiao Qin heard what the dark gold-armored venerate said, he rolled his eyes. Since it is not your generals, then you are forcefully snatching it. Since when did the Divine Shield Army become so shameless? The dark gold-armored venerate's expression did not change. He did not care about Xiao Qian's mocking at all. Hand it over or not. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. 3. Neptune's rage fire? Without waiting for the other party to finish counting down, Xiao Qin gave the order, and the black cutlass turned sideways. Ka, ka, ka. The melodious sound of gears clicking rang out continuously. The 16-peak 4-star Neptune's rages bared their fangs. Without giving these people any time to be shocked, the Neptune's rages fired at the same time. Boom! The compressed ancient demonic energy cannons howled as they shot out. The explosions were like divine thunder shaking the heavens. The seawater surged for 5,000 kilometers around. Xiao Qian's eyes lit up. He discovered that in the time it took for a spark to fly, the gold-armored cultivators behind the dark gold-armored venerate had taken the initiative to raise their shields and block the cannons of the Neptune's rages. When the surging waves scattered, a huge golden shield of light flickered 500 kilometers away. Neptune's rages continue? Xiao Qin gave the order expressionlessly. A peak 4-star pirate ship. Traces of blood leaked out of the lips of the 8 gold-armored cultivators, their faces filled with shock. The dark gold-armored venerate behind them was not injured at all. His expression turned cold. Even in the face of such a situation, he remained calm. The dark gold-armored venerate looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qin, who was on the deck. Xiao Qin immediately felt his entire body turn cold. A cold chi assaulted him, causing him to tremble slightly. How strong? Follow me. The dark gold-armored venerable said indifferently. Not only did he not retreat, but he even charged towards the cannon fire. An extremely compressed ancient demonic energy cannon flew over. The dark gold-armored venerate used his left hand to block the sword. The broad sword immediately blocked most of the dark gold-armored venerate's body as he clashed with the ancient demonic energy cannon. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the light from the ancient demonic energy cannon radiated out. However, the dark gold-armored venerate was not injured at all. Whoosh! 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 The dark gold-armored venerate advanced ferociously as he faced the cannon fire of the 4-star Neptune's rages, his figure flashing. When the dark gold-armored venerate approached, the many-peak 4-star ballistae on the tower fired out a net of specially made arrows. The dark gold-armored venerate swung his broadsword, and the sound of a vast army galloping resounded in the air. All the arrows flying at him shattered in the air. The dark gold-armored venerate's figure flickered, sweeping through everything before him, displaying an unparalleled aura. Die. The dark gold-armored venerate pointed his broadsword at Xiao Qin. Then he thrust his sword forward, showing his sharpness. The entire ship shook intensely before the other party's ferocious aura. Everyone felt a tremor that came from the bottom of their hearts, as well as waves of fear. Can I block it? Even if I can't, I have to block it. Otherwise, everyone on the ship will die. At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiao Qin remained exceptionally calm. He drew the lunar shadow saber and spun around. Instant of glory. Supported by great Tao energy, Xiao Qin instantly executed Instant of Glory. A vast painting appeared in the air, blocking the dark gold-armored venerate. Kasie. The painting blocked for only a moment before the broadsword pierced through it, turning it into countless shards. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. Xiao Qin's heart shattered and intense pain spread out. Under the pressure of pain, all the potential in his body burst forth. The dark gold-armored venerate's saber buzzed, trembling endlessly. Clashing with the other party's broadsword, Xiao Qin shouted coldly and charged over without hesitation. Dang! The saber and sword clashed. Xiao Qin's arm went numb, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The lunar shadow saber nearly flew out of his hand. Xiao Qin's body, which was in midair, immediately fell. However, the dark gold-armored venerate's broadsword trembled for a moment before continuing to descend on his head. Unexpectedly, his heart was injured. The dark gold-armored venerate frowned slightly. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Qin to be able to injure his internal organs with one saber strike. Fortunately, the dark gold-armored venerate had vast accumulations and a deep cultivation, so he did not suffer from this attack. Below, Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled up in a smile. The opportunity that he had been waiting for finally arrived. Earlier, it looked like the dark gold-armored venerate blocked Xiao Qian's saber strike. However, the sword trembled, and a weak opening appeared in its move. Buddhist Magic Skill, Dharmic World. Chapter 1644. Buddhist Sect Magic Skill, Dharmic World. Xiaoqian's body trembled slightly, and he turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant in the blink of an eye. The situation instantly reversed. Xiaoqian did not hesitate to kick at lightning speed. This kick was like a mountain that soared into the sky. Xiaoqian's mighty force sent the dark gold-armored venerate, who already had an opening in his sword move and could not change direction, flying. Bang! The force was so great that the dark gold-armored venerate grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood. Unable to resist, the dark gold-armored venerate tumbled in the air, quickly flying backward. A Buddhist sect secret technique? This fellow is indeed an outstanding talent of the Central Great Realm. I was too careless. The dark gold-armored venerate was very knowledgeable. When he saw the enlarged Xiaoqian, he quickly understood the origins of Xiaoqian's move. However, at this moment, the dark gold-armored venerate did not have a good opportunity to counterattack. The timing of Xiaoqian's magic skill was simply too accurate. First, Xiaoqian used 2 moves to clash head-on with the dark gold-armored venerate, not caring about the price to create an opening in his sword move. After that, when the dark gold-armored venerate's move was already over and he could no longer change it, Xiaoqian instantly executed the magic skill, catching the dark gold-armored venerate off guard. However, the dark gold-armored venerate remained incredibly calm. This magic skill could not last for long. When the time was up, it would be Xiaoqian's time. The dark gold-armored venerate would not give Xiaoqian any more chances. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. There were still 3 seconds left before Dharmic World. Xiaoqian used these 3 seconds to execute the most tyrannical move of the flawless saber technique. Azure-colored dragon images appeared. When Xiaoqian chopped down, he used the might of the true dragon, which was startlingly great. A dragon race martial technique? The dark gold-armored venerate felt somewhat confused. This saber technique clearly had traces of a dragon race martial technique. What exactly was Xiaoqian's identity? This confused the dark gold-armored venerate. However, this was not the time to be confused. Xiaoqian's saber strike had already landed. However, his body was still affected by the force of Xiaoqian's previous kick, so he was very passive. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the dark gold-armored venerable also unleashed his full power. He did not panic and spun 1 round in the air, dissipating most of the remaining force on his body. The broadsword in Xiaoqian's hand spun in a circle and met Xiaoqian's saber light with all his might. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of golden light erupted from the broadsword, illuminating the dark night. The dark gold-armored venerate exuded a hot-blooded heroism. He was like a general standing in the middle of a vast army on the battlefield, having the courage to remain calm even when millions of people attacked. It could be seen that his sword Dao cultivation was as deep as the sword general's. This move was called sword subduing rivers and mountains, and it was also the sword general's famous martial skill. Although the dark gold-armored venerate only had 50% of his usual might, it was still very mighty and intimidating. The saber and sword clashed. By relying on the preemptive strike and the support of the magic skill, Xiaoqian held the upper hand in this saber strike. Xiaoqian shook off the difference in cultivation and knocked the dark gold-armored venerate into the air with 1 saber strike. However, that was all. Xiaoqian originally thought that Dharmic World would at least be able to injure the dark gold-armored venerate severely. However, he was disappointed. Deputy General Liu is actually injured. Even sword subduing rivers and mountains is broken. The expressions of the gold-armored cultivators behind changed drastically. Xiaoqian was only a half-step primal core cultivator. How heaven-defying was this? Ends here. The dark gold-armored venerate said coldly as he stabilized his body in midair. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked at Xiaoqian, who had recovered. Then he raised his sword and charged over again. When the dark gold-armored venerate moved, it was like a vast army moving with him, creating an immense pressure. Rumble. Rumble. There was the sound of galloping horses and the rumbling of war drums. There were also countless hot-blooded soldiers filled with murderous intent. Xiaoqian remained calm. At this point in the battle, he had already given up on any other thoughts. This was the battle that Xiaoqian was most invested in since entering the Great Thousand Realms. This was also the strongest and most horrifying opponent. This was an opponent that made Xiaoqian's blood surge. He felt admiration and respect for Xiaoqian. Great Tao energy spread out behind him. Xiaoqian's eyes were as calm as autumn water. The dark gold armored venerate charging over slowly became clearer in his eyes. Suddenly Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes. Everything in the world disappeared, leaving only the dark gold armored venerate's figure. Dragon blood soul breaking finger. After locking on to the target, Xiaoqin attacked decisively. He drew out the energy from his soul and he pointed with his finger. A scarlet light burst out from his fingertip. A beam of scarlet light pierced through the dark gold armored venerate's horrifying sword move and entered his forehead. A Soul Dao martial technique ignored physical defense. The dark gold armored venerate, who led the vast army and charged forward in a heroic manner, suddenly stopped. The scarlet light pierced through the dark gold armored venerate's sea of consciousness and continuously entered his soul. Energy exploded, and the dark gold armored venerate's soul energy immediately scattered. Soul Dao martial technique. Soul Dao martial technique. The dark gold armored venerate's heart immediately turned cold. He had not expected Xiaoqin to have such a trump card. This was not a move that only a Cloud Sea cultivator could execute. How could it be? Xiaoqin, who was in the air, did not get greedy. He knew that this finger strike could not kill the dark gold armored venerate. It could not even severely injure the other party. A peak major primal core existence had already touched the surface of soul energy. The dragon blood soul breaking finger would not be able to achieve its greatest effect on them. At every moment Xiaoqin was preparing for the worst, putting more pressure on himself. Only under heavy pressure would he not dare to slack off. Only then would he have a chance at victory. Dragging his fatigued body, a light flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes as he clenched his teeth and roared ferociously. A three-colored lightning dragon shot out of Xiaoqin's palm. It contained the divine might of a solid blue dragon, berserk electricity, and a cold chill as it charged at the dark gold armored venerate. Bang! The dark gold armored venerate, who had just recovered some color in his eyes, could not react before the ice blood lightning dragon struck him. This ice blood lightning dragon knocked away Xiaoqin's great killing weapon. The power of ice and lightning attributed energy intertwined and merged, allowing the two energies to surpass their limits and erupt wildly. The dark gold armored venerate vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back again. This time, the dark gold armored venerate's heroic aura was clearly not as intense as before. The dark gold armored venerate's mistakes and miscalculations caused his momentum to plummet. Every time he didn't really hurt his muscles or bones, but he accumulated it over and over again. However, the dark gold armored venerate found this somewhat unbearable. His heart ached and his soul suffered torture. His body turned cold and the electricity had yet to scatter. However, he still had the strength to fight. He was confident that he only needed one move. No, he only needed half a move. As long as he could get close to Xiaoqin, he only needed half a move to defeat Xiaoqin. In fact, that was indeed the case. If he didn't use his trump card, Xiaoqin wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from him. When the sword first fell, Xiaoqin used 2 moves, but he was unable to resolve it. He only managed to make his sword momentum reveal a flaw. Only then did he use his Dharma idol to forcefully destroy it. Xiaoqin knew his weakness. Thus, he never gave the dark gold armored venerate a chance to truly attack him. Now of course was no exception. He was dressed in white and his body was like a willow catkin. His exhausted body and pale face made him look somewhat weak. However, the expression on his forehead remained stubborn and resolute, as if he would never give up. A scarlet war banner appeared in Xiaoqin's hand, fluttering loudly in the strong wind. Amid the whistling wind, Xiaoqin suddenly thought of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words. My name is Scarlet Blood. I have a body of scarlet iron, burning blood. For half my life I wandered from place to place, wandering from place to place. For half my life I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon shining for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the stars, making the sky shine without night. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself emperor with the other. Suddenly Xiaoqin understood the meaning of my body is like a sword filled with pride. Elder Tang said that Xiaoqin could not figure out whether his body was like a sword or a mountain, finding them contradictory. However, at this moment Xiaoqin started laughing loudly. These two did not contradict each other at all. My body is like a sword. This referred to the soul, a kind of spirit within the Scarlet Blood Pirate King, an immortal will in his bloodline. After understanding this, Xiaoqin could not help laughing loudly. His laughter was bold and carefree. Your soul and spirit are like the noblest treasure sword in the world. Filled with pride, you would rather break than bend, your sharpness eternal. Scarlet Blood Pirate King, am I right? As if responding to Xiao Chen's words, the Scarlet Blood War banner suddenly trembled. A beam of scarlet light soared into the sky. As Xiao Chen tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner, he felt an eternal, hot-blooded, and indomitable will. Immemorial Demon Soul Formation, Yazi Beast Demon Soul, come out. Xiao Chen waved the war banner, and winds blew and clouds surged. The Yazi Beast Demon Soul inherited this hot-bloodedness. It roared ferociously and the sky changed color. Chapter 1645. As the Immemorial Demon Soul Array was activated, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul quickly appeared. The great desolate Aeon ferocious beast, the Yazi Beast, had a dragon's head and a jackal's body. It stood on blazing flames and stood on the surface of the starry sea. Compared to its first appearance, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul's image this time was even more solid. Having lit up 2 pearls, it no longer only had a skeleton, but already had the embryonic form of Yazi. As soon as he appeared, he emitted an ancient and ferocious aura. 2 balls of blood-colored flames danced in his eyes. The dark gold-armored Venerate looked around and fixed his gaze on the dark gold-armored Venerate. With the support of the Scarlet Blood War banner, its gargantuan body was the size of a small mountain. His aura shook the heavens, the wind blew, the clouds surged, and the sky changed color. Right now, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul possessed the strength of a peak major primal core cultivator. To a certain degree, it was even significantly stronger. Because it had no life, no pain, no fear, and no weakness. With a roar, the sea surged up and sent the 8 golden-armored cultivators flying. Protect Deputy General Liu. The situation instantly reversed. After the Yazi Beast Demon Soul appeared, its aura completely suppressed the dark gold-armored Venerate and the 8 gold-armored cultivators. Deputy General Liu will cover you. At this moment, the 8 golden-armored cultivators had completely seen through Xiao Chen's tricks. Earlier, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to clash head-on with the dark gold-armored Venerate because he wanted to injure the Venerate. Then, when the Immemorial Demon Soul Formation was activated, the dark gold-armored Venerate would no longer be a match for the Yazi Beast Demon Soul. In fact, he did not even give the dark gold-armored Venerable a chance to escape. From the beginning he had already planned this out. He had no intention of leaving them a way out. Kill? The black cutlass hovered near the heart of the Yazi Beast Demon Soul. On the lookout platform, Xiao Chen waved the war banner and coldly and emotionlessly directed the Yazi Beast Demon Soul to charge at the dark gold-armored Venerate. Senior Tang, Xiao Sua, Luonan, and Fei are the 4 of you, go out and send these 8 people away. Xiao Chen instructed calmly. After paying such a huge price, if they still could not take down this dark gold-armored Venerable, they would not be able to do so. If Xiao Chen exposed all his information, then he would be a failure. Understood. Elder Tang and the others received the order and left. A huge tortoise beast appeared on the sea. Elder Tang stood on it and charged at the 8 golden-armored cultivators. 2 sharp bird cries came from the air. Luo Nan and Fei, each riding a cold steel eagle, sealed off the other party's path of retreat. Xiao Sua, who had already advanced to the early stage major primal core realm, laughed loudly. Then he held up his saber and ran over the sea. There was a small golden bird resting on his shoulder. It was the golden crow divine beast, Little Yellow Feather. The black cutlass immediately erupted with all its combat prowess. The 8 golden-armored cultivators and the peak major primal core dark golden-armored Venerate formed an encirclement. At the start, when these 9 people chased the black cutlass relentlessly, they definitely did not expect such a scene to occur. Soon, the formation of the 8 golden-armored cultivators tore apart. With the life juice source cleansing their physical bodies, Elder Tang and the other 3 were not weak at all. Furthermore, the cold steel eagle, the golden crow Little Yellow Feather, and the huge tortoise beast were assisting them. Their overall strength was significantly stronger. In the core battlefield, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul fought against the dark gold-armored Venerable. No matter how many techniques he used, he was suppressed from beginning to end by the ferocious and bloodthirsty Yazi Beast Demon Soul. There was no chance for him to turn the tables. If he was still in his peak condition, it would be very easy for him to leave. Unfortunately, he had been tricked by Xiao Chen. Now, his soul, heart, and body had all suffered considerable damage. Not to mention leaving, he didn't even have a chance to stay alive. After a while, 2 miserable cries rang out in the air. The 2 golden-armored cultivators were torn apart by the cold steel eagles in midair, dying miserable deaths. After another hour, the remaining golden-armored cultivators died one after another. 3 of them were swallowed by the giant tortoise beast, 2 were killed by Xiao Sua, and one was killed by the cold steel eagle. Elder Tang and the others did not stop, joining the battle between the Yazi Beast Demon Soul and the dark gold armored Venerate. The Yazi Beast Demon Soul could not last for too long. Every moment it existed consumed the spiritual energy contained in the spirit jades. Obviously, no one wanted this battle to drag on for too long. The greater worry was that if the battle dragged on, the Divine Shield Army would send reinforcements again. However, this worry was clearly unnecessary. The Sword General would never have thought of it. The Sword General could not have imagined that his capable deputy could not even lead 8 Venerates to chase after a half-step primal core realm veritable personage. Furthermore, the other party even killed him, not even able to bring back any news. After another 2 hours, the dark gold armored Venerate finally lost all his combat prowess, losing his resolve to resist. The dark gold armored Venerate was fatigued, his veritable essence energy drained, and his complexion was pale. Wounds covered his body. In the fight with the Yazi Beast Demon Soul, the dark gold armored Venerate was at a complete disadvantage. Then Elder Tang and the others surrounded him. This was a tragic sight to behold, making him feel very sullen. "General, this subordinate is incapable and failed to complete your instructions." Cassia. The dark gold armored Venerate, who had retained his last bit of strength, actually chose to commit suicide by swinging his sword, ending his life in such a miserable manner. Upon seeing the dark gold armored Venerate's life force disappear, everyone relaxed. At the same time they felt like they were in a dream. They really killed a peak major primal core expert. This was simply unimaginable. Even the strongest among them, Elder Tang, could not exchange more than 100 moves with the dark gold armored Venerate. There was no way he could exchange more than 100 moves with him. He didn't even have a chance to escape. However, such a peak expert still died at the hands of the Black Scimitar pirate group, which fought at full power. "Xiao Sua, clean up the corpses and set sail immediately." Xiao Chen's calm orders startled Xiao Sua to his senses. Then he quickly worked with Luo Nan and Fei Er to clean up the corpses on the sea. Elder Tang, who was riding on the gigantic tortoise beast, returned to the ship first. When Elder Tang arrived beside Xiao Chen, he looked at the fatigued Xiao Chen and revealed a trace of heartfelt admiration. If not for Xiao Chen standing out at the crucial moment and risking his life with that dark gold armored Venerate, the result would have been different. At the very least, it would have been easy for the dark gold armored Venerate to flee. "The longer I interact with you, the more I find it impossible to see through you. The longer I interact with you, the more I find it impossible to see through you. Even when facing a peak major primal core cultivator, you have the courage to fight head-on." Xiao Chen said calmly, "Compared to my previous experiences, this is nothing." The beast governing sect's Elder Tang really wanted to ask what Xiao Chen had experienced in the past. However, he held back. Asking about another person's secrets was a taboo. If the other party was willing, he would naturally speak. Elder Tang changed the topic and asked, "What exactly did you obtain for the Divine Shield Army to send such a strong lineup?" "It is a painting. I did not see the details, but I heard from that dark gold armored Venerate that it was a saber technique manual." As Xiao Chen spoke, he took out the painting and gently unfurled it. Many monks holding Buddhist monks' sabers appeared in the painting. They showed stern expressions, exuding might without showing any anger. The monks danced around with their sabers, making many profound postures. As for the background of the painting, it was a Buddha statue with a single palm placed before its chest. The Buddha statue's expression was cold, and a murderous intent spread from its forehead. Elder Tang's eyes lit up as he said, "Interesting. To think that it is the rare Buddha statue of massacre." This was not an evil Buddha. Buddhas had thousands of dermic bodies. Most of them looked benevolent, solemn, and peaceful, exuding a solemn might. Buddhas had already purified their negative karma. They had completely severed their greed, anger, and delusion. There would be no such thing as rage. Even if the Buddha statue glared at Elder Tang, it was just the Buddha statue and the Buddha statue pretending to be stern and not truly angry. However, there were too many evil demons in the world. The Buddhist sect's preaching involved many conflicts of interest. Hence, the Buddhist sect preserved the various angry dermic bodies of Buddhas before they became Buddhas. They purged evil, saved the dying, healed the injured, and purified the world. Such dermic bodies were carved into Buddha statues. Due to taboo, they rarely appeared in public. Elder Tang gave Xiao Chen a brief explanation. At this moment, the painting was fully unfurled, and the words Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique appeared in the lower right corner. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. After confirming it, Elder Tang's expression changed slightly, and his body trembled slightly. Xiaochen put away the painting and asked, feeling curious, "What's wrong?" No wonder the savage blood pirate group destroyed the skeleton dragon hall at all costs and the Divine Shield army mobilized its entire army. It turns out that this saber technique appeared. Elder Tang sighed softly with a solemn expression on his face. Chapter 1646. There were many incomplete parts on the scroll. This was a remnant manual of a saber technique. Xiaochen was a bladesman himself. Naturally, he could tell how extraordinary this saber technique was. Just a cursory look at it was enough to excite him, broadening his horizons. Xiaochen originally thought that it was already very rare for him to be able to create the flawless saber technique. However, when he saw this saber technique he felt somewhat ashamed. Compared to the Great Thousand Realms, the Kunlun realm was like a frog in a well. Upon hearing what Elder Tang said, Xiaochen could not help feeling even more interested. Elder Tang knows about this saber technique manual? Naturally, just at this moment Xiao Sua and the other two returned to the warship and quickly reported, "Captain, we gained a lot. These 8 people all carried a lot of spirit jades and the equipment of the Divine Shield army. We still have not checked the dark gold armored Venerate's storage ring." Xiao Sua stepped forward and handed the dark gold armored Venerate's storage ring to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Let's leave this place quickly. It is still not very safe. You can deal with these war trophies yourselves. There is no need to ask me." "Thank you, Captain." The 3 left excitedly and returned to their posts. Then they piloted the Black Cutlass far away. In the captain's quarters, Xiao Chen brewed a pot of tea and served Elder Tang, preparing to listen to him explain the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique in detail. "Now that there is no one to disturb us, Elder Tang, tell me what you know," Xiao Chen said softly as he poured a cup of tea for Elder Tang. Elder Tang received the teacup and took a sip. Then he said slowly, "Regarding this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, it is a long story and involves many things. Young Master Xiao, do you know how the martial techniques of the Great Thousand Realms are differentiated?" Xiao Chen answered honestly, "There are not many records in the Book of the Epics. The various great realms and astral regions have different introductions to martial techniques. Honestly speaking, I am not very clear about it." Elder Tang smiled and said, "This is very normal. Those who have not been to the Central Great Realm would not know. That is the birthplace of martial arts and the center of civilization of the entire vast thousand domains. It has been flourishing for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Aside from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques and profound grade cultivation techniques comprehended from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, there are 3 martial techniques in the world. From high to low they are heaven rank, earth rank and human rank." "Elder Tang, I know all of this." "Just say it," Xiao Chen said softly. Old Tang nodded and said, "It is not that I am keeping you in suspense. However, there are some topics that cannot be avoided when talking about the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Otherwise, young Master Xiao, you would not understand either." "All right, go ahead." After a chaotic period at the start of the martial epoch, it entered a dark period, commonly known as the Fiendish Demon Chaotic Era. It was also during that era that countless predecessors appeared and created many primogenitor grade martial techniques, establishing the foundation of the martial epoch. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. "Are you saying that this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a primogenitor grade martial technique?" Elder Tang laughed involuntarily. "How is that possible? Most of the primogenitor grade martial arts have been lost. If one were to reappear, it would be a matter that would shock the entire Great Thousand world. There will be countless almighty beings who will divine it in advance. It will not fall into the hands of people like us." "Then?" Xiao Chen said, finding it strange. Elder Tang put down his teacup and said, "I have not finished yet. The primogenitor grade martial techniques of the Buddhist sects are the 8 moves of the Gautama divine palm that the Buddha created. There are also 9 moves. Now, the 4 Buddhist temples that we are talking about are the holy lands that surpass rank 7 sections. Each of them possesses 1 move of the Gautama divine palm. The rest are lost. After that, the powerhouses of the 4 temples continuously comprehended many cultivation techniques and martial techniques from the Gautama divine palm that they grasped. This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a saber technique that the hidden spirit temple's eminent monks comprehended from the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm. It is also the only saber technique." Xiao Chen muttered, "The hidden spirit temple. That's right. The hidden spirit temple is one of the 4 great temples with the greatest influence among the 10,000 Buddhist temples of the Great Thousand world. Its status is extraordinary, even above that of the dynasties. Everyone in the Central Great Realm knows about it. Xiaochen whispered, if that is the case, then this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is not too shocking. Just the Gautama Divine Palm's third move, the Hidden Spirit Temple comprehended hundreds of cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Not to mention the other 3 great temples. Elder Tang said with a grave expression, you did not hear clearly. There is only one saber technique that was directly comprehended from the Gautama Divine Palm. The other Buddhist sect saber techniques were not comprehended from the Gautama Divine Palm. More importantly, this is a saber technique that goes against the Buddha. The meaning of the Mahamaya is that everything in the world is an illusion, just a dream of the Buddha. This word is taboo in Buddhism and should not be spoken of recklessly. What is even more frightening is the last 2 words, abstinence violation. Xiaochen's heart sank. When he thought about the killing chi from the Buddha statue in the painting and the various strange aspects, he suddenly felt a chill. When Buddhist sect cultivators cultivate, they have to strictly abide by the precepts. Otherwise they will be expelled from the temple. At worst, they will lose their true self and enter a state of berserking chi deviation, losing all their strength. However, this saber technique dares to defy the rules of the entire Buddhist sect. Not only does it use the word Mahamaya, but it also uses the words abstinence violation. It does not respect all the precepts. When Elder Tang reached this point, he suddenly smiled. What is even more shocking is that this saber technique is directly comprehended from the Gautama Divine Palm. It cannot be more authentic. It is the will of the Gautama Divine Palm. When it first appeared, it angered that group of monks. You should know that any cultivation technique or martial technique directly comprehended from the Gautama Divine Palm can be traced back to its source and directly practiced the Gautama Divine Palm. When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help smiling. Interesting. In that case, what exactly is this saber technique like? How strong is it? Elder Tang's smile vanished. He said sullenly, it is very strong, so strong that many terrifying existences did not hesitate to put themselves in danger and barge into the Hidden Spirit Temple to destroy this secret manual. In the end, the Hidden Spirit Temple was forced to turn this saber technique into an incomplete manual. Actually, the Hidden Spirit Temple was already very embarrassed about this saber technique in the first place. However, they were not too helpless about it. Furthermore, the Hidden Spirit Temple has many divine cultivation techniques and martial techniques. It would not be a pity to destroy one. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt startled. That exaggerated? I am not exaggerating at all. If you ask around in the Central Great Realm, everyone will know about it. When you go to the Great Thousand Realms in the future, you will know that I am not lying. What exactly is it? Elder Tang smiled and said, hee hee. You will know when you go. I will tell you now. Your horizons are not broad enough, so you only know a little about it. Feeling helpless, Xiaochen said, very well, let's not talk about this anymore. I just want to ask, can I practice this saber technique? If you can practice it, naturally you can. You are not a Buddhist sect member, so there is no need to worry. However, people who are not a Buddhist sect member and want to comprehend the true meaning of it are rare, Elder Tang said slowly. Xiaochen said, that might not be the case. Back then, this saber manual came with me of its own accord. He left with you. Elder Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. After I released my Saber Dao Great Dao energy, it took the initiative to follow my aura and fly over. Old Tang did not believe it. He muttered, this? Although the Saber Dao's Great Dao energy is hard to come by, the Saber Dao's Great Dao energy is extremely rare. It might be a little far-fetched to attract the Saber Manual to fly over on its own. You have a Buddhist Sarira on you. No, that's not right. This Saber Manual is a deviant sutra. It won't care about orthodox Buddhist Sarira. Xiaochen didn't think too much about it and didn't care. No matter what. In the end, the Saber Manual still ended up in Xiaochen's hands. It was a fact that it flew over on its own accord. Xiaochen believed that he had a fate with the Saber Manual and would definitely be able to learn its true meaning. This was a rare opportunity for him. He had to seize it. From the time he had accepted the mission to now, this trip could be said to have come to a successful conclusion. Obtaining the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was the greatest harvest. If Xiaochen could learn it before rushing to the Blessed Lands, he would have gained a lot of capital. There was also the storage ring of a peak major primal core venerate. He wondered what kind of pleasant surprise it would bring him. Oh, by the way, there was one more important thing that he nearly forgot. Elder Tang, is it a body like a sword or a body like a mountain? I already figured it out. Xiaochen told Elder Tang about the enlightenment he gained while holding the Scarlet Blood War banner and fighting the dark gold armored venerate. After Elder Tang heard that, his eyes lit up. This body is like a sword filled with unyielding pride. It turns out that it is the will of the soul. Alright, I understand now. In less than 1 month, I will be able to decipher the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's final words. After saying that, Elder Tang laughed loudly and left excitedly. Chapter 1647. 7 days later, the Starry Sea remained calm. The Black Cutlass had already distanced itself from that battlefield. It would be very difficult to find a pirate group in this vast grave sea. The Divine Shield Army sent out to pursue Xiao Qin could not find him, so they could only helplessly end the search. The disappearance of the dark gold-armored Venerate and the 8 gold-armored cultivators baffled everyone in the Divine Shield Army, not knowing what happened. Regardless of this, Xiao Qin finally managed to shake off the Divine Shield Army and no longer had to worry about the other party's pursuit. For the past 7 days, Xiao Qin had been pondering the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. This disappointed him somewhat. This incomplete saber technique only had 3 moves. One was breaking the mundane, one was resolving the mundane, and one was entering hell. Right now, Xiao Qin was doing his best to comprehend breaking the mundane. However, the deeper he delved, the more he felt a chill spreading in his heart. In this world of sensual pleasures, fame and fortune, love and hatred and so on, who had no worries? Who had no thoughts? How could one easily break the mundane? That's not right. That's not right. I must have comprehended it wrong somewhere. The further I go, the more I deviate. This is clearly a sign of berserking chi deviation. Xiao Qin stopped comprehending. Then he took out the painting and looked at it again. As he focused his mind. Under the killing Buddha image, a monk holding a Buddhist monk's saber moved. As he moved, he sent out many saber lights. At this moment, the mental cultivation method for breaking the mundane slowly appeared. Suffering in the mundane world. Birth, old age, sickness and death. Resentment and hatred. Not being able to obtain love. Not being able to obtain immortality. Not being able to obtain immunity from all diseases. Not being able to obtain love without parting. Not being able to obtain separation. Suffering, suffering. The mundane world is full of suffering. Breaking the precepts and leaving, breaking the peace. Furthermore, using the mundane world as a cauldron, tempering my Buddhist heart. Oh, oh. A saber wind blew by Xiao Qian's ear. The monk's saber wind seemed to be right beside his ear. Xiao Qian's thoughts raced as he thought of his various sufferings. He felt that this saber light was merciless, and the saber wind was sinister and cold. His entire body felt a chill, and he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. I'm stuck again. Closing his eyes, Xiao Qin took a deep breath. It took him a long time to calm himself down. If I were to imitate it and simply execute it, this saber technique wouldn't be difficult. However, it is really difficult to find the true meaning in it. If one is not careful, it might turn into a demonic saber. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian collected his thoughts and put them aside for the time being. I should think about happy things. With a thought, Xiao Qin took the dark gold-armored Venerate's storage ring. Xiao Qin had not seen the wealth of a peak major primal core Venerate yet. He did not know what there would be. When Xiao Qin sent in his spiritual sense, the first thing he saw was a piece of flickering spirit jade. 800,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. He recalled that this dark gold-armored venerable was some sort of deputy general. Indeed, he was very wealthy. Just the medial-grade spirit jades alone had brought so many of them with him. This did not even include the scattered inferior-grade spirit jades. Keep looking, what is this? With a thought of his spiritual sense, Xiao Qin took out a book. Looking at the cover, he muttered, 1000 Army Sword Technique. This sword technique should be the one that the Sword General and the dark gold-armored Venerate used. Good stuff. Xiao Qin revealed a smile on his face. The sword technique of that dark gold-armored Venerate had left a deep impression on Xiao Qin. Amid the barrage of cannon fire, the dark gold-armored Venerate sword technique had even blocked the dragon-subduing slash that Xiao Qin executed with his dermic incarnation. The sword technique's aura was vast and boundless, tyrannical. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin was a bladesman. However, it was not impossible to research it. Perhaps he could make some improvements in it and use it in his own saber technique. The most important thing was that the style of this sword technique was very compatible with Xiao Qin, both taking the tyrannical path. Xiao Qin continued looking. Aside from the sword manual, there were also some spirit herbs and supplies in the storage ring. These were all good things that the Divine Shield Army used. They were strictly prohibited from leaking out, so they were extremely rare. Dynasty's Influence Record. It records the birth and rise of the dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Xiaoqin found a book from the Divine Shield Army that introduced the dynasties of the Central Great Realm. It also introduced some strong empires. This is interesting. Xiaoqin looked down the catalog and discovered a dynasty that shocked him. The Timwu dynasty. Just as Xiaoqin was about to take a closer look, Xiao Sua's voice rang out beside his ear. Captain, there's a situation. We discovered an ordinary warship of the Divine Shield Army. An ordinary warship. Yes, it is just one warship. It is about the same as an ordinary 4-star pirate ship. It is chasing a person and is not coming for us. Keep an eye on it first. I'll go take a look. Xiaoqin put away the dynasty's influence record. Then with a few flashes he arrived at the control room. The water screen in the center showed a lake. A Divine Shield Army warship was chasing a bloodied, burly man with a blurry face. That burly man was in a sorry state, continuously fleeing from a few gold-armored cultivators. As for that group of gold-armored cultivators, the leader was only a peak minor primal core cultivator. Young Essence stage soldiers followed behind. The warship followed behind unhurriedly, not worried at all. Captain, do you need help? Normally Xiao Sua would have immediately gone to help. However, the Black Cutlass had just shaken off the Divine Shield Army and could not take the risk. Even if they completely destroyed that warship, the Divine Shield Army would be able to find some clues from where the warship disappeared. This matter was very important, so they could only ask Xiaoqin to make the decision. Of course, Xiaoqin was not a goody two-shoes. If it was within his capabilities, he would definitely mind helping. But if he had to sacrifice himself for a stranger, he wouldn't be so foolish as to implicate the entire ship's crew. Wait. Just as Xiaoqin decided to give up, his expression suddenly changed. Why do I find this person somewhat familiar? Whoosh. The heavenly eye soared into the sky and tunneled into the ground. After a while, Xiaoqin clearly saw that burly man. Then, the heavenly eye returned to his forehead. Xiaoqin said, "It's the Savage Blood Pirate Group's Iron Hand Yama." The group of people in the control room was greatly startled, all of them incredibly shocked. How strong was the Iron Hand Yama? He was even stronger than that dark gold-armored Venerate. He was known as the strongest person under the Cloud Sea realm in the Grave Sea, an unrivaled Venerate. To think that he was in such a sorry state, chased by a group of mediocre Divine Shield Army cultivators like monkeys. Xiaoqin looked at Xiao Sua and said, "You decide for yourself." Back then this person had ruthlessly reprimanded and humiliated Xiao Sua. Hence Xiao Sua was at a loss. Whether to save or not, Xiaoqin could accept it. It all depended on Xiao Sua's decision. Save him. Xiao Sua hesitated for only a second before decisively making his decision. Xiaoqin revealed a smile and patted Xiao Sua's shoulder. Go then. Use the cold steel eagles to save him. After that, bring that warship around and return to the Black Cutlass. That way they would not expose the Black Cutlass's position. Yes, I promise not to expose the Black Cutlass. Xiao Sua left to carry out the order. Then he soared into the sky with the 2 cold steel eagles, leaving quietly. The Black Cutlass slowly sailed away, moving further away from the Divine Shield Army's warship. After a while, the Divine Shield Army's warship vanished into the water screen. Xiaoqin and the others arrived on the deck and waited quietly. There was no need to doubt whether they could succeed. With Xiao Sua's early-stage major primal core strength and the 2 cold steel eagles, there was no possibility of failure. It was just a matter of how much time they had to spend. As expected, an hour later, 2 cold steel eagles appeared in everyone's field of vision. Clang! Xiao Sua directly jumped down from the sky with a person on his back. Then he slowly placed the person on his back on the deck. Right now the Iron Hand Yama no longer looked like his past glory. He was so weak that he could not even compare to an ordinary veritable personage. Xiao Sua's complexion was pale and covered in blood. His physical body had been corroded by the starry sea. His gaze was unfocused and he looked dispirited. Xiaoqin glanced around and saw a wound on Xiao Sua's chest. Given Xiao Sua's strength, he should not have ended up like this when saving a person. What's going on? Xiao Sua's expression turned somewhat unsightly. This fellow did not want me to save him, seeking death. I spent a lot of effort, but he even scolded me. In that case, help him treat his injuries first. When his injuries are more or less healed, he can go or stay. Xiaoqin did not find this hard to understand. It looked like the Savage Blood Pirate Group was probably destroyed. Once the faith in one's heart collapsed, one would naturally find it hard to accept. Chapter 1648. The Iron Hand Yama recovered very quickly. With the help of medicinal pills and Xiaoqin's personal treatment, his complexion soon turned red.